Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, what if Harry Potter was abandoned by the Dursleys and raised as the Goblin Prince of Gringotts? We uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The cupboard under the stairs had become a tomb for dreams. Harry pressed his small hands against the wooden door, feeling splinters dig into his palms. 4 years old, and already he understood the language of silence, how it could be wielded like a weapon, sharp and unforgiving. Beyond the door, Aunt Petunia's voice drifted through the house, saccharine sweet as she cooed over Dudley's breakfast. Uncle Vernon's newspaper rustled with disapproval at something or other, though Harry suspected it was simply his existence that soured the man's morning. The boy with the lightning bolt scar had learned not to make noise. Noise brought attention. Attention brought punishment. But tonight was different. Tonight, something had changed in the walls of number 4, Privet Drive, a tension that crackled through the air like static before a storm. Harry tilted his head, pressing his ear against the door, listening to the heated whispers that had been building for hours. "We can't keep him, Vernon." "I won't." Petunia's voice held a tremor Harry had never heard before, something fragile and breaking. He held his breath, making himself smaller in the darkness, willing himself to disappear entirely. "The boy's unnatural," Vernon hissed, his voice thick with disgust. "Did you see what happened to the garden? The flowers grew 3 feet overnight." 3 feet, Petunia. "Right after he walked past them. The neighbors are asking questions. Questions we can't answer. My sister's freak blood." Petunia spat the words like poison. "It's in him. Growing stronger. What if he does something to Dudley?" Harry's chest tightened. He didn't understand what they meant about the flowers. He'd only been looking at them, wishing they were prettier, wishing the wilted blooms could be vibrant and alive like the gardens he sometimes glimpsed through the Dursleys' car window. Had he done something wrong? He always did something wrong, though he never understood what. "There's a place," Vernon said slowly, and Harry detected something dangerous in that careful tone. "A place where his kind go. That bank in London, Gringotts. The goblins." Petunia's voice rose an octave. "You want to leave him with those creatures? Better them than us. Dumbledore left him here because of blood protection, some rubbish about your shared blood with Lily. But if we're not his guardians anymore, it's not our problem, is it? We drive to London, leave him at their doorstep with a note. Let the magical freaks deal with their own." Silence fell, heavy and absolute. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage too small. They were talking about leaving him somewhere. Somewhere that wasn't here. Part of him wanted to feel relief. The Dursleys hated him, after all, made that abundantly clear in every glare, every missed meal, every night locked in this cupboard. But another part, the small and frightened part that was still just a child, felt terror at the unknown. What were goblins? What was Gringotts? And why did Petunia sound so horrified at the thought of them? "We'd be free of him," Vernon continued, warming to the idea. "No more questions from the neighbors. No more freakish incidents. Dudley would be safe. What if someone asks where he went? We'll say he went to a special school. A home for troubled children. People will believe it, they already think he's odd." Vernon's chair scraped against the floor. "Pack his things tomorrow. We leave before dawn on Saturday. I won't have that boy in my house another week." Footsteps retreated upstairs. The house settled into its nighttime creaks and groans. And in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry wrapped his arms around his knees and tried not to cry. He had no concept of what came next. No understanding of the world beyond Privet Drive, no knowledge of magic or banks or goblins. He knew only that the Dursleys, the only family he'd ever known, however cruel, were going to abandon him. But Harry Potter had survived 4 years of neglect through one simple truth: he was a survivor. And survivors adapted. So he closed his eyes in the darkness and waited for Saturday to come. When dawn broke gray and cheerless over Little Whinging, Harry was already awake. He'd barely slept, his mind spinning with fragments of the conversation he'd overheard. The cupboard door opened with a sharp snap, and Vernon's massive hand reached in, grabbing Harry by the collar of his oversized shirt. "Get out. No breakfast. We're leaving in 10 minutes. Harry stumbled into the hallway, blinking against the sudden light. Petunia stood by the door, her face pinched and pale, refusing to meet his eyes. A small bag sat at her feet. Harry recognized it as the battered rucksack they used for rubbish. His things, apparently, weren't worth anything better. "Get in the car," Vernon growled, shoving the bag into Harry's arms. The drive to London passed in suffocating silence. Harry sat in the back seat, clutching the rucksack, watching the suburbs give way to the city. Tall buildings rose like giants, casting long shadows across the streets. People rushed past on sidewalks, bundled against the October chill, none of them looking twice at the car carrying a small boy to his fate. Vernon navigated through winding streets, muttering under his breath, until they reached a place that made Harry's breath catch. Diagon Alley, though he didn't know its name, stood hidden from Muggle eyes, but the Dursleys had their ways. Petunia knew. She'd always known. "There," Petunia said quietly, pointing toward a massive white building that towered over the surrounding shops. Even from a distance, Harry could see the bronze doors gleaming in the morning light. Gringotts. Vernon parked several blocks away, in a dingy alley that smelled of rotting food and stale water. He yanked Harry from the car, gripping his shoulder hard enough to bruise, and marched him toward the bank. Petunia followed, her heels clicking against the cobblestones, her face a mask of barely contained revulsion. As they climbed the white stone steps, Harry saw him, a creature unlike anything he'd ever imagined. Short, perhaps a head taller than Harry himself, with long fingers and a face that was both intelligent and severe. The goblin wore a uniform of scarlet and gold, and his dark eyes tracked their approach with sharp interest. "We need to speak with someone in charge," Vernon said loudly, his voice carrying that particular tone he used when he wanted to intimidate. "About this boy." The goblin's gaze shifted to Harry, lingering on the scar mostly hidden beneath his messy black hair. Something flickered in those ancient eyes, recognition, perhaps, or calculation. "Wait here," the goblin said curtly, disappearing through the bronze doors. They stood on the steps, an awkward tableau of dysfunction. Harry shivered in his thin clothes, the October wind cutting through the fabric. Petunia kept her distance, as if Harry's strangeness might be contagious. Vernon checked his watch repeatedly, impatient to be gone. Minutes passed. Then the goblin returned, accompanied by another, this one older, his scarlet uniform decorated with more gold, indicating rank. He studied Harry with an intensity that made the boy want to shrink back. "I am Ragnok, chief liaison of Gringotts," the elder goblin said, his voice like gravel grinding together. "You wish to discuss the child. We're leaving him here," Vernon announced bluntly. "He's one of you, magical, unnatural. We can't keep him anymore. His parents were your kind. You deal with him." Ragnok's expression didn't change, but something in the air shifted, tension, like a blade being unsheathed. "You abandon a child at our doorstep and expect us to simply accept this burden. He's got money here, doesn't he?" Petunia spoke for the first time, her voice brittle. "My sister and her husband, they had a vault. That makes him your responsibility, not ours. The boy has a name," Ragnok said softly, dangerously. "Harry Potter," Vernon spat. "And he's not our problem anymore." The elder goblin's eyes widened fractionally, the only sign of surprise he allowed himself. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who had defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort and survived the killing curse. And these humans were abandoning him like unwanted rubbish. Ragnok looked down at Harry, taking in the two large clothes hanging off a too thin frame, the hollow cheeks, the wariness in green eyes that had seen too much for 4 years of life. The scar on his forehead peeked through messy black hair, proof of his survival, proof of his legend. "Very well," Ragnok said finally. "We will take the child." Vernon's relief was palpable. He thrust a crumpled envelope into Ragnok's hand, probably some hastily written note disclaiming responsibility, and turned on his heel. Petunia followed without a backward glance. Neither said goodbye. Neither hesitated. Harry watched them disappear down the street, the only family he'd ever known, walking away as if he'd never existed. The cold October air bit at his skin, but he felt numb, hollowed out. Come, child, Ragnok said, not unkindly. Let us go inside. Harry climbed the remaining steps, his small hand gripping the rucksack, and passed through the bronze doors of Gringotts. He didn't know it then, but he was crossing a threshold into a new life, one that would reshape him, reforge him, transform him from the neglected boy in a cupboard into something the wizarding world had never seen. The doors closed behind him with a sound like thunder. And in the marble halls of Gringotts, where gold glittered and magic hummed beneath the surface, Harry Potter's true story began. The interior of Gringotts was a cathedral of wealth and power. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the vast hall, marble floors polished to mirror brightness, chandeliers dripping with crystal that caught and fractured the light into rainbow patterns, and goblins. Dozens of them, working at tall desks, counting coins, examining jewels, conducting the intricate business of the wizarding economy. Ragnok led him through the hall, past curious stares and whispered conversations. Harry felt exposed, vulnerable, painfully aware of his shabby appearance among such grandeur. The rucksack in his hand contained everything he owned: 2 pairs of Dudley's cast-off clothes, a broken toy soldier he'd found in the garden, and nothing else. No photographs, no keepsakes, no proof that he'd ever been loved. They descended a corridor lined with doors bearing golden nameplates, finally stopping before one that read, Ragnok, Chief Liaison and Director of Accounts. The goblin opened it, gesturing Harry inside. The office was smaller than the grand hall but no less impressive. Shelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound ledgers and strange artifacts that hummed with latent magic. A large desk dominated the center, its surface covered with neat stacks of parchment and a gold scale that balanced itself without weight. Sit, Ragnok commanded, indicating a chair that was, thankfully, sized for humans. Harry climbed onto it, his feet dangling above the floor. He clutched the rucksack in his lap like a shield, unsure what came next. Ragnok settled behind his desk, steepling his long fingers, studying Harry with an intensity that would have been unnerving if not for the absence of cruelty in his gaze. This wasn't Vernon's contempt or Petunia's disgust. This was assessment, pure and calculating. Do you know who you are, child? Harry's voice came out small. Harry Potter. And do you know what you are? Confusion creased Harry's brow. A boy. A wizard, Ragnok corrected. The wizard who survived the killing curse. The child who defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort when you were barely more than an infant. The boy who lived. The words meant nothing to Harry. Dark lords and curses belonged to storybooks, not reality. But the scar on his forehead throbbed, a phantom pain that had haunted him for as long as he could remember. I don't understand, Harry whispered. Ragnok leaned back in his chair, something almost resembling sympathy crossing his sharp features. No, I suppose you wouldn't. The humans who were meant to care for you kept you ignorant. Kept you small. He paused, weighing his next words carefully. Tell me, Harry Potter, what do you want? The question caught Harry off guard. No one had ever asked him what he wanted. His existence had been defined by what others demanded of him. Be quiet, stay invisible, don't cause trouble, don't exist. I don't know, Harry admitted. Then let me tell you what I see, Ragnok said. I see a child abandoned by those who were oath-bound to protect him. I see potential squandered, power neglected, a legacy denied. The wizarding world believes you are safe, hidden away with family who love you. They are wrong. Harry's hands tightened on the rucksack. Are you going to send me back? No. The word was absolute, leaving no room for doubt. But understand this, Gringotts is not a charity. We do not take in strays out of kindness. Everything we do serves a purpose. What purpose could I serve? Harry asked, hearing the desperation in his own voice. I'm just me. Ragnok smiled, and it was not a comforting expression. You are the heir to the Potter fortune, one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families. Your vault contains more gold than most wizards see in a lifetime. You are also a symbol, whether you wish to be or not. The boy who lived carries weight in our world. And perhaps most importantly, you are owed. Owed. The wizarding world owes you a debt they can never repay, Ragnok explained. You saved them from darkness. You suffered for their freedom. And they repaid you by leaving you with abusers, ignorant of your heritage, your power, your worth. He leaned forward. But debts work both ways, young Harry. And goblins understand the value of debts better than any wizard. Harry didn't fully understand, but something in Ragnok's words resonated. Debt. He was owed something. The thought felt foreign and powerful all at once. What happens now? Harry asked. Now, Ragnok said, we make an offer. Gringotts will become your guardian. We will raise you, educate you, train you in ways no wizard child has ever been trained. You will learn goblin magic, goblin ways, goblin honor. You will become something unprecedented, a bridge between our worlds. Why would you do that? Because you are valuable, Harry Potter. And because goblins have long memories. Wizards have treated us as lesser beings, denied us wands, denied us respect, denied us our rightful place. But you could change that. Raised as one of us, understanding both worlds, you could tip the balance. Harry processed this, his young mind struggling with concepts too large for his years. But one thing was clear, Ragnok was offering him something the Dursleys never had. Purpose. Value. A place to belong. What if I can't? Harry asked quietly. What if I'm not special enough? Ragnok's expression softened imperceptibly. Then you will still have a home. That is more than you had an hour ago. The truth of it settled over Harry like a weight. This goblin, this creature the Dursleys had spoken of with revulsion, was offering him more kindness than his own blood relatives ever had. I'll try, Harry said, and meant it with every fiber of his small being. I'll try to be what you need me to be. Then we have an accord. Ragnok stood, walking around the desk to place a hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was firm but not unkind. Welcome to Gringotts, Harry Potter. Welcome home. And for the first time in his short, painful life, Harry felt the stirring of something he'd thought forever beyond his reach. Hope. End of Chapter 1, 4,000 words. Chapter 2, The Goblin's Oath. Harry had been living in Gringotts for 3 days when he first witnessed goblin magic. It happened in the deep vaults, far below the marble grandeur of the main hall, where the air grew thick with ancient power and the walls themselves seemed to pulse with protective enchantments. Ragnok had brought him down in one of the cart systems, a wild, plummeting ride through caverns that stretched into impossible darkness, to visit what the goblin called, your inheritance. The Potter vault stood behind a door that had no keyhole, no handle, no visible means of entry. Just smooth metal that gleamed like captured starlight, covered in runes that made Harry's eyes water when he tried to focus on them. Watch carefully, Ragnok said, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. The goblin placed his palm flat against the door. For a moment, nothing happened. Then light bloomed beneath his skin, not the warm glow of fire, but something sharper, more primal. Silver-white flames that didn't burn, dancing along the runes, awakening them one by one. The door shuddered, and with a sound like a sigh, it simply melted away, metal flowing like water to reveal the vault beyond. Harry's breath caught. Gold. Mountains of it. Galleons piled in gleaming towers that reached toward the vaulted ceiling. But more than gold, there were artifacts, trunks bound with complex locks, shelves lined with books whose spines glowed with preservation charms, and in the center, mounted on a pedestal of black stone, a sword. The Potter family has served the wizarding world for centuries, Ragnok explained, his tone carrying a respect Harry had rarely heard. Warriors, inventors, protectors. Your father, James Potter, died defending you and your mother from the Dark Lord. This vault represents their legacy. Your legacy. Harry stepped inside hesitantly, his worn shoes whispering against the stone floor. The wealth surrounding him felt surreal, disconnected from the boy who'd spent 4 years sleeping in a cupboard, wearing hand-me-downs 3 sizes too large. Why didn't anyone tell me? Harry asked, his voice small in the vast space. Because wizards are fools, Ragnok said bluntly. They feared you would become arrogant, spoiled. So they left you to be abused instead. Their wisdom is questionable at best. Harry moved toward the sword, drawn by something he couldn't name. It was beautiful, the blade forged from silver that seemed to hold its own light, the hilt wrapped in leather worn smooth by generations of hands. Runes ran along the fuller, similar to those on the vault door but more delicate, more purposeful. May I? Harry reached out but didn't touch, waiting for permission. Ragnok's eyes gleamed. It responds to Potter blood. If it accepts you, it's yours. Harry's fingers brushed the hilt. The world exploded into sensation. Heat rushed up his arm, not painful but overwhelming, and suddenly he wasn't in the vault anymore. He was standing in a forest clearing, moonlight streaming through the trees, and a man who looked startlingly like Harry, same messy black hair, same thin build, was fighting. The sword in his hand moved like liquid silver, parrying curses, deflecting dark magic, dancing through combat with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. Then the vision shifted. A woman with red hair and green eyes, Harry's eyes, was laughing, her wand tracing patterns in the air that bloomed into flowers of pure light. She looked down at something in her arms, and Harry realized with a jolt that it was him, an infant, gurgling happily. "I love you," she whispered, and Harry felt the words resonate in his chest like a physical thing. "Always." The vision shattered. Harry stumbled back, gasping, tears streaming down his face. The sword remained on its pedestal, glowing softly, as if satisfied with what it had shown him. What was that?" "Memory magic," Ragnok said quietly. "The blade holds echoes of those who wielded it. Your father, your mother, they wanted you to know them, even if they couldn't be here to tell you themselves." Harry wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, emotions churning too fast to process. He'd seen his parents. Not photographs, not static images, but real moments filled with movement and life and love. "They loved me," Harry said, and it wasn't a question. "More than anything," Ragnok confirmed. The weight of that truth settled over Harry like a mantle. The Dursleys had made him feel worthless, unwanted, a burden to be endured. But his real parents, the ones who'd died protecting him, had loved him. That changed something fundamental in Harry's understanding of himself. "I want to be worthy of them," Harry said fiercely, his small hands clenching into fists. "I want to be strong enough that they'd be proud." Ragnok studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Then your training begins tomorrow." The training was brutal. Goblins did not believe in coddling children. If Harry was to become one of them, to understand their ways and their magic, he would be pushed to his limits and beyond. Ragnok assigned him a tutor, a severe goblin named Griphook who had eyes like chips of flint and a voice that could cut through stone. Each morning before dawn, Harry was roused from the small but comfortable room that had become his quarters, fed a breakfast of bread and cheese, and taken deep into the lower levels of Gringotts where the training chambers waited. "Goblin magic is different from wizard magic," Griphook explained on the first day, pacing before Harry like a general addressing troops. "Wizards rely on wands, crutches that channel their power but also limit it. Goblins use no such tools. Our magic comes from within, shaped by will and knowledge and ancient pacts with the earth itself." Harry listened intently, committing every word to memory. "You are human, so you will never wield goblin magic as we do," Griphook continued. "But you can learn to understand it, to respect it, and perhaps, in time, to touch its edges." The first lesson was about stillness. Griphook made Harry sit cross-legged on the stone floor of the training chamber, surrounded by crystals that hummed with barely contained energy. "Feel the magic around you," the goblin commanded. "Not with your hands or your eyes. Feel it with your core, the place inside where your power resides." Harry tried. He closed his eyes, reaching inward the way Griphook described, searching for something he couldn't name. At first, there was nothing but his own heartbeat, his own breath. But gradually, as minutes stretched into hours, he began to sense something else, a current, like a river flowing beneath the surface of reality. It touched everything, the stones, the crystals, the air itself. "I feel it," Harry whispered, afraid that speaking would break the fragile connection. "Good," Griphook said. "That is the first step. Now hold that feeling. Let it become familiar." Days blurred into weeks. Harry's training expanded beyond meditation. Griphook taught him the goblin language, a harsh, guttural tongue full of consonants that scraped the throat, and with it, the history of goblin kind. Tales of rebellions against wizard oppression, of treaties made and broken, of the deep-rooted pride that defined goblin culture. He learned about Gringotts itself, founded in 1474 by a goblin named Gringott who had envisioned a bank that would stand as a monument to goblin ingenuity and independence. The bank wasn't just a repository for gold, it was a statement. A declaration that goblins controlled the wizarding economy and, by extension, held power that even the Ministry of Magic had to respect. "Why do wizards treat goblins badly if you control their money?" Harry asked one evening, sprawled on the floor of Griphook's office, exhausted from a day of language drills. Griphook's expression hardened. "Because wizards are arrogant. They believe magic belongs to them, that creatures like us are lesser. They deny us wands, deny us the same rights they grant themselves, and expect gratitude when they allow us to serve them. That's not fair," Harry said, and meant it. No, Griphook agreed. It is not. Which is why you matter, Harry Potter. A wizard raised by goblins, taught to see both sides. You could be the bridge we need. Or the weapon. Harry didn't like the sound of that last part, but he understood it. Change required force. And sometimes, force required weapons. By his 5th birthday, Harry had progressed beyond basic lessons. Ragnok deemed him ready for something more challenging, vault security training. The vaults of Gringotts were legendary for their defenses. Curses that could trap intruders for years, enchantments that detected even the smallest deception, and creatures bred specifically to guard the deepest chambers. Harry was fascinated by the complexity of it all, the layers upon layers of protection that made Gringotts functionally impregnable. Come, Ragnok said one morning, leading Harry to a vault on the 8th level. You will learn by doing. The vault door was covered in runes similar to those Harry had seen before, but these were different, more aggressive, pulsing with a red light that suggested danger. This vault belongs to a client who requested maximum security, Ragnok explained. Only a goblin can open it without triggering the defenses. Watch. Ragnok placed his hand on the door, and the now familiar silver-white flames appeared, tracing the runes. But this time, the runes fought back. Red light clashed with silver, sparking, resisting. Ragnok's face tightened with concentration, and the flames intensified, overwhelming the defenses until the door finally, reluctantly, melted away. Your turn, Ragnok said. Harry stared. But I'm not a goblin. I can't. You are more than human, Harry Potter, Ragnok interrupted. You survived a killing curse. You carry magic in your blood that defies explanation. Try. Harry approached the door hesitantly. It had already closed again, the runes glowing red once more, waiting. He placed his small hand against the metal, feeling its coldness seep into his palm. Nothing happened. Harry closed his eyes, remembering Griphook's lessons about feeling magic, about reaching for the current that flowed beneath everything. He searched for it now, diving deep into that place inside himself where power resided. And there, faint but present, he felt it. A spark, an ember of something vast and ancient. He coaxed it forward, gentle but insistent, letting it flow from his core down his arm into his hand. The metal beneath his palm warmed. Then ignited. Green flames, not silver like goblin magic, not red like the defenses, but emerald green, erupted from Harry's hand. They raced along the runes, and instead of fighting them, the defenses simply stopped. The red light faded. The door melted away without resistance. Harry stumbled back, gasping, his hand trembling. Ragnok was staring at him with an expression Harry had never seen on the goblin's face before, astonishment. That should not be possible, Ragnok said slowly. Did I do something wrong? No. Ragnok shook his head, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You did something unprecedented. No human has ever channeled magic that way. Not even adult wizards. Harry looked down at his hand, still tingling with residual energy. What does it mean? It means, Ragnok said, that you are more powerful than we anticipated. And that your education must be accelerated. If you can touch goblin magic now, imagine what you might accomplish by the time you reach maturity. Pride swelled in Harry's chest. For the first time in his life, he'd done something extraordinary, not through accident or survival, but through effort and learning. He'd earned this. I want to learn more, Harry said eagerly. Everything you can teach me. Careful what you wish for, Ragnok warned, but his tone was approving. True mastery requires sacrifice, time, pain, dedication. Are you prepared for that? Harry thought of his parents, of the love in his mother's eyes in that vision, of his father's grace with the sword. He thought of the Dursleys, who'd thrown him away like trash. And he thought of the goblins, who'd taken him in and given him purpose. Yes, Harry said firmly. I'm ready. Ragnok clasped Harry's shoulder, the gesture formal and binding. Then I make you this oath, Harry Potter. Gringotts will forge you into something the wizarding world has never seen. You will be neither fully wizard nor goblin, but something new. Something powerful. And when you step into that world, they will have no choice but to acknowledge what you've become. The words resonated in the vault, carrying the weight of prophecy. Harry felt them settle into his bones, becoming part of him. I won't let you down, Harry promised. See that you don't, Ragnok said. Now come, we have much work to do. They left the vault together, teacher and student, guardian and charge. Behind them, the door sealed itself, the runes glowing softly with residual green light, a reminder of what Harry Potter had begun to awaken. And in the deep places of Gringotts, where ancient magic slumbered, something stirred. The boy who lived was becoming more than a symbol. He was becoming a force. Harry turned 7 in the depths of Gringotts, and the goblins celebrated with fire. Not the destructive kind that consumed and destroyed, but ceremonial flames, silver and gold, rising from brass braziers positioned throughout the Great Hall. The ritual was ancient, reserved for moments when the goblin nation acknowledged one of their own. And though Harry was human by birth, 3 years of living among them had earned him something precious: recognition. Ragnok stood before the assembled goblins, his voice carrying through the cavernous space with authority that commanded absolute silence. 3 years ago, a child was abandoned at our doors. Cast aside by those who should have protected him. We took him in not out of pity, but because we saw potential. He paused, his gaze finding Harry in the crowd. That potential has been realized. Harry Potter has learned our language, our customs, our magic. He has proven himself worthy of our teachings. And so tonight, we mark him as kin. The goblins erupted in a cacophony of clicking and hissing, sounds Harry now understood as approval, as celebration. Griphook stepped forward, carrying a small box of polished obsidian. Inside, nestled on velvet, lay a ring. It was beautiful in a way that transcended mere aesthetics. Silver bands twisted together like serpents, forming a setting for a stone that seemed to hold captured starlight. Runes covered every surface, glowing faintly with power Harry could feel even from several feet away. This is a ring of kinship, Ragnok explained, his voice carrying the weight of ceremony. Forged in the deep fires where goblin metalwork was born. It marks you as under goblin protection. Any who harm you, harm the nation itself. He held out his hand, and Harry approached slowly, aware that every eye in the hall was fixed upon him. The ring slid onto his right index finger, and Harry gasped as heat flooded through him. Not painful, but intense, magic recognizing magic, forging a connection that settled into his bones. For a moment, he could feel them all. Every goblin in Gringotts, their presence like distant stars in a vast constellation. Then the sensation faded to a gentle warmth, leaving behind only the weight of the ring and the knowledge of what it meant. "You are Harry Potter," Ragnok said, his voice solemn. "Wizard, student, and now, kin to the goblin nation. Walk with pride, young one. You have earned it." The celebration that followed lasted hours. Goblins brought food, rich meats and dark bread, fruits preserved in honey, and a bitter wine Harry was allowed to taste once before Griphook snatched it away with a grumbling lecture about human constitutions. There was music too, drums and strange stringed instruments that created melodies both beautiful and alien. Harry found himself swept up in it all, accepting congratulations from goblins he'd trained with, studied under, shared meals beside. These creatures, whom the wizarding world viewed with suspicion and disdain, had become his family. Not perfect, not soft or coddling, but real. They pushed him, challenged him, believed in him. And they had given him something the Dursleys never had: belonging. The next morning, despite the late celebration, Harry woke before dawn to find Ragnok waiting in his quarters. The goblin's expression was serious, more so than usual, and Harry felt his stomach twist with apprehension. Had he done something wrong? Offended someone during the celebration? "Get dressed," Ragnok said without preamble. "We have a journey to make." 20 minutes later, Harry found himself standing in a part of Gringotts he'd never seen before, a chamber far below even the deepest vaults, where the stone walls weren't marble or granite but something darker, older. The air felt thick here, charged with magic so ancient it made Harry's skin prickle. "Where are we?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The foundation," Ragnok answered. "The bedrock upon which Gringotts was built. Few humans have ever stood here. Fewer still have survived the experience." Harry's eyes widened. "Why did you bring me here?" "Because your training has reached a crossroads," Ragnok explained, leading Harry deeper into the chamber. "You have learned our language, our history, our basic magics. But to truly understand what we are, what you could become, you must witness the source." They stopped before a wall that seemed to pulse with internal light, veins of silver and gold running through black stone like frozen lightning. Ragnok placed his palm against it, and the wall responded, warming beneath his touch. Goblin magic is born from the earth itself, Ragnok said. We do not draw power from wands or incantations. We are connected to something older, deeper. The bones of the world. He stepped back, gesturing for Harry to approach. Touch it. Feel what I feel. Harry hesitated only a moment before pressing his hand against the stone. Immediately, sensation overwhelmed him. He could feel the weight of the mountain above, the network of tunnels spreading like veins through solid rock, and beneath it all, a pulse. A heartbeat that matched his own. Magic. Raw and unfiltered. Power that had nothing to do with wizards or wands or the structured spells taught at Hogwarts. This was primal, elemental, the force that shaped mountains and carved rivers through stone over millennia. What is it? Harry gasped, unable to pull his hand away despite the intensity. The earth's magic, Ragnok said. The goblins learned to tap into it long before wizards discovered their wands. We became its stewards, its children. This is why we guard the vaults, why we forge the finest weapons, why we understand the true value of things. He placed his hand beside Harry's. And this is why you matter. You are human, yes. But your magic resonates with ours. You can touch what most wizards never even sense. Harry felt tears streaming down his face, though he couldn't say why. The connection was overwhelming, beautiful and terrible all at once. He felt small against its vastness, yet somehow part of it, a single note in an endless symphony. I don't understand, Harry whispered. You don't need to. Not yet. Ragnok gently pulled Harry's hand away, breaking the connection. The loss felt like a physical wound, and Harry stumbled, breathing hard. Understanding will come with time. For now, it's enough that you've touched it. That you know it exists. Harry sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, trembling. Ragnok allowed him a moment to recover, patient in the way only someone who'd lived centuries could be. Why show me this? Harry finally asked. Because the wizarding world will try to claim you someday, Ragnok said bluntly. They will say you belong with them, that you should forget what you've learned here. They will try to make you fit their mold of what a wizard should be. His eyes gleamed in the dim light. But you have touched the source now. You know there are deeper magics, older powers. They cannot take that knowledge away. And when the time comes for you to choose your path, you will remember this moment. Harry looked down at the ring on his finger, still warm from the ceremony. He thought about the Dursleys, about Privet Drive, about being locked in a cupboard and told he was worthless. Then he thought about the 3 years he'd spent in Gringotts, challenging, demanding, but filled with purpose. I don't want to leave, Harry said quietly. You won't have to. Not for years yet. Ragnok helped Harry to his feet. But when you turn 11, the wizarding world will come calling. Hogwarts will send its letter. And you will have to decide what kind of wizard you wish to become. Can't I stay here? Keep training with you. We will always be here, Ragnok assured him. But you need the wizarding world too. Need to understand both sides of your heritage. Only then can you truly bridge the gap between our peoples. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The question is not whether you go. It's what you carry with you when you do. They stood in silence for a long moment, surrounded by ancient stone and older magic. Harry felt something shift inside him, a resolve forming, crystallizing into determination. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, heir to the Potter fortune. And now, kin to the Goblin Nation. When he finally stepped into the wizarding world, he would do so not as a pawn to be manipulated or a symbol to be paraded, but as something entirely his own. A force they would have no choice but to reckon with. Training intensified after the ceremony. Griphook became more demanding, pushing Harry through complex exercises in magical theory and practical application that would have broken most adult wizards. But Harry thrived on the challenge, his young mind absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He learned about ward crafting, the intricate art of weaving protective spells into physical spaces. Goblins were masters of this, their wards far superior to anything wizards produced. They didn't rely on simple barrier charms or detection spells. Instead, they created layered defenses that adapted, evolved, responded to threats with almost sentient intelligence. Wizard wards are static, Griphook explained during one lesson, drawing complex diagrams on a slate board. They set parameters and wait for something to break them. Inefficient. Predictable. He tapped the board with a gnarled finger. Goblin wards are alive. They learn from each attempted breach, growing stronger with every challenge. Harry studied the diagrams intently, committing every detail to memory. How do you make them alive? Intent, Griphook said simply. Wizard magic is about force, pushing power through a wand to create an effect. Goblin magic is about connection. We don't force the magic to obey. We invite it to participate. The distinction seemed subtle, but Harry was beginning to understand its profound implications. Wizards treated magic as a tool, something external to be wielded. Goblins treated it as a partner, something to be worked with rather than commanded. He began experimenting with this approach in his own practice. Instead of trying to force his magic into specific shapes, he reached for that connection he'd felt in the Foundation Chamber, that pulse of earth magic beneath everything. And when he did, his spells became smoother, more natural. A simple levitation charm that would normally lift an object through brute magical force instead coaxed it upward, the object rising as if eager to participate. A shield charm didn't just block incoming magic but absorbed and redirected it, turning an attacker's power against them. Excellent, Griphook said one afternoon, watching Harry deflect a practice curse with barely a thought. You're beginning to understand. Magic is not your servant, Potter. It's your dance partner. Let it, yes, but listen to its rhythm. Harry grinned, feeling the truth of those words resonate. He was changing, evolving beyond what either wizard or goblin could fully claim. He was becoming something new. On his 8th birthday, Harry received an unexpected gift. Ragnok presented him with a key, not to a vault, but something far more significant. This grants you access to the Potter ancestral home, the goblin explained. Your family hasn't lived there in decades, but it remains under your name. Protected by wards your ancestors established. Harry stared at the key, a simple thing of tarnished silver, yet heavy with implication. Can I see it? Whenever you wish, Ragnok said. Though I advise bringing Griphook. The wards may not recognize you immediately, and having a goblin present will prevent complications. 2 days later, Harry stood before Potter Manor. It materialized from behind concealment charms as Griphook spoke the required passwords, a sprawling estate of gray stone and tall windows, surrounded by grounds that had gone wild in years of neglect. Ivy climbed the walls, gardens had become tangles of weeds and overgrown hedges, but beneath the decay, Harry could sense the bones of something magnificent. Your grandfather lived here, Griphook said as they approached the front door. Fleemont Potter. A master potioneer and inventor. He expanded the family fortune considerably before his death. The door opened at Harry's touch, recognizing his blood despite the years. Inside, dust covered everything, furniture draped in white sheets like ghosts, portraits lining the walls showing stern-faced men and women in robes of various eras. Harry moved through the rooms slowly, drinking in every detail. Here was the library, shelves stretching to the ceiling filled with books on subjects ranging from defensive magic to potions to obscure historical texts. There was a dueling room with scorch marks on the walls from generations of practice. A potions laboratory that made the Hogwarts classroom seem primitive by comparison. And everywhere, traces of the family that had lived here, left behind when his grandparents died, when his parents went into hiding, when everything fell apart. In what must have been his father's childhood room, Harry found a trunk of old belongings. School robes from Hogwarts, textbooks with notes scribbled in the margins, photographs of a laughing boy with messy hair and glasses who looked startlingly like Harry himself. Is this my father? Harry asked quietly, holding a photo where the boy was mid-laugh, surrounded by 3 other teenagers. Griphook peered at it. James Potter. Yes. And his friends. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. The goblin's expression darkened. One dead, one imprisoned, one in hiding, and one a traitor. Harry studied the photo, watching his father's younger self grin and wave at the camera. He'd seen the vision in the vault, felt the echo of his father's love through the sword. But this was different. This was proof that James Potter had been real, had been young once, had lived in these rooms and dreamed whatever dreams teenagers dreamed. What happened to them? Harry asked. War, Griphook said simply. Voldemort happened. Your parents went into hiding, protected by what they thought was a loyal friend. Peter Pettigrew betrayed them, told Voldemort where to find them. Your father died trying to give your mother time to escape with you. She died protecting you directly. And you survived. Harry had heard the story before, but hearing it here, in his father's childhood home, surrounded by the remnants of a life cut short, made it painfully real. "I'll make them proud," Harry said fiercely, clutching the photograph. "I'll be strong enough that what happened to them never happens to anyone else." Griphook regarded him with something that might have been approval. "Then continue your training. Strength comes not from wishes, but from dedication." They left the manor as the sun set, casting long shadows across the overgrown grounds. Harry looked back once, memorizing every detail. Someday, he would return. Would restore this place, fill it with life again. But first, he had to become worthy of it. He had to become the wizard his parents had died protecting. The wizard the Goblin Nation was forging him to be. Time passed in the depths of Gringotts, marked not by seasons but by milestones in Harry's education. He mastered gobbledygook completely, speaking it with an accent Griphook grudgingly admitted was passable. He learned the history of wizard-goblin conflicts, understanding now the deep resentments and broken promises that colored every interaction between the species. He studied magical theory at a level most adult wizards never reached, dissecting spells to understand not just how they worked but why. And through it all, he trained his body as well as his mind. Goblins were warriors when necessary, and they insisted Harry learn combat, both magical and physical. He practiced with training swords until his hands blistered, learned to dodge and counter and strike with precision. His small frame remained thin, but it became wiry with muscle, quick and agile. By his 9th birthday, Harry Potter bore little resemblance to the frightened 4-year-old the Dursleys had abandoned. He stood taller now, confidence in every movement. His green eyes held a sharpness that came from seeing the world through goblin lenses. And the ring of kinship on his finger had become as natural as breathing. 2 more years, Ragnok said one evening as they shared a meal in his office. Then Hogwarts. Are you ready? Harry considered the question carefully. I don't know what to expect. The wizarding world is still foreign to me. Good, Ragnok said. Expectations create vulnerabilities. Go in observant. Learn what they teach, yes, but remember what you already know. You have advantages they cannot imagine. Will I still train with you? During holidays. Always, Ragnok promised. You are kin, Harry. That bond does not break simply because you attend their school. You will return to us, and we will continue shaping you into what you must become. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of that promise settle over him like armor. 2 more years of preparation. Then he would step into the wizarding world not as a lost boy seeking guidance, but as something they had never seen before. A wizard raised by goblins. Taught their magic, their values, their pride. Let them try to make him fit their molds. Let them try to control him or manipulate him or use him for their own ends. He would show them exactly what it meant to underestimate Harry Potter. And the wizarding world would never be the same. Harry's 10th year brought revelations that would reshape everything he thought he understood about magic. It started with a nightmare. He woke gasping in the darkness of his quarters, tangled in sweat-soaked sheets, the echo of green light still burning behind his eyes. But this wasn't the usual fragmented dream of his mother's screams and a cold, cruel laugh. This was different, clearer. He'd been standing in a graveyard, watching shadows move between the headstones. A figure had turned toward him, tall, skeletal, with eyes like burning coals. And when it spoke, Harry's scar had erupted in pain so intense he'd screamed himself awake. The pain lingered now, a dull throb that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Harry pressed his palm against his forehead, feeling the raised tissue of the lightning bolt scar beneath his fingers. It had never hurt like this before. Not in 6 years of living in Gringotts. A knock at his door made him flinch. Enter, he called, his voice rougher than intended. Ragnok stepped inside, and one look at Harry's face told him everything. The scar. It hurts, Harry admitted, seeing no point in lying. And I had a dream. A man in a graveyard. He looked at me and it felt like my head was splitting open. Ragnok's expression darkened in a way Harry had never seen before, not anger, but something closer to fear. Come with me. Now. They descended into the depths of Gringotts, past the vaults, past even the foundation chamber, into places Harry hadn't known existed. The tunnels here were rough-hewn, ancient, the walls covered in runes so old they predated written goblin language. Magic saturated the air, making it hard to breathe. They entered a circular chamber where 7 goblins waited, elders, Harry realized, recognizing the most senior members of the Gringotts Council. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal holding a stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Sit," Ragnok commanded, gesturing to a chair positioned before the stone. Harry obeyed, apprehension coiling in his stomach. "What's happening?" "6 years ago, when you came to us, I suspected something," Ragnok said, his voice carrying the weight of confession. "The way you survived the killing curse, the power you displayed even as a child. It wasn't natural, even for a wizard as gifted as you clearly are." One of the elder goblins stepped forward, Rangslash, master of ancient magics. His voice was like grinding stone. "When a wizard casts a killing curse, they tear a piece of their own soul free to power it. That fragment seeks a vessel. Usually it dissipates, finding nothing. But if the victim survives, if something interrupts the curse at the precise moment of casting." Horror crawled up Harry's spine. "What are you saying?" "We believe Voldemort accidentally anchored a fragment of his soul to you when the curse rebounded," Ragnok said bluntly. "Your scar isn't just a scar. It's a doorway. And tonight, something on the other side tried to look through." Harry couldn't breathe. A piece of Voldemort. Inside him. Attached to his very soul. "How do we get it out?" "That stone," Rangslash indicated the black artifact on the pedestal, "is called the Seeing Stone. It will show us the truth. But be warned, young Potter. What you see may break you." "I need to know," Harry said, his voice steadier than he felt. "I need to see what's inside me." The elders moved in unison, positioning themselves around the chamber in a pattern that Harry recognized as a containment circle. Ragnok placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Whatever happens, know that you are more than what was done to you. You are Harry Potter. You are kin, and we will not let this darkness claim you." Rangslash lifted the Seeing Stone from its pedestal. As his fingers touched it, the stone began to glow, not with light, but with an absence of light, a void that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. He held it before Harry's eyes. "Look," Rangslash commanded. Harry looked, and saw hell. His scar split open, not physically, but spiritually, revealing what lay beneath. There, coiled like a serpent around his soul, was a fragment of something utterly alien. Dark magic so corrupt it made Harry's stomach heave. It pulsed with malevolent awareness, and as Harry perceived it, it perceived him back. Thoughts that weren't his own flooded his mind. Memories of murder, of experiments in dark magic, of a boy named Tom Riddle who'd slowly carved away his own humanity in pursuit of immortality. And beneath it all, a screaming madness that threatened to drown everything Harry was. He tried to pull away, but the Seeing Stone held him locked in place. The fragment writhed, sensing exposure, and lashed out. Pain exploded through Harry's head, his veins felt like they were filled with acid, his bones turned to molten lead. "Hold him." Ragnok's voice cut through the agony. Goblin hands gripped Harry's shoulders, his arms, anchoring him to the chair. Rangslash began chanting in a dialect so ancient Harry couldn't understand it, but he felt its power, a cleansing force that burned away shadow. The fragment resisted, digging deeper into Harry's soul, and for a terrible moment Harry feared it would drag him down into madness with it. But then he remembered. The foundation chamber. The Earth's magic. The pulse that beat beneath everything. Harry reached for it now, desperate, pulling that primal power up through the stone floor, through his feet, through his body. Green light exploded from his hands, the same color as the flames he'd used to open the vault years ago, and met the darkness head-on. The fragment shrieked, not with sound, but with psychic force that made everyone in the chamber stagger. It couldn't withstand the purity of earth magic, the raw elemental power that predated even the concept of dark arts. Slowly, agonizingly, Harry forced the fragment back. Not out, he couldn't expel it entirely, not without the proper rituals, but he compressed it, contained it, locked it behind walls of green fire. The Seeing Stone went dark. Harry collapsed forward, gasping, every muscle trembling. Ragnok caught him before he could hit the floor. "Extraordinary," Rangslash breathed. He contained it through sheer force of will. "I've never seen anything like it." "Is it gone?" Harry managed to ask. "No," Ragnok said honestly. "But you've caged it. Prevented it from influencing you. That's more than most adult wizards could accomplish." Harry's vision swam. "Voldemort. He's alive, isn't he? That's what the dream meant. He's out there somewhere, trying to come back." "Yes," Ragnok confirmed. And as long as his soul fragments exist, he can never truly die. This piece in you, it's tied to him. When he grows stronger, it will try to break free. Horror and determination warred in Harry's chest. Then we need to remove it. Before that happens, there are rituals, Rangslash said slowly. Ancient goblin magic combined with very specific wizard spells. But they're dangerous. The soul fragment has been part of you for a decade. Tearing it away could kill you. Or it could free me, Harry countered. How long will the rituals take to prepare? The elders exchanged glances. Months, Rangslash admitted. Perhaps a year. We must be certain. One mistake and we lose you entirely. Harry nodded, exhaustion pulling at him. Then we start tomorrow. Ragnok helped him stand, supporting most of his weight. You're stronger than you know, Harry Potter. To face that darkness and not break. You have more courage than wizards twice your age. I had help, Harry said quietly. The earth magic. I couldn't have done it alone. That's the first lesson of true power, Ragnok said, recognizing you don't have to face everything alone. Come, you need rest. We'll begin preparations in the morning. They left the chamber, the elder goblins already beginning to discuss ritual components and magical theory in rapid gobbledygook. Harry caught fragments, mentions of purification fires, soul-binding ceremonies, risks that made even the battle-hardened elders hesitate. But he'd made his decision. This fragment, this piece of Voldemort's madness, would not define him. He would tear it out, no matter the cost. Because Harry Potter was done being a victim of prophecy and dark magic. He would forge his own destiny, even if he had to burn away pieces of himself to do it. The next morning, despite barely sleeping, Harry reported to Griphook for training. His tutor took one look at him and scowled. Ragnok told me what happened. You should be resting. I've rested enough, Harry said stubbornly. If Voldemort is coming back, I need to be ready. I need to be stronger. Griphook studied him for a long moment, then nodded sharply. Very well, but we change your training focus. From today forward, you will learn mind magic. The art of occlumency. What's that? The defense of the mind against external intrusion, Griphook explained, leading Harry to a different training chamber, this one smaller, lined with mirrors that reflected Harry's image back at him from every angle. You have a connection to Voldemort through that soul fragment. He may not know it yet, but eventually he will. And when he does, he'll try to use it. To see through your eyes, to plant false thoughts, to manipulate you. The implications chilled Harry to his core. How do I stop him? By building walls, Griphook said simply. Your mind is like a fortress. Right now it's open, undefended. Anyone with skill could walk in and take what they wanted. Occlumency teaches you to raise barriers, to hide your true thoughts behind false ones, to detect when someone is trying to invade your mental space. And you can teach me this. I can teach you the goblin version, Griphook corrected. Wizards practice occlumency through rigid emotional control, suppressing feelings to prevent manipulation. Goblins do the opposite. We create such complex emotional landscapes that intruders become lost in the maze. Harry frowned. I don't understand. Griphook tapped one of the mirrors, and Harry's reflection rippled like water. When a wizard tries to read your mind, they're looking for memories, for thoughts. Wizard occlumency hides these by emptying the mind. But an empty room is still a room. It tells the intruder there's something worth hiding. But if my mind is full of thoughts, they can't tell which ones are real and which ones are misdirection, Griphook finished. A skilled goblin occlumens can create entire false memory chains, emotional responses that seem genuine but lead nowhere. It's not about hiding. It's about drowning the intruder in so much noise they can't find the signal. It made a strange kind of sense. How do we start? By understanding your own mind first, Griphook said. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry looked. Saw himself staring back, 10 years old, with messy black hair and green eyes that had seen too much. The scar on his forehead seemed to pulse in the reflection. I see me, Harry said. Wrong, Griphook snapped. You see a surface. An image. That's not you. That's what others see when they look at you. Now look deeper. Who are you beneath the surface? Harry tried. Looked past the reflection to something underneath. And slowly, shapes began to form in the mirrors. Depths. He saw the cupboard under the stairs. Felt the suffocating darkness, the loneliness, the fear of footsteps approaching. He saw Ragnok's hand extended in welcome. Felt the first stirrings of hope, of belonging. He saw the Potter vault opening. His mother's voice saying, "I love you." The weight of that truth settling into his bones. He saw Griphook pushing him through brutal training. The satisfaction of mastering difficult spells. The pride in Ragnok's eyes when he touched the earth magic. He saw the fragment. The darkness coiled around his soul. The terror and determination warring inside him. "That's better," Griphook said softly. "Those are your foundations. Your core memories and emotions. This is what makes you who you are. Now, learn to show me only what you want me to see." The training was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. It was mental warfare, forcing him to construct elaborate thought palaces while simultaneously maintaining awareness of his physical surroundings. Griphook would attack his mind suddenly, trying to breach his defenses, and Harry had to learn to recognize the intrusion and respond. Days blurred into weeks. Harry's skills grew steadily. He could now create false memory streams convincing enough to fool even Griphook occasionally. Could sense mental pressure before an attack began. Could lock away his most precious memories behind layers of misdirection. But it came at a cost. The constant mental vigilance exhausted him in ways physical training never had. He started seeing threats everywhere, questioning his own thoughts, wondering if the fragment was influencing him without his knowledge. "You're burning yourself out," Ragnok observed one evening, finding Harry in the library surrounded by books on mental magic and soul theory. "I need to understand it," Harry said, not looking up from the text he was studying. "The fragment, how it works, how to fight it. Knowledge is valuable," Ragnok agreed. "But obsession is dangerous. The fragment wants you afraid, wants you isolated. Don't give it that power." Harry finally looked up, and Ragnok was struck by how old his eyes seemed. "A 10-year-old shouldn't carry that weight. What if I'm not strong enough?" Harry asked quietly. "What if when the time comes to remove it, I can't survive?" Ragnok sat down across from him, his expression grave but honest. "Then you won't. Death is always a possibility. But living in fear of it is worse than death itself. You've survived the unsurvivable before, Harry. I suspect you'll do so again. The difference is I didn't choose to survive the killing curse," Harry said. "My mother made that choice for me. This time it's on me." "No," Ragnok corrected firmly. "This time you have allies. You have knowledge. You have preparation. Your mother gave you life through sacrifice. We will help you keep it through planning and skill." Very different circumstances. Harry wanted to believe that. Needed to believe it. "When will the rituals be ready?" "Soon," Ragnok said. "Rangslash believes within the month. He's been consulting with our most ancient texts, combining goblin purification rites with adapted wizard magic. It will be intense. I can handle intense. We'll see," Ragnok said, but not unkindly. "For now, get some rest. You're no good to anyone if you collapse from exhaustion." Harry nodded reluctantly, closing the books. But as he left the library, he couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. That somewhere out there, Voldemort was growing stronger. And when the Dark Lord finally returned, Harry needed to be free of the fragment. Needed to be whole. Or nothing he'd learned, nothing he'd become, would matter. 3 weeks later, Rangslash declared the ritual ready. The preparation had been extensive. The chamber deep beneath Gringotts had been cleansed with salt and silver, runes carved into every surface, braziers positioned at precise points around a central circle. The air hummed with barely contained magic. Harry stood at the edge, wearing simple white robes, his heart hammering. Around him, the goblin elders took their positions, each carrying components for the ritual: vials of clear liquid, bundles of herbs that smoked without burning, crystals that resonated with specific frequencies. "Last chance to reconsider," Ragnok said quietly. "No," Harry said firmly. "Let's do this." He stepped into the circle. Immediately, the runes flared to life, binding him in place with gentle but unyielding force. Rangslash began the chant, his voice weaving the ancient words into a pattern that other voices joined, creating a harmony that vibrated in Harry's bones. The world shifted. Harry felt himself being pulled inward, consciousness diving deep into his own mind. And there, waiting in the darkness, was the fragment. It had grown since he last confronted it. Fed by his fear, his obsession, his constant awareness of its presence. It coiled through his mental landscape like poison ivy, roots digging deep. "Hello, Harry," it whispered in Voldemort's voice. "You're not real," Harry said. "You're just a piece A shard of someone else's madness. I'm as real as you are, the fragment countered. More, perhaps. I remember things you never knew. Power you can't imagine. Kill me, and you kill part of yourself. Then I'll regrow it, Harry said. Better and stronger than before. He reached for the earth magic again. Pulled it up from the depths where goblin power met the world's foundation. Green fire blazed through his mental landscape, burning away the fragment's roots. It screamed, thrashed, tried to dig deeper, to anchor itself permanently. But the ritual gave Harry strength beyond his own. The Goblin Elder's power flowed through him, supporting him, amplifying his will. The fragment began to tear away. Slowly, agonizingly. Each piece ripped free felt like losing a part of himself. But Harry held firm, accepting the pain, welcoming it as proof that he was purging something toxic. In the physical world, his body convulsed. Blood ran from his scar, boiling away as it met the protective circle. The elders, chanting intensified, power building to a crescendo. And then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, the fragment came free. It manifested as a writhing shadow thing, formless and shrieking. The ritual circle contained it, preventing escape, and the goblin elders moved as one. Their combined magic struck the fragment like a hammer. It shattered, dissipated, ceased to exist. Harry collapsed. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was Ragnok's face, tight with concern. And then, nothing. He woke 3 days later. The first thing he felt was absence. Something that had been part of him for 10 years was simply gone. The scar on his forehead no longer throbbed. His mind felt clearer, lighter, as if a fog he hadn't known existed had lifted. Welcome back, Ragnok said from beside his bed. Harry turned his head, the movement sending twinges through muscles that had been still too long. Did it work? See for yourself, Ragnok held up a mirror. Harry looked. His scar was still there, but changed. No longer the angry red of an open wound. Now it was silver, almost elegant, a reminder of what he'd survived rather than a tether to. Darkness. It's gone, Harry breathed. I can't feel it anymore. You're free, Ragnok confirmed. The ritual was successful. You are wholly yourself for the first time since you were 1 year old. Tears streamed down Harry's face before he could stop them. Relief so intense it felt like pain washed through him. He'd done it. Survived the ritual, banished the fragment, reclaimed his own soul. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for saving me. You saved yourself, Ragnok corrected. We merely provided the tools. The strength, the will to endure. That was all you. Harry sat up slowly, testing his body's responses. Everything felt different. Better. More coordinated, as if the fragment had been interfering with his connection to his own magic. What now? He asked. Now, Ragnok said with a smile, you continue your training. You have 1 year before Hogwarts. And I intend to make sure you arrive there as the most prepared first year in history. Harry nodded. 1 year. To cement everything he'd learned. To prepare for the wizarding world that awaited him. To become the wizard, and the force, that would change everything. Then let's get started, Harry said. And for the first time in his life, he felt truly ready for whatever came next. Harry's 11th birthday arrived with autumn rain hammering against the windows of Gringotts. He stood in Ragnok's office, dressed in formal robes of deep green, goblin-made, naturally, fitting him perfectly despite his growing frame. The past year had changed him in ways both visible and subtle. He'd grown taller, though still lean, and his movements carried a precision that came from years of combat training. But the biggest changes were internal. Without the soul fragment clouding his mind, Harry's magical development had accelerated dramatically. Spells that had taken weeks to master now came in days. His connection to the earth magic grew stronger, more intuitive. And his occlumency shields had become so complex that even Griphook struggled to breach them. The letter arrived this morning, Ragnok said, holding up a piece of parchment sealed with purple wax and a coat of arms Harry recognized from books. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent surrounding a large letter H. Hogwarts. May I? Harry asked, reaching for it. Ragnok handed it over, and Harry broke the seal. The parchment unfolded, revealing elegant script. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry studied the letter, feeling conflicting emotions war within him. Excitement at finally entering the wizarding world properly. Apprehension about leaving the only home he'd known for 7 years. And underneath it all, determination to prove himself worthy of everything the goblins had invested in him. What are you thinking? Ragnok asked quietly. That I'm ready, Harry said. And that I'm terrified. Good, Ragnok said. Confidence without fear is arrogance. You understand the weight of what comes next. That's wise. Will Dumbledore know where I've been? Harry asked. That the Dursleys abandoned me. Ragnok's expression darkened. He will know you've been at Gringotts. Our wards alerted him the moment you crossed our threshold 7 years ago. But he made no attempt to retrieve you. Perhaps he believed we were temporary guardians. Perhaps he had other priorities. Either way, he allowed you to remain here. And now I walk into his school, Harry said slowly. Under his authority. Not entirely, Ragnok corrected. You are emancipated by goblin law. You control your own vaults, make your own decisions. Dumbledore is your headmaster, yes, but he is not your guardian. Remember that distinction. It matters. Harry nodded, understanding the implication. He wasn't some lost child to be molded and directed. He was Harry Potter, heir to an ancient family, trained by goblins, free to make his own choices. When do we go to Diagon Alley? Harry asked. Today, Ragnok said. We'll purchase your supplies. Though much of what you need, we've already prepared. Your wand, however, that you must choose yourself. Diagon Alley bustled with life. Witches and wizards crowded the cobblestone street, moving between shops with names like Flourish and Blots, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and quality Quidditch supplies. Children Harry's age pressed their noses against windows, pointing at racing brooms and cauldrons and owls in cages. Harry walked beside Ragnok, acutely aware of the stares they attracted. A goblin was common enough in Diagon Alley, but a goblin walking companionably with a young wizard, clearly not a client being escorted, but something closer to family, that drew attention. Let them stare, Ragnok murmured. You are kin. Any who disrespect that relationship will answer to Gringotts. They stopped first at Flourish and Blots for Harry's schoolbooks. The shop smelled of leather and parchment, shelves towering from floor to ceiling packed with volumes on every magical subject imaginable. Harry already owned many of these texts, goblin versions, often more comprehensive than their wizard counterparts, but protocol demanded he purchase the official Hogwarts curriculum. One standard book of spells, grade 1, the shopkeeper read from Harry's list. A history of magic, magical theory, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, magical drafts and potions, fantastic beasts and where to find them, the dark forces, a guide to self-protection. He looked up, peering at Harry over half-moon spectacles. First year at Hogwarts. Yes, sir, Harry said politely. Exciting times, the shopkeeper said, gathering books with practiced efficiency. You'll want to pay special attention to the standard book of spells. That's where most first years struggle. Harry managed not to smile. He'd been casting spells most first years wouldn't learn until third year for the past 3 years. But he simply nodded and accepted the stack of books, paying with galleons from his vault. Next came Madame Malkin's for robes. The proprietor, a squat witch with a friendly face, bustled forward as they entered. Hogwarts, dear, she asked Harry. Yes, ma'am. Right then, up on the stool. Let's get you fitted properly. As Madame Malkin worked, pinning and adjusting the black robes, another boy entered the shop, also Harry's age, with pale blonde hair and sharp features. He climbed onto the stool beside Harry, and his eyes immediately fixed on Ragnok. Is that goblin with you? The boy asked Harry, his tone carrying a mixture of curiosity and something that might have been disdain. Harry's spine stiffened. He is. How odd, the boy said. My father says goblins should stay in their bank. No business mixing with proper wizards. Your father sounds ignorant, Harry said flatly, his voice cold in a way that made even Madame Malkin pause in her pinning. The boy's eyes widened. Do you know who my father is? Should I? Harry countered. Lucius Malfoy, the boy said, as if the name should mean something. One of the most important wizards in Britain. And I'm Draco Malfoy. My family is one of the sacred 28 pure blood lines. So is mine, Harry said. Harry Potter. The color drained from Draco's face. You're the Harry Potter. Last I checked, Harry said dryly. Draco recovered quickly, attempting a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I didn't realize. Father speaks highly of your family. We should be friends, Potter. I can help you navigate Hogwarts. Teach you who's worth knowing and who's not. Harry studied the boy, saw the calculation behind the friendly words, the assumption that Harry would be flattered by his attention. I'll make my own decisions about friends, Harry said. But thank you for the offer. Draco's expression soured. Suit yourself. But you'll find that Hogwarts can be difficult for those without the right connections. Especially for someone who apparently prefers goblins to wizards. Fortunate then that I know how to handle difficult situations, Harry said, his tone carrying an edge that made Draco take a step back. Madame Malkin cleared her throat. All done, dear. Your robes will be ready in an hour. Harry stepped down from the stool, nodding politely to the shopkeeper while completely ignoring Draco. As he rejoined Ragnok outside, the goblin raised an eyebrow. Made a friend already? Ragnok asked, amusement coloring his tone. Not exactly, Harry said. That boy, Draco Malfoy, insulted you. Called goblins beneath wizards. Ah, Ragnok said. The Malfoys. Old money, older prejudices. They were supporters of Voldemort during the war, though they claimed they were under the Imperious curse when the dust settled. Their vaults tell a different story. You don't like them, Harry observed. I respect their gold, Ragnok said carefully. But no, I do not like what they represent. Wizards who believe power comes from blood purity rather than skill or merit. They are typical. Harry's jaw tightened. He'd been raised better than that. Been taught that what mattered was competence, honor, the ability to back up one's claims with action. Blood meant nothing if you were weak or foolish. I don't think I'll be friends with Draco Malfoy, Harry said. Probably wise, Ragnok agreed. Now come, we have one more stop. The most important one. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The shop was narrow and shabby, with peeling gold letters over the door and a single wand resting on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. But the magic radiating from within made Harry's skin prickle with awareness. A bell tinkled as they entered, and almost immediately, an old man appeared from the back, white-haired, with wide, pale eyes that seemed to see more than they should. Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander said, his voice soft and measured. His gaze fixed on Harry with unnerving intensity. I've been expecting you, Mr. Potter. Though I admit, I'm surprised to see you in such company. He nodded respectfully to Ragnok. The boy needs a wand, Ragnok said bluntly. Indeed he does, Ollivander agreed. He moved closer to Harry, those pale eyes examining him like a particularly interesting specimen. Your parents bought their wands here. Your mother, 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Your father, 11 inches, pliable, mahogany. Excellent for transfiguration. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Harry said nothing, simply waiting. But you, Ollivander continued, you will be difficult. I can sense it. You've touched magic that has nothing to do with wands. You've learned to channel power in ways most wizards never discover. His eyes gleamed with something between fascination and concern. Let's see what we can find. For the next hour, Harry tried wand after wand. Each time, Ollivander would hand him one, watch him wave it, then snatch it back before anything disastrous could happen. No, definitely not. Maple and phoenix feather, 9 inches. Try this one. Oak and dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Nothing felt right. The wands were tools, yes, but they didn't resonate with Harry's magic the way they should. They felt restrictive, like trying to force a river through a straw. Ollivander's expression grew more puzzled with each failed attempt. Most unusual. Very unusual indeed. What's wrong? Harry asked. Nothing's wrong, per se, Ollivander said slowly. But your magic, it's adaptive. Flexible in ways I've rarely seen. You need a wand that can match that versatility. He paused, then moved to the very back of the shop, returning with a box covered in dust. This is experimental, Ollivander admitted. A combination I've never tried before. Holly, 11 inches, with a core that's unique. What kind of core? Ragnok asked, his tone sharp with interest. Phoenix feather and thestral tail hair, braided together, Ollivander said. Light and dark, life and death, bound as one. It should be unstable, incompatible. But when I crafted it, the materials merged perfectly. I've kept it for years, waiting for the right wizard. He handed the wand to Harry. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, magic exploded through him. Not painful, but overwhelming, a rush of power that felt like coming home. Green and silver sparks erupted from the wand's tip, spiraling around the shop in patterns that resembled goblin runes. Extraordinary, Ollivander breathed. The wand chose you, Mr. Potter. And what a choice it made. Harry could feel it, the wand wasn't just a tool, it was an extension of himself. It amplified his magic without restricting it, channeled power while still allowing the flexibility he'd learned from goblin teachings. This is the one, Harry said, certainty ringing in his voice. Yes, Ollivander agreed, though I must warn you. That wand is powerful, Mr. Potter. Perhaps more than you realize. Use it wisely. He will, Ragnok said firmly. He's been trained for this. Ollivander's gaze shifted to the goblin, understanding dawning. Ah, that explains much. A wizard trained by goblins. No wonder conventional wands failed to suit you, Mr. Potter. You're not a conventional wizard. How much? Harry asked, already reaching for his coin pouch. 7 galleons, Ollivander said. As Harry counted out the coins, the wandmaker added quietly, I sense great things from you, Mr. Potter. Terrible things, yes, but great. The wizarding world will not know what to make of you. Good, Harry said, meeting those pale eyes without flinching. I'd hate to be predictable. A smile ghosted across Ollivander's face. I suspect predictability is the last thing anyone will accuse you of. Good luck at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. I think you'll need it. They left the shop, Harry's new wand tucked safely in his pocket. Around them, Diagon Alley continued its busy afternoon, witches and wizards going about their shopping, completely unaware that they'd just witnessed something significant. A new force entering their world. One they had no frame of reference for. That evening, back in Gringotts, Harry sat with Ragnok reviewing the day's purchases. School books were stacked neatly on his desk, his new robes hanging in the wardrobe, supplies for potion making organized in careful rows. Everything a first-year student would need. But Harry knew he had advantages most first years didn't. 7 years of intensive training. Knowledge of magic that went beyond wand waving. Combat skills most adult wizards lacked. And most importantly, a perspective shaped by living between two worlds, wizard and goblin. Are you nervous? Ragnok asked. Yes, Harry admitted, but excited too. This is what all the training has been for. Entering their world, understanding it from the inside. Remember, Ragnok said seriously. Hogwarts will try to define you. Will try to sort you into a box, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. They believe these houses define a student's worth, their potential. Don't let them limit you. I won't, Harry promised. In Dumbledore, Ragnok's expression grew grave. He is powerful, Harry. Perhaps the most powerful wizard alive. He will take interest in you. Will want to guide you, shape you. Listen to what he teaches, yes, but think critically. His intentions may be good, but good intentions don't always lead to good outcomes. Harry nodded slowly. He'd read about Dumbledore, the defeater of Grindelwald, the most accomplished wizard of the age, beloved by many. But he'd also learned that power and wisdom weren't always the same thing. I'll be careful, Harry said. I know you will, Ragnok said. You've been trained for this. You're ready. Will you write to me? Harry asked, hearing the vulnerability in his own voice and hating it. Every week, Ragnok promised. And you'll return here for holidays. Gringotts is your home, Harry. That doesn't change just because you're attending school. Relief flooded through Harry. He hadn't realized how much he'd needed that reassurance. Thank you, Harry said quietly. For everything. For taking me in when no one else would. For teaching me. For believing I was worth the effort. You proved your worth long ago, Ragnok said. Now go prove it to them. The weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of final preparations. Griphook drilled Harry on maintaining his occlumency shields in stressful situations, simulating the chaos of a school environment. Rangslash taught him advanced defensive magic, spells that could protect him from threats both magical and political. And Ragnok worked with him on something more subtle, the art of observation and adaptation. Hogwarts will have its own culture, its own unspoken rules, Ragnok explained. You must learn them quickly. Understand not just what people say, but what they mean. Watch for alliances, for rivalries, for those who might become allies or enemies. Spy on them, Harry said flatly. Gather intelligence, Ragnok corrected. There's a difference. Spies betray trust. Intelligence gathering is simply being aware of your environment. Knowing who holds power, who wants it, who's dangerous and who's merely loud. It made sense. The same way goblins navigated the complex politics of Gringotts, Harry would need to navigate Hogwarts. On the night before September 1st, Harry packed his trunk carefully. School supplies, yes, but also some personal items, the photograph of his father from Potter Manor, the ring of kinship that never left his finger, and hidden beneath a false bottom, several goblin-forged weapons in miniature form, shrunk down but easily restored if needed. He stood at the window of his quarters, looking out over the hidden levels of Gringotts, and felt the weight of transition settling over him. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tomorrow, he would step onto platform 9 3/4, board the Hogwarts Express, and begin the next chapter of his life. A chapter that would force two worlds to confront each other, wizard and goblin, light and shadow, tradition and revolution. Harry Potter, raised in the depths of Gringotts, trained by masters of ancient magic, was about to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And the wizarding world would never be the same. He touched the wand at his side, holly and phoenix feather and thestral hair, feeling its eager response to his magic. Let's show them what we can do, Harry whispered to the wand, to himself, to the future waiting just beyond reach. And somewhere in the darkness, magic answered. Ready. September 1st dawned clear and bright over London. Harry stood on the Muggle side of King's Cross Station, trunk at his feet, an owl cage containing a snowy white owl named Hedwig, a birthday gift from Ragnok, perched on top. He wore simple Muggle clothes, jeans and a dark shirt, wanting to blend in until he reached the platform. The ring of kinship gleamed on his finger, a constant reminder of home. Ragnok stood beside him, drawing curious glances from passing Muggles who couldn't quite reconcile what they were seeing. Their minds slid away from the goblin, unable to fully process his presence, but the confusion in their eyes was evident. Between platforms 9 and 10, Ragnok said quietly. Walk straight through the barrier. Don't hesitate or you'll lose your nerve. I won't hesitate, Harry promised. Remember everything we've taught you, Ragnok continued. Trust your instincts. Keep your shields up. And don't let them define you. I won't, Harry said. Then, because he needed to say it, thank you. For everything. Ragnok's expression softened in the way it only did for Harry. Make us proud, young one. I will. Harry gripped his trolley and walked toward the barrier. As he approached, he could feel the magic thrumming through it, a ward designed to prevent Muggles from accidentally stumbling through. But to Harry's trained senses, it felt permeable, welcoming. He didn't slow down. Just walked straight through, feeling the brief tingle of magic washing over him. And stepped into another world. Platform 9 3/4 stretched before him, packed with students and families saying goodbye. The Hogwarts Express sat gleaming on the tracks, scarlet engine releasing clouds of steam. Owls hooted, cats yelled, toads croaked. It was chaos and magic and excitement all tangled together. Harry took it all in, his trained observational skills cataloging everything. The pure-blood families clustered together, their expensive robes and haughty expressions marking them clearly. The Muggle-born students, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, clutching their parents' hands. The half-bloods trying to fit into both worlds simultaneously. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowing his trunk and settling Hedwig's cage by the window. Then he sat, watching the platform through the glass, studying the dynamics playing out. A large family with flaming red hair caught his attention. 7 children at least, all with the same distinctive coloring. The youngest boy, Harry's age, probably, was complaining loudly about hand-me-down robes while his twin brothers teased him mercilessly. Their mother, a plump woman with a warm face, was trying to keep order while also seeing off an older boy with a prefect badge. Weasleys, Harry murmured, recognizing the name from his studies. An old pure-blood family, but poor by wizarding standards. Known for their loyalty to Dumbledore and their large family size. The compartment door slid open, startling Harry from his observations. A girl stood there, bushy brown hair, large front teeth, and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. She wore Hogwarts robes already, and carried an already opened copy of Hogwarts, a History. "Excuse me," she said briskly. "Do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is rather full." "Go ahead," Harry said, gesturing to the seat across from him. She settled in, placing her book on her lap but not quite putting it aside. "I'm Hermione Granger. This is my first year. I'm so excited I've already read all our textbooks, of course, and several supplementary volumes." "Have you read them yet?" "I particularly found Hogwarts, a History fascinating, especially the sections on the founding and the house system." She paused for breath. "Sorry, I'm rambling. I do that when I'm nervous." "What's your name?" "Harry," he said simply, watching her process that information. "Just Harry?" she asked. "Harry Potter," he clarified. Her eyes widened dramatically. "Oh my goodness. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you, of course. Modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. You're famous." "I'm aware," Harry said dryly. "Of course you are, that was silly of me." Hermione flushed slightly. "It's just, well, I'm Muggle-born, you see. I didn't know magic existed until I got my letter. So all of this is rather overwhelming. But also wonderful. I've been practicing spells from the books, though of course they don't work properly without proper instruction." Harry found himself liking her despite her motormouth tendencies. There was genuine enthusiasm there, honest curiosity. "What house do you want to be in?" he asked. "Gryffindor, I think," Hermione said. "That's where Dumbledore was, and it's known for bravery. Though Ravenclaw would be nice too, they value intelligence." "What about you?" Before Harry could answer, the compartment door slid open again. The red-haired boy from the platform stood there, dirt smudged on his nose. "Mind if I sit here?" he asked. "Everywhere else is full." "Sure," Harry said. The boy hauled his trunk inside, then plopped down next to Hermione. "I'm Ron Weasley." His eyes found Harry's scar, partially visible beneath his messy hair, and widened. "Blimey. Are you Harry Potter?" "Yes," Harry said, resisting the urge to sigh. "Wicked," Ron breathed. "I'm going to be able to tell my brothers I met Harry Potter on my first day." The train lurched into motion, beginning its journey north. Harry watched London disappear outside the window, feeling the finality of it settling over him. No turning back now. "So what's it like?" Ron asked. "Being famous. Overrated," Harry said honestly. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Ron continued, apparently not bothered by Harry's terseness. "I'll be in Gryffindor, probably. All my family's been in Gryffindor. Mum would lose it if I ended up in Slytherin." "What's wrong with Slytherin?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. Ron stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. "Slytherin's the evil house. You know who was in Slytherin. So was pretty much every dark wizard who's ever existed." "That's a rather sweeping generalization," Hermione interjected. "I've read that Slytherin values ambition and cunning. Those aren't inherently evil traits." "Yeah, well, tell that to my mum," Ron muttered. The conversation drifted to other topics, Quidditch, which Ron was passionate about and Harry knew little of, classes, which Hermione had memorized the schedule for, and the general mysteries of Hogwarts. Harry mostly listened, offering occasional comments but preferring to observe. Ron was loud, brash, with a chip on his shoulder about his family's poverty. Hermione was brilliant but socially awkward, compensating for her Muggle-born status by memorizing every book she could find. Both were typical, and neither of them had any idea what to make of Harry. Around midday, a witch came by with a trolley full of sweets. Ron pulled out a sad-looking package of sandwiches his mother had made, while Hermione primly declined, saying she'd brought her own lunch. Harry pulled out several galleons. "I'll take some of everything," he told the witch. Her eyes widened. "Everything, dear. Please." She loaded his compartment with chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and a dozen other treats Harry had never seen before. He paid her, then turned to Ron and Hermione. Help yourselves, he said, gesturing to the pile. Ron's eyes went comically wide. Seriously. I can't eat all of this myself, Harry said with a shrug. They dug in, Ron with obvious enthusiasm and Hermione with more restraint but clear appreciation. As they ate, they opened chocolate frogs, collecting the famous witch and wizard cards inside. I've got about 6 Agrippa, Ron complained. Who do you need, Harry? Harry examined the card he'd gotten, Albus Dumbledore. The picture showed an old wizard with a long silver beard and twinkling eyes. The description read, currently headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times, Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. This is him, Harry said quietly. The headmaster. Oh, I've got loads of those, Ron said. Want to swap? No, Harry said, studying the card carefully. This was the man who'd left him with the Dursleys. Who'd done nothing when they abandoned him. Who'd allowed him to remain in Gringotts for 7 years without interference. I'll keep this one. The afternoon passed pleasantly enough. They were joined briefly by Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy looking for his lost toad, and Draco Malfoy, who swaggered in with 2 large boys flanking him like bodyguards. So it's true then, Draco said, his pale eyes fixed on Harry. Harry Potter is on the train. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron snorted at the name. Draco shot him a withering look. This is Crabbe and Goyle, Draco continued, gesturing to his companions. And you are Ron Weasley, Ron said, his ears turning red. Draco's lip curled. Red hair, hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley. My father says your family is a disgrace to the pure blood name. Your father sounds like he has opinions on everything, Harry said coldly. Draco's attention snapped back to Harry. You should choose your friends more carefully, Potter. I can help you there. Some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. He extended his hand toward Harry. Harry looked at it, then up at Draco's face, seeing the calculation there, the assumption that Harry would be flattered by his attention. I can choose my own friends, Harry said, not taking the offered hand. And I prefer to judge people by their actions, not their family names. Draco's face flushed. You'll regret that, Potter. When you're sorted into Slytherin and everyone knows you turned down my friendship. I'm not afraid of Slytherin, Harry said quietly. Are you? The temperature in the compartment seemed to drop. Draco stared at Harry, clearly not used to being rejected, while Crabbe and Goyle shifted uncertainly. Come on, Draco said finally, spinning on his heel. Let's leave Potter to his blood traitors and mudbloods. The door slammed behind them. Hermione's face was white, her hands trembling. What did he call me? She asked quietly. A slur, Harry said, his voice hard. A disgusting term pure bloods use for muggle-borns. Ignore him. He's not worth your anger. But Harry's own anger was simmering. He'd spent 7 years learning that worth came from competence, not bloodlines. That goblins judged individuals on their merits. And here was this spoiled pure-blood child, parroting his father's prejudices. The wizarding world had a lot to answer for. Thanks, Ron said gruffly. For not, taking his side. Why would I? Harry asked. Well, you're famous. And rich. You could be friends with anyone. Exactly, Harry said. So why would I waste time on someone like Malfoy? Ron grinned. You're all right, Harry Potter. As the train continued north, the sky outside darkening toward evening, Harry felt the first stirrings of something unexpected. Maybe, just maybe, he'd found friends here, not allies chosen for political advantage, not relationships built on mutual benefit, but actual friends. It was a strange feeling, but not unwelcome. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station as full darkness fell. First years over here, a booming voice called across the platform. Harry grabbed his trunk, following Ron and Hermione toward the voice. A giant of a man stood holding a lamp, easily twice the height of a normal person, with a wild beard and beetle-black eyes that gleamed in the lantern light. No more in 4 to a boat. The giant called. They were led down a steep path to the edge of a black lake. Small boats bobbed at a dock, and Harry found himself sharing one with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who'd finally located his toad. Forward. The giant called. The boats moved of their own accord, gliding across the glassy water. And then, rounding a bend, Hogwarts came into view. Harry's breath caught. The castle rose from the cliffs like something out of a dream, towers and turrets silhouetted against the starry sky, windows glowing with warm light, the whole structure radiating centuries of accumulated magic. It was beautiful, ancient, powerful, and for the next 7 years, it would be his school. Heads down, the giant called as they approached a curtain of ivy covering the cliff face. The boats carried them through a tunnel, emerging into an underground harbor. They clambered out onto rocks and up a passageway, finally emerging onto smooth, damp grass in the shadow of the castle. Up more stairs. The giant knocked 3 times on a great oak door. It swung open immediately, revealing a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and her eyes were sharp behind square spectacles. Professor McGonagall. Harry recognized her from his studies. The furs, years, Professor McGonagall, the giant said. Thank you, Hagrid. She pulled the door wide, and Harry stepped into Hogwarts for the first time. The entrance hall was so large you could have fit the entire Gringotts main floor inside it. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches, the ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase faced them, leading to the upper floors. McGonagall led them to a small chamber off the hall, and Harry felt dozens of eyes on him as students whispered and pointed. He kept his expression neutral, his occlumency shields firmly in place. Welcome to Hogwarts, McGonagall said, her voice crisp and authoritative. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. She explained the house system: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. How the houses were like families. How they would earn points for achievements and lose them for rule breaking. Harry only half listened. He'd memorized all of this months ago. Instead, he studied his fellow first years, trying to gauge who might become important, who posed potential threats, who was simply there. Draco Malfoy stood near the front, his pale head gleaming in the torchlight. He caught Harry's eye and smirked, as if already certain of his superior position. Neville looked terrified, actually trembling. Hermione was mouthing spells under her breath, apparently trying to prepare for whatever came next. And Ron just looked hungry, his stomach growling audibly. Now, form a line and follow me, McGonagall said. They filed back into the entrance hall, then through double doors into the Great Hall. And Harry's breath caught again. The Great Hall was magnificent. 4 long tables ran the length of the room, filled with students in black robes, their faces turned toward the entering first years. The staff table sat on a raised platform at the front, and above everything, the ceiling was enchanted to look like the night sky outside, stars twinkling in infinite darkness. Thousands of candles floated in midair, casting warm light over everything. And at the center of the staff table, watching the first years with eyes that seemed to see straight through them. Albus Dumbledore. Harry met those twinkling blue eyes across the distance and felt a gentle pressure against his mental shields, light, almost playful, like someone tapping on a door to see if anyone was home. Harry's shields held firm, not budging an inch. The pressure withdrew immediately, and something flickered across Dumbledore's face. Surprise, perhaps, or interest. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Let the headmaster wonder. Let them all wonder. Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts. And nothing would ever be quite the same. Professor McGonagall positioned a 4-legged stool in front of the first years, and upon it, she placed a pointed wizard's hat. It was patched and frayed and extremely dirty. For a long moment, everyone in the Great Hall stared at it in silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened to the song, something about the 4 founders, their values, how the hat would look inside each student's mind and determine where they belonged. It was clever, he supposed, but also deeply unsettling. A sentient magical artifact that could read minds. That could see your deepest thoughts, your hidden fears, your secret ambitions. Harry's occlumency shields tightened instinctively. When the hat finished its song, the Great Hall erupted in applause. McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she announced. Abbott, Hannah, a pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, put on the hat, and sat. After a moment, the hat shouted, Hufflepuff. The table on the right cheered, and Hannah hurried to join them. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. The sorting continued. Harry watched each student carefully, cataloging their reactions. Some looked relieved, others disappointed. A few seemed indifferent. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, jamming the hat onto her head with nervous energy. There was a long pause, nearly a full minute, before the hat shouted, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a huge grin as she rushed to the Gryffindor table. More names. More sortings. Longbottom, Neville. Neville tripped on his way to the stool, and the hall rippled with laughter. The hat took a while with him too, before finally declaring, Gryffindor. Neville stumbled to the Gryffindor table still wearing the hat, and had to jog back to return it amid more laughter. Malfoy, Draco. Draco swaggered to the stool with supreme confidence. The hat barely touched his head before screaming, Slytherin. Draco smirked as he joined the Slytherin table, where he was greeted with obvious approval. Then McGonagall called a name that made the entire hall fall silent. Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted immediately. Harry walked forward steadily, keeping his expression neutral, ignoring the hundreds of eyes boring into him. He could hear the whispers clearly. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. The boy who lived. He reached the stool, sat down, and McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It dropped over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. And immediately, a small voice spoke in his ear. Well, well, well. What have we here? Harry felt the hat's presence pressing against his mental shields, gentle at first, exploratory, like fingers testing the strength of a locked door. Fascinating, the hat murmured. Occlumency shields. And not the crude barriers most adult wizards construct. These are intricate, layered, sophisticated. You've been trained. Harry said nothing, neither confirming nor denying. No matter, the hat continued. I don't need to penetrate your shields to sort you. Your very construction of them tells me much. Let's see. Intelligent, clearly. Such defenses require significant mental acuity. Ravenclaw would suit you well. The hat paused, and Harry felt it shifting its approach, examining him from different angles. But there's more. Ambition. Oh yes, quite a bit of that. You're driven, determined, willing to do what's necessary to achieve your goals. Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. Harry's jaw tightened. He could feel the hat trying to categorize him, to fit him into one of 4 predetermined boxes. But he was more complex than that. 7 years with the goblins had made sure of it. Loyalty too, the hat mused. To those who've earned it. You would die for those you consider kin. Hufflepuff values such dedication. And what about Gryffindor? Harry thought, finally engaging with the hat directly. Ah, he speaks, the hat said, sounding pleased. Gryffindor. Yes, there's courage here. You faced darkness most adults would flee from. Stood against a fragment of Voldemort's soul and survived. That takes extraordinary bravery. So where do I belong? Harry asked mentally. Belong. The hat repeated, and Harry sensed something like amusement in its tone. My dear boy, you don't truly belong in any of these houses. You're something unprecedented. A wizard raised by goblins, trained in magic that spans both cultures. You could excel in any house. Or perhaps none. Then what do you suggest? The question isn't where you belong, the hat said thoughtfully. It's where you can accomplish the most. Where you can build the connections you'll need for what's coming. And make no mistake, Harry Potter. Darkness is rising again. You will be at the center of that storm. I know, Harry thought grimly. So choose, the hat said. I can see potential for all 4 houses within you. I will defer to your preference. Where do you wish to be? Harry considered carefully. Slytherin would give him access to the pure-blood elite, the political power players. But it would also mark him as potentially dark, given the house's reputation. Ravenclaw would suit his intellectual pursuits. But it might isolate him from the broader social dynamics. Hufflepuff would be unexpected, could provide an interesting vantage point, but might be seen as weak by those he needed to impress. Gryffindor. The house of his parents. The house of Dumbledore. The house that valued courage and heroics. Gryffindor, Harry decided. It's where my parents were. Where I can make the most impact. Are you certain? The hat asked. Slytherin could offer you. I'm certain. Very well, the hat said. Though I suspect you'll blur the lines between houses more than any student before you. You'll be a Gryffindor in name, but Slytherin in strategy, Ravenclaw in intellect, and Hufflepuff in loyalty. The founders would have found you fascinating. Then, loud enough for the entire hall to hear, the hat shouted. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers. Harry removed the hat, handed it back to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table. Students reached out to shake his hand, pat his back, shout congratulations. We got Potter. We got Potter. The Weasley twins were chanting. Harry found a seat beside Hermione, who was beaming. I knew you'd be in Gryffindor, she said. Did you? Harry asked, amused. Well, your parents were Gryffindors, Hermione said. It seemed likely. The sorting continued. Ron went up, sat for barely 10 seconds before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. He joined Harry and Hermione with obvious relief. Told you, Ron said. All Weasleys go to Gryffindor. Finally, Zabini, Blaze, was sorted into Slytherin, and McGonagall rolled up the parchment. The stool and hat were removed. Dumbledore stood, his arms spread wide, beaming at the students. Welcome, he said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down, and the golden plates before them filled with food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and peppermint humbugs. Ron loaded his plate immediately, digging in with enthusiasm. Hermione took more modest portions, and Harry followed suit, though his mind was elsewhere. He could feel Dumbledore's eyes on him from the staff table. Not constantly, but periodically, the headmaster would glance his way, that gentle pressure against his shields returning and retreating like waves against a shore. Testing him. Curious about him. Harry kept his shield solid, gave nothing away. So, said nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost who'd introduced himself moments ago, how did you like the sorting? It was interesting, Harry said diplomatically. The hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, a voice said from across the table. Harry looked up to find a girl with red hair, a Weasley, clearly, though older than Ron. She was a prefect, her badge gleaming on her robes. Percy's sister. Ron said through a mouthful of food. That's Ginny. She's not supposed to be here yet. She's only 10. I'm not Ginny, the girl said, rolling her eyes. I'm a second-year prefect. And my name is. That's just Fred being stupid, another voice interrupted. One of the Weasley twins dropped into the seat beside the girl. This is our head girl, not Ginny. I'm Fred, or George, depending on who you ask. I'm George, the other twin said, appearing on Harry's other side. Or Fred. We like to keep people guessing. The conversation flowed around Harry as he ate, talk of classes, of Quidditch tryouts, of professors to avoid. He listened more than he spoke, absorbing information, building a mental map of the social landscape. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was holding court, surrounded by other first-years who hung on his every word. He caught Harry's eye once, and his expression curdled with resentment. Malfoy's going to be trouble, Hermione observed, following Harry's gaze. Let him, Harry said quietly. I'm not afraid of him. When the desserts appeared, blocks of ice cream in every flavor, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs, donuts, jam donuts, strawberries, jelly, Harry allowed himself to relax slightly. The hall was warm, filled with laughter and conversation. For the first time since leaving Gringotts, Harry felt something close to contentment. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. Finally, when the last of the desserts had vanished, Dumbledore stood again. Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. His twinkling eyes flashed toward the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry's attention sharpened. That wasn't normal. Forbidden forest, fine. But a specific corridor, with a death warning. What was Dumbledore hiding? And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. Dumbledore continued. What followed was the most chaotic thing Harry had witnessed all evening. Every student choosing their own tune, singing at their own pace. It was cacophony, but somehow charming. When it finally ended, Dumbledore wiped tears from his eyes. Ah, music. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. The Gryffindor first years followed Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother and a prefect, out of the Great Hall and up the marble staircase. Harry climbed with the others, noting the moving staircases, the portraits that called out greetings, the suits of armor standing silent watch. The castle was a maze, and he filed away every turn, every landmark. This way, Percy called. Mind the trick, step halfway up. They climbed 7 flights of stairs, finally stopping before a portrait of a very fat lady in a pink silk dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis, Percy said. The portrait swung forward, revealing a round hole in the wall. They scrambled through it and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was cozy. Squashy armchairs, a fireplace crackling with warmth, tables for studying. Red and gold everywhere. Boys' dormitory is up the stairs to the left, Percy said. Girls, to the right. Your belongings have already been brought up. Harry climbed the spiral staircase, finding a circular room with 5 4-poster beds hung with deep red velvet curtains. His trunk sat at the foot of one bed, Hedwig's cage beside it. His roommates filed in behind him, Ron, Neville, Seamus Finnegan, an Irish boy who'd talked non-stop about Quidditch during dinner, and Dean Thomas, a muggle-born who seemed fascinated by everything magical. This is brilliant, Ron said, flopping onto his bed. We're sharing a dorm with Harry Potter. I'm just Harry, Harry said, feeling the need to establish that immediately. Potter is fine too, but I'm not. Special. Not really. You survived you know who, Dean said. That's pretty special. I was 1 year old, Harry pointed out. I don't even remember it. Still, Seamus said. You're famous. That's got to count for something. Harry changed into pajamas, drawing his bed curtains for privacy. He could hear the others talking, excitedly discussing their first day, but his mind was elsewhere. He touched the ring of kinship on his finger, feeling its warmth, its connection to Gringotts. To Ragnok and Griphook and the goblins who'd raised him. He was at Hogwarts now. In Gryffindor, beginning the next phase of his life. But he would never forget where he came from. What he'd learned, who he truly was. Harry Potter, wizard and goblin kin. And tomorrow, his real education would begin. Harry woke before dawn, years of training making early rising automatic. The dormitory was silent, his roommates still sleeping. Harry dressed quietly in his new Hogwarts robes, noting how they felt compared to goblin-made clothes, less precise, more generic. He descended to the common room, finding it empty. Perfect. He needed to explore, to understand the castle's layout, its rhythms, its secrets. The portrait hole swung open at his approach, the fat lady grumbling about early risers, and Harry stepped into the corridor. For the next 2 hours, he wandered, mapping the castle in his mind, noting shortcuts, hidden alcoves, rooms that seemed forgotten. He encountered Peeves once, a poltergeist who tried to drop water balloons on him, but Harry's reflexes, honed by years of combat training, allowed him to dodge easily. He found the library, massive, filled with thousands of books. He would spend considerable time here. He found the hospital wing, antiseptic and efficient, presided over by a stern-looking matron. And he found the 3rd-floor corridor Dumbledore had forbidden. Harry stood before the locked door, feeling the magic thrumming behind it. Strong magic, protective wards, and beneath it, something alive, something large. His curiosity burned, but he held himself back. He wouldn't investigate yet, not until he understood more about Dumbledore's intentions, about why something dangerous was being kept in a school. He returned to Gryffindor Tower as other students began stirring, slipping back into the dormitory just as Ron was waking. Morning, Ron yawned. You're up early. Couldn't sleep, Harry said, which was technically true. They went down to breakfast together, the great hall slowly filling with students. Schedules were handed out by the heads of house, Professor McGonagall for Gryffindor. Harry scanned his. Monday started with Transfiguration, double period, with the Slytherins. Then History of Magic. Then a free period. Afternoon was double potions, also with Slytherins. Why are we always with the Slytherins? Ron complained. To promote inter-house unity, Hermione said, appearing with her own schedule. It makes sense to pair houses that are traditional rivals. Forces cooperation. Or guarantees conflict, Harry murmured. But internally, he was pleased. Slytherin was where the pure-blood elite congregated. Where future political players learned their craft. Having classes with them would give him opportunities to observe, to understand, to begin building the complex web of alliances and oppositions that would define his time at Hogwarts. Right then, Ron said, loading his plate with breakfast. Transfiguration. First, McGonagall's supposed to be really strict. She is, one of the Weasley twins said, leaning over from the older students section. But fair. Do your work, show respect, and you'll be fine. Slack off, and she'll turn you into a pocket watch. He's joking, Hermione said uncertainly. Am I? The twin replied, grinning wickedly. Harry smiled. Hogwarts was certainly going to be interesting. And as he ate his breakfast, feeling the weight of curious stares from other tables, from students who whispered and pointed, Harry Potter prepared himself for the challenges ahead. He'd survived the Dursleys, thrived in Gringotts, faced a soul fragment and emerged victorious. What was one more battle? This time, though, the battlefield was different. The weapons were social rather than physical, the dangers more subtle. But Harry had been trained for this. And he would not fail. Transfiguration began at 9 o'clock sharp. Harry entered the classroom with Ron and Hermione, finding it already half filled with Gryffindors and Slytherins eyeing each other with barely concealed hostility. Professor McGonagall's desk sat at the front, but the professor herself was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a tabby cat with distinctive markings around its eyes sat primly on the desk, watching the students file in. Harry studied the cat carefully. Something about it felt off. The way it held itself, the intelligence in its eyes. He reached out with his magical senses, the way Griphook had taught him, and felt the shimmer of transformation magic. That's not a real cat, Harry murmured to Hermione as they took seats near the front. What do you mean? Hermione whispered back. Before Harry could answer, the bell rang. Students were still trickling in, talking and laughing. The cat's eyes narrowed. Then it leapt from the desk. In midair, it transformed. Fur became robes, paws became hands, whiskers vanished, and Professor McGonagall landed gracefully, her stern expression fixed on the class. The room fell silent. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall said, her voice crisp and brooking no nonsense. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She tapped her wand on the desk, and it transformed into a pig and back again. Several students gasped. That, McGonagall continued, is what you will be capable of by the end of your 7th year. Assuming you apply yourselves. Today, we will start with something simpler. Transforming a match into a needle. She demonstrated, her wand movements precise and economical. The match shimmered and became a perfect silver needle. Note the 3 essential components, McGonagall said. Concentration, you must hold the image of the needle clearly in your mind. Intention, you must will the match to become the needle. And precise wand movement, even a slight deviation will result in failure or, worse, a partial transformation. She handed out matches to everyone and set them to work. Harry examined his match, feeling its wooden structure, understanding its composition. Then he closed his eyes briefly, reaching for that connection to magic he'd learned from the goblins, not forcing, but inviting. He visualized the needle. Sharp, metallic, completely different from the match. He held that image perfectly in his mind. His wand moved, the motion McGonagall had demonstrated, but filtered through years of goblin training that made his magic more fluid, more adaptive. Transformare. The match shimmered. For a moment it was both match and needle, existing in an impossible in-between state. Then it solidified, becoming a perfect silver needle. Excellent, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice made him look up. She was standing beside his desk, examining the needle with an expert eye. Very well done indeed. 5 points to Gryffindor. Around him, other students were struggling. Ron's match had gone soft and bendy but wasn't anything close to a needle. Hermione's had developed a sharp point but was still clearly wooden. Even Draco Malfoy, who Harry noticed kept glancing his way with increasing frustration, had managed only a slight metallic sheen. "How did you do that?" Hermione demanded after class, as they filed out into the corridor. "I just followed the instructions," Harry said, which was technically true. "No one gets it perfect on the first try," Hermione insisted. "Not even in the books I read about beginning transfiguration. Usually it takes weeks of practice." Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention. "Maybe I got lucky." "That wasn't luck," Hermione said. "That was skill. Have you studied transfiguration before? Did your guardians teach you?" "Something like that," Harry said evasively. They had a free period before History of Magic, so they headed to the library. Harry wanted to research something that had been nagging at him, the third-floor corridor and what might be hidden there. The library was vast, with high ceilings and rows upon rows of books stretching into dim corners. A stern-looking witch sat at the front desk, her eyes sharp behind spectacles. "Madam Pants," Hermione whispered. "The librarian. She's very protective of the books." Harry nodded, moving toward the section on magical creatures. If something large was being guarded, he needed to know what it might be. He pulled several books, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Monster Book of Monsters, which tried to bite him until Hermione showed him how to stroke its spine, Dragons, a comprehensive study. "What are you researching?" Hermione asked, settling beside him with her own stack of books, all their assigned textbooks, Harry noticed. "Just curious," Harry said. "About what kinds of creatures wizards use for guarding things. Like what Dumbledore mentioned." Hermione's eyes widened. "The third-floor corridor. Maybe. We shouldn't go near there," Hermione said firmly. "Dumbledore said it was dangerous." "I'm not planning to," Harry assured her. "Just want to understand what we're dealing with." He opened Fantastic Beasts and began skimming. Acromantulas, giant spiders, definitely dangerous. Basilisks, serpents that could kill with a look. Cerberus, the three-headed dog from Greek mythology. That last one made him pause. A three-headed dog, perfect for guarding something. It would require constant vigilance, since the three heads would never all sleep at the same time. Unless. Music, Harry murmured. "What?" Hermione looked up from her reading. "Nothing," Harry said. "Just thinking." They spent the rest of the free period reading. Ron joined them eventually, complaining about having to study on their first day, but even he got drawn into Hermione's enthusiasm. History of Magic was exactly as boring as Harry had feared. Professor Binns was a ghost who'd apparently died in his sleep and gotten up the next morning to teach, not noticing he'd left his body behind. He droned on in a monotone about goblin rebellions, reading from notes he'd probably used for decades. Ironically, Harry found himself one of the few students paying attention. He'd lived with goblins, knew their history from their perspective. And Binns' account was wildly inaccurate, painting the goblins as unreasonable aggressors when the truth was far more complex. "That's not right," Harry muttered. "What?" Hermione whispered. "The goblin rebellions," Harry said quietly. "Binns is making it sound like the goblins were just violent. But they were fighting for basic rights. The right to carry wands, to own property, to be treated as equals." "How do you know?" Hermione asked, genuinely curious. Harry hesitated, then decided honesty, to a point, was best. "I spent time in Gringotts. Learned some of their history. It's very different from what wizards teach." "That's fascinating," Hermione said. "You should write about it. Compare the two perspectives." "Maybe," Harry said, though he doubted his professors would appreciate him contradicting their curriculum. The afternoon brought double potions in the dungeons with Professor Snape. Harry had heard about Snape from the older students at breakfast, greasy-haired, sallow-skinned, with a voice like poisoned honey and a particular hatred for Gryffindors. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, lined with pickled animals in jars that gleamed in the torchlight. Snape swept in, his black robes billowing behind him like the wings of an enormous bat. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began, his voice barely above a whisper but somehow filling the room. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Harry listened carefully. Despite the theatrical delivery, there was genuine knowledge there. Snape understood potions at a deep level. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, his dark eyes fixing on Harry. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Around the room, students shifted uncomfortably. Hermione's hand shot up immediately. Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. He knew this, had studied potions extensively with the goblins, who approached brewing from a different angle than wizards but covered much of the same material. "The Draught of Living Death," Harry said calmly. "A very powerful sleeping potion." Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat," Harry answered. "It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant," Harry said. "Also called aconite. All three names refer to the same poisonous herb." Silence fell in the classroom. Even Snape seemed momentarily at a loss. Then his lip curled. "Clearly, fame isn't everything," Snape said softly. "1 point to Gryffindor for answering correctly. Though I suspect you've been reading ahead. Let's see if you can actually brew what you've memorized." He set them to work on a simple potion to cure boils. The instructions were on the board, and students began gathering ingredients. Harry moved efficiently, his years of training in precision and attention to detail serving him well. He prepared each ingredient exactly as specified, crushing the snake fangs to fine powder, measuring the porcupine quills carefully, timing each addition precisely. Beside him, Neville was panicking, his cauldron already producing an alarming green smoke. Across the aisle, Draco was working with exaggerated confidence, clearly trying to show up. Harry ignored them all, focusing entirely on his potion. He could feel it responding to him, the ingredients merging, transforming, becoming something greater than their individual parts. It was almost like the magic he'd learned from goblins, that sense of connection and partnership rather than domination. When the bell rang, his potion was perfect, pale blue and gently steaming, exactly as described. Snape moved through the classroom, examining cauldrons. He criticized Ron's "too thick." "Weasley, you've clearly overheated it," sneered at Neville's, which had melted through his cauldron and was burning holes in the stone floor, and even found fault with Hermione's "acceptable, though you've added the porcupine quills slightly early." Then he reached Harry's cauldron. For a long moment, Snape stared at the pale blue potion. His expression was unreadable. "Adequate," he said finally, though the words seemed torn from him. "At least one person in Gryffindor has basic competence." It wasn't praise, not really. But coming from Snape, it might as well have been. As they filed out of the dungeon, Ron was fuming. "Did you see him? He hates us. Hates all Gryffindors. He's certainly biased toward Slytherin," Hermione agreed. "But Harry, how did you know all those answers?" "Those were advanced questions. I read a lot," Harry said simply. "Not in the first-year textbook," Hermione pressed. "Those questions were at least fifth-year level. Maybe higher." Harry sighed. "I had good teachers before Hogwarts. They believed in thorough preparation." "Who were your teachers?" Hermione asked. "Friends of my family," Harry said, which was true enough. The goblins had certainly become like family. They made their way to dinner, where the Great Hall buzzed with first-years comparing their first day of classes. Harry ate quietly, listening to conversations around him, building his mental map of social dynamics. The Weasley twins stopped by to ask how potions had gone. When Ron complained about Snape's favoritism, they nodded knowingly. "Snape's always like that," Fred said. "Been going on for years," George agreed. "Though we heard he actually said your potion was adequate, Harry," Fred continued. "That's practically a love letter from Snape," George finished. Harry smiled slightly. "I'll treasure the memory." After dinner, Harry retreated to the library again. He wanted to research more about the Philosopher's Stone, something he'd overheard Nicholas Flamel mention during a visit to Gringotts years ago. If Dumbledore was hiding something valuable enough to guard with dangerous creatures, the Philosopher's Stone seemed like a probable candidate. He found a reference in an old alchemy text. The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary alchemical substance capable of turning any metal into gold and producing the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Only one has been known to exist in recent history, created by the alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Harry sat back, processing this. Immortality. That would certainly be worth protecting. And if Voldemort was trying to return, as Harry suspected, such an artifact would be an obvious target. Interesting reading. Harry looked up to find Dumbledore standing beside his table, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Just exploring the library, Harry said calmly, closing the book but not hiding the title. Ah, alchemy, Dumbledore said, glancing at the cover. A fascinating subject. Though I should warn you, many who pursue the Philosopher's Stone find themselves disappointed. True immortality is not always the blessing it seems. I imagine not, Harry agreed. Living forever while everyone you care about dies. That sounds more like a curse. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly, surprise, perhaps. Wise beyond your years, Harry. Tell me, how are you finding Hogwarts? I understand you've been living in rather unusual circumstances. Gringotts has been good to me, Harry said carefully. Indeed, Dumbledore said, though I must confess, when your relatives left you there 7 years ago, I was concerned. I had placed you with them for specific protections. Blood protections, Harry said, meeting Dumbledore's eyes. Based on my mother's sacrifice. Yes, I've learned about those. But they didn't work when the Dursleys abandoned me, did they? The moment they gave up guardianship, the protections failed. Dumbledore's face grew grave. You understand more than I expected. And yes, you are correct. I had hoped. But what's done is done. The question now is what comes next. I attend Hogwarts, Harry said simply. I learn what I can. I prepare for what's coming. And what do you believe is coming? Harry held the headmaster's gaze. Nothing good. But I'll be ready. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've changed, Harry. The boy I expected would be very different from the young man sitting before me. Life changes people, Harry said. Indeed it does, Dumbledore agreed. Just remember, Harry, you don't have to face everything alone. There are those who wish to help you. I know, Harry said. And I'm grateful. But I also know that ultimately, some battles can only be fought by the person they're meant for. Dumbledore's eyes grew sad. You sound like someone who's already fought too many battles for one so young. Maybe, Harry said. But I'm still here. Still fighting. That counts for something. It counts for everything, Dumbledore said softly. He placed a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, or perhaps benediction. Good night, Harry. And remember, help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. He swept away, robes trailing behind him. Harry sat alone in the library, surrounded by books and shadows, and felt the weight of the future pressing down. Dumbledore wanted to guide him, to shape him, but Harry had already been shaped by 7 years with the goblins. He was not the malleable child the headmaster expected. And that would change everything. The first week of classes passed in a blur of lessons and assignments. Charms with the diminutive Professor Flitwick, who actually stood on a stack of books to see over his desk. They learned the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and Harry once again found himself succeeding on the first try, much to Hermione's frustration. Herbology with Professor Sprout, a cheerful witch who clearly loved her plants. They learned about Devil's Snare and its aversion to light and heat. Astronomy at midnight on Wednesday, where they mapped stars and learned the names of planets and moons. In defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell, whose classroom reeked of garlic and who stammered so badly Harry sometimes couldn't understand what he was saying. But beneath the stammering, Harry sensed something off about Quirrell. The way his eyes would sometimes focus with an intensity that didn't match his nervous demeanor. The way he flinched whenever Harry looked directly at him. On Friday afternoon, after their second potions class, Harry found himself summoned to Professor McGonagall's office. Mr. Potter, she said, gesturing him to a chair. I've been reviewing your work this week. Your transfiguration is exceptional. Your potions are flawless. Even Professor Flitwick reports you've mastered levitation with remarkable ease. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, unsure where this was going. Where did you learn magic, Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked bluntly. And please don't tell me you've simply been reading ahead. The skill you've displayed requires years of practice. Harry considered his answer carefully. I was raised by the goblins of Gringotts, he said finally. They trained me, taught me their approach to magic. It's different from what's taught here, but the fundamentals are the same. McGonagall's eyes widened. The goblins trained you. That's unprecedented. I've never heard of a wizard being taught goblin magic. I don't think they intended to create a precedent, Harry said. They simply did what they thought was best for me. And they did well, McGonagall said. Very well indeed. You're already performing at a level I'd expect from 3rd or 4th years in some subjects. She paused. I wanted you to know that if you find the first-year curriculum too basic, I can arrange supplementary materials. Advanced texts, extra assignments. I would hate to see your talents wasted on material you've already mastered. I appreciate that, Professor, Harry said. But I think I'll stay with the standard curriculum for now. There's value in understanding how magic is taught here, even if I already know the content. McGonagall nodded approvingly. Wise. Very wise. You understand that education is about more than just the spells themselves. I was taught that knowledge without context is useless, Harry said. Your teachers served you well, McGonagall said. Very well. You may go, Mr. Potter. And welcome to Hogwarts. I suspect you'll make quite an impact here. Harry left her office feeling satisfied. McGonagall had essentially given him permission to excel without suspicion. And she respected him, which was more than could be said for most professors' attitudes toward first years. As he walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry felt the pieces of his Hogwarts life beginning to settle into place. He had friends in Ron and Hermione, respect from McGonagall, and a growing understanding of the mysteries hidden within the castle. The real work was just beginning. And Harry Potter was ready. October arrived with a chill that seeped into the castle's stone walls. Harry stood at a window in the 3rd-floor corridor, not the forbidden section, but close enough to feel the wards humming with protective magic. Outside, the grounds had transformed into a canvas of autumn colors, the forbidden forest a dark smudge against the horizon. You're up early again. Harry turned to find Hermione approaching, her arms laden with books as usual. She'd taken to joining him on these early morning explorations, curiosity overcoming her initial reluctance to break rules. Couldn't sleep, Harry said, which was partially true. In reality, he'd been mapping the castle's ward structures, understanding the flow of protective magic that made Hogwarts one of the most secure locations in the wizarding world. You never can, Hermione observed. Ron says you're always gone by the time he wakes up. Where do you go? Everywhere, Harry said simply. The castle has secrets. I want to understand them. Hermione's eyes lit up with that particular gleam that meant she'd found a new intellectual puzzle. What kind of secrets? Harry gestured toward the forbidden corridor, still locked and warded 50 feet away. Like what's behind that door? Dumbledore wouldn't warn us away from something unless it was genuinely dangerous. So you think something's hidden there? Hermione asked. I know something's hidden there, Harry corrected. I can feel the wards. They're designed to keep something in, not just keep students out. Something alive. How can you feel wards? Hermione demanded. Harry hesitated, then decided that Hermione's brilliant mind and hunger for knowledge made her a valuable ally. The goblins taught me. They see magic differently than wizards. They taught me to sense it, to understand its patterns. That's extraordinary, Hermione breathed. Can you teach me? Maybe, Harry said, but it takes years of training. And a willingness to see magic as something alive, something to partner with rather than command. I want to learn, Hermione said firmly. Everything I can. Harry smiled slightly. I'll think about it. For now, let's focus on surviving our classes. They headed to breakfast together, the great hall slowly filling with students. Ron joined them, his hair sticking up at odd angles, yawning hugely. Morning, he mumbled, immediately reaching for bacon. We've got flying lessons today. With the Slytherins. Harry had been looking forward to this. Flying was one of the few areas where he had no prior training. Goblins didn't fly on broomsticks, and his education had been decidedly ground-based. The lessons were scheduled for late morning on the grounds. Madame Hooch, a woman with short gray hair and yellow hawk-like eyes, had 20 broomsticks laid out in 2 neat rows. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry positioned himself beside an old shooting star that had seen better days. On his other side, Ron was examining his broomstick with the eye of someone who knew exactly what he was looking at. Stick out your right hand over your broom, Madam Hooch instructed, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. Harry's broomstick jumped into his hand immediately, responding to his will with an eagerness that surprised him. Around him, results varied. Hermione's broomstick merely rolled over, Ron's shot up obediently, and Neville's didn't move at all. Madam Hooch showed them how to mount without sliding off the end, correcting grips and positions. When she blew her whistle, everyone was supposed to kick off gently, hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly to come back to the ground. But Neville, nervous and prone to accidents, pushed off too hard before the whistle had finished sounding. He rose rapidly, panic written across his face. Come back, boy, Madam Hooch shouted, but Neville was already 20 feet up and climbing. Harry watched, calculating. Neville was going to fall. The angle was wrong, his grip was slipping. There, Neville's hands lost their hold. He dropped like a stone. Without thinking, Harry kicked off hard, shooting into the air. Years of physical training made his movements instinctive. He angled the broom sharply, accelerated, and caught Neville mid-fall, one arm wrapping around the larger boy's waist. They descended together, Harry controlling the broom with natural grace, and touched down gently. The entire class stood frozen, staring. Mr. Potter. Madam Hooch's voice was strange. That was. You've never flown before. No, ma'am, Harry said, helping Neville to his feet. Neville was shaking but uninjured. Natural talent, Madam Hooch breathed. Extraordinary reflexes. The best I've seen in 30 years of teaching. She paused, then seemed to make a decision. Class dismissed. Practice hovering. Mr. Potter, come with me. Am I in trouble? Harry asked as they walked toward the castle. Trouble. Madam Hooch laughed. Quite the opposite. You just demonstrated the kind of flying instinct that comes along once in a generation. I need to speak with Professor McGonagall. 10 minutes later, Harry found himself in McGonagall's office again, this time with the head of Gryffindor looking at him with an expression somewhere between amazement and exasperation. You caught him mid-air, McGonagall said. On your first time on a broomstick. Yes, Professor, Harry confirmed. And executed a controlled descent while carrying another student. It seemed necessary. McGonagall and Madam Hooch exchanged glances. Some silent communication passed between them. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said slowly, how would you feel about trying out for the house Quidditch team? Harry blinked. I thought first years weren't allowed. Generally, they're not, McGonagall admitted. The rule exists because most first years lack the skill and maturity for such a dangerous sport. But exceptions can be made for extraordinary circumstances. And your circumstances, Mr. Potter, are decidedly extraordinary. What position? Harry asked. Seeker, Madam Hooch said immediately. Your reflexes, your spatial awareness, your ability to make split-second decisions. You're built for it. I don't even know the rules, Harry admitted. We'll teach you, McGonagall said. Oliver Wood, our team captain, can train you. If you're interested. Harry considered. Quidditch was the wizarding sport, beloved by millions. Success there would bring recognition, respect. It would also put him in the public eye even more than his fame already did. But it would also demonstrate competence in a purely wizarding arena. Show that he could excel in their world, on their terms. I'm interested, Harry decided. McGonagall actually smiled. Excellent. I'll arrange everything. Training begins this week. That evening, Harry wrote his first letter to Ragnok. He sat in a quiet corner of the Gryffindor common room, parchment spread before him, carefully choosing his words. Ragnok. Hogwarts continues to surprise me. I've been made seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the first year in a century. It seems my training with you has applications I never anticipated. The classes are manageable. I'm performing well, though I'm careful not to show the full extent of what I know. McGonagall suspects I've had advanced training, but she doesn't press too hard. There are mysteries here. Something is hidden on the 3rd floor, guarded by powerful wards and what I suspect is a Cerberus. I believe it's the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore is protecting it, but I don't know from whom. Voldemort is still out there. I can feel it sometimes, like a distant shadow. And there's a professor, Quirrell, who makes my scar ache when he's nearby. I don't trust him. I miss Gringotts. Miss our training sessions, our conversations. But I'm learning what I need to learn here. Understanding the wizarding world from the inside. I'll return for Christmas. Until then, know that I carry everything you taught me. Your kin, Harry. He sealed the letter, tied it to Hedwig's leg, and watched as his owl soared out the window into the night. Writing home? Ron asked, dropping into the chair beside him. Something like that, Harry said. Must be weird, Ron continued, not having a normal family. Living with goblins and all. It wasn't weird, Harry said quietly. It was home. Ron looked uncomfortable. Sorry, mate. Didn't mean anything by it. I know, Harry said. But Ron, the goblins gave me more than my blood relatives ever did. They deserve respect. Right, Ron said quickly. Of course. So, Quidditch, That's brilliant. Our team hasn't won the House Cup in 7 years. Wood's going to be over the moon. The conversation shifted to safer topics, Quidditch strategy, upcoming classes, complaints about Snape's favoritism. Harry listened with half his attention, the other half still analyzing the mysteries surrounding him. The Philosopher's Stone. Why was it here? Why now? Nicholas Flamel was over 600 years old. Had been making the elixir of life for centuries. What had changed to make him hide his stone at Hogwarts? Unless someone was trying to steal it. And if someone wanted to steal a stone that granted immortality, the most likely candidate was Voldemort. Harry's scar tingled at the thought. The connection was still there, even without the soul fragment. A link forged by murder and failed death. He needed to understand it. Needed to know if Voldemort could use that connection against him. Harry. Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. Are you all right? You look worried. Just thinking, Harry said. About what? Harry glanced around the common room, noting who might overhear. Then leaned closer. Meet me in the library tomorrow morning. Early. Before breakfast. There's something I want to research. Hermione's eyes gleamed. What are we researching? Connections, Harry said cryptically. Magical connections between people. Specifically, connections formed through dark magic. That sounds dangerous, Hermione said. But her tone suggested she was already planning which books to consult. It might be, Harry admitted. But necessary. The next morning, Harry and Hermione met in the library as the sun rose. Madame Pants wasn't at her desk yet, giving them freedom to explore the more obscure sections. Harry had already identified the books he wanted, texts on dark magic, on curses, on the nature of magical bonds. This is all rather advanced, Hermione said nervously, examining a tome titled, Dark Arts, Theory and Practice. It needs to be, Harry said. What I'm looking for isn't in first-year texts. He found a reference to curse scars, permanent marks left by dark magic that never fully healed. The book described them as anchor points, where the curse's residual magic remained active, creating a connection between the caster and the victim. Harry, Hermione said quietly, looking at a different book, this says that the killing curse creates a unique connection if survived. That the victim carries a piece of the caster's magical signature forever. Harry moved to read over her shoulder. There, in the unprecedented case of survival from Avada Kedavra, the victim and caster become linked through the failure of death itself. This connection can manifest in various ways: shared sensations, dream intrusions, emotional bleed-through. That's it, Harry breathed. That's why my scar hurts sometimes. Why I have dreams. Your scar. Hermione looked at him sharply. Harry, what aren't you telling me? Harry hesitated, then decided that Hermione's intellect was too valuable to waste through ignorance. Voldemort tried to kill me. Failed. But the curse left a connection. I can feel when he's near. Sense his emotions sometimes. And my scar burns. Hermione's face went pale. That's incredibly dangerous, Harry. If you know who can sense your emotions too. I know, Harry said. That's why I learned occlumency. To block him out. But the connection still exists. I need to understand it. They spent the next hour reading everything they could find. The texts were disturbing, descriptions of dark rituals, of curses that twisted the soul, of magical connections that could drive people mad. But they also found useful information. Ways to strengthen mental shields specifically against invasion through curse scars. Meditation techniques that could minimize the connection's influence. And warnings about what might happen if Voldemort discovered the link and learned to exploit it. You need to tell Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said finally. Maybe, Harry said, but not yet. I need to understand more first. Need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Hermione asked. If you're willing, Harry said. I could use someone brilliant to help me research. To understand the theory behind what's happening. Hermione's expression shifted from worry to determination. Of course I'll help. That's what friends do. The word, friends, settled something in Harry's chest. He'd had allies at Gringotts, mentors, kin. But friends. Real friends who chose to stand beside him simply because they cared. That was new. And precious. Thank you, Harry said quietly. Now, Hermione said, turning back to the books with renewed focus, let's figure out how to keep you-know-who out of your head. The days that followed fell into a rhythm. Classes during the day, where Harry continued to excel without drawing too much attention. Quidditch training 3 evenings a week, where Oliver Wood pushed him relentlessly but praised his natural ability. And early mornings in the library with Hermione, researching dark magic and protective measures. Ron joined them occasionally, though he preferred practical magic to theory. But he proved useful in other ways: social intelligence, understanding the unspoken hierarchies of Hogwarts, navigating the complex politics of house rivalries. Together, the three of them formed a unit. Not officially, not with any declaration. But in the way they defended each other from Malfoy's insults, helped each other with assignments, and spent their free time together. Halloween approached, bringing decorations to the Great Hall, carved pumpkins, flying bats, orange and black streamers. There would be a feast, Wood told Harry, that was legendary. But 2 days before Halloween, everything changed. Harry was returning from Quidditch practice, sweaty and exhausted, when he heard sobbing from a girl's bathroom on the 2nd floor. He hesitated, but the crying sounded genuinely distressed. Hello, Harry called, pushing open the door slightly. Is someone hurt? Go away. Hermione's voice, thick with tears. Harry entered fully, finding Hermione sitting on the floor, knees drawn to her chest, mascara running down her cheeks. What happened? Harry asked, kneeling beside her. Ron happened, Hermione said bitterly. He told everyone I'm an insufferable know-it-all. Said no one could stand being around me. And he's right. I don't have any friends except you, and even that's just because you need me to research things. That's not true, Harry said firmly. Ron's an idiot who speaks before he thinks. And you're brilliant, Hermione. That intimidates people, but it doesn't make you insufferable. Really? Hermione looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. Really, Harry confirmed. You're my friend. Not because you're useful, but because you're you. Because you're loyal and brave and you care about truth even when it's inconvenient. Those are rare qualities. Hermione managed a watery smile. You mean that? I wouldn't say it otherwise, Harry said. A sound from behind them made Harry turn. The door was swinging shut. And through it, impossibly, squeezed a creature that made Harry's blood run cold. A troll, 12 feet tall, mountain gray skin, with a club dragging behind it and a smell that made Harry's eyes water. It spotted them, bellowed, and charged. Run, Harry shouted, grabbing Hermione's hand and yanking her to her feet. But there was nowhere to run. The troll blocked the only door. They were trapped. Harry's mind raced through options. His wand was in his hand, but what first-year spell could stop a mountain troll? The troll swung its club. Harry dove left, pulling Hermione with him. The club smashed through sinks, sending porcelain shrapnel everywhere. Hermione, Harry said urgently, when I distract it, run for the door. I'm not leaving you. Hermione protested. You have to. Harry insisted. Find help. The troll advanced. Harry raised his wand, and remembered something Griphook had taught him years ago. Magic wasn't about the spell. It was about intent. About will. About forcing reality to bend. Harry gathered his magic. Not the structured, wand-focused magic of wizards, but the raw, primal power he'd touched in Gringotts' foundations. Stop, he roared, pouring everything he had into the command. Green light exploded from his wand, not a curse, not a spell, just pure magical force. It hit the troll like a physical blow. The creature staggered, confused, its tiny brain struggling to process what had happened. In that moment of hesitation, Harry acted. Wingardium Leviosa, he cast, targeting the troll's club. The massive weapon jerked upward, floating. Harry brought it down hard on the troll's head. There was a sickening crunch. The troll swayed, then collapsed, unconscious. Silence fell. Hermione stared at Harry. How did you do that? The green light. That wasn't any spell I've read about. I don't know, Harry admitted. I needed it to stop. And my magic responded. The door burst open. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rushed in, wands raised. They stopped short at the scene, unconscious troll, terrified students, and the smell of magic still thick in the air. What happened here? McGonagall demanded. Harry opened his mouth, but Hermione spoke first. It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could handle it. Harry came to find me and saved my life. Harry shot her a look. They both knew that was a lie. But McGonagall was nodding, accepting the explanation. Foolish girl, McGonagall said. But brave of you, Mr. Potter. 20 points to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck. As they were escorted back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry's mind was elsewhere. That green light, that raw magical force, he'd seen it before, when he'd opened the vault, when he'd fought the soul fragment. It was his power, the magic that came from being raised by goblins, from touching the Earth's ancient force. And it was getting stronger. November brought frost to the castle grounds and Quidditch fever to the students. Harry stood on the pitch at dawn, broom in hand, watching Oliver Wood set up training equipment with obsessive precision. The Quidditch captain was tall and solid, with an intensity that bordered on fanatical when it came to the sport. Right then, Harry, Wood said, releasing a snitch from a small wooden box. The golden ball hovered for a moment, wings beating so fast they blurred, then shot away into the gray morning light. Your job is simple, catch that before the other team's seeker does. Gryffindor hasn't won the Quidditch Cup in 7 years. This is our chance. Harry kicked off, rising smoothly into the air. His eyes tracked the snitch's erratic path, calculating trajectory and velocity with the precision Griphook had drilled into him during combat training. It was the same principle: anticipate your opponent's moves, position yourself advantage Owsley, strike when the opening presents itself. He dove. The world became a blur of motion and wind. His fingers closed around the struggling snitch. Brilliant. Wood breathed as Harry touched down, the snitch secure in his grip. 7 minutes. Most seekers take an hour to catch it the first time. I had good training, Harry said, releasing the snitch back into its box. Training continued for another hour. Wood drilling Harry on seeker strategies, on how to fake dives to throw off opponents, on protecting himself from bludgers while maintaining focus on the snitch. By the time they finished, the sun had fully risen and students were heading to breakfast. Harry made his way to the Great Hall, where Ron waved him over enthusiastically. Morning, star player, Ron said around a mouthful of toast. How was practice? Exhausting, Harry admitted, loading his plate. Wood is intense. That's one word for it, Hermione said, looking up from the Daily Prophet. Obsessive might be more accurate. He once made the team practice during a thunderstorm because he said, weather doesn't stop Quidditch. Sounds like something Griphook would say, Harry muttered. Who's Griphook? Ron asked. My tutor at Gringotts, Harry explained. He believed in training through adversity. The goblins trained you. Ron's eyes widened. That's unusual. Everything about Harry is unusual, Hermione said, but fondly. That's why we like him. The conversation shifted to the upcoming match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin in 2 weeks. It would be Harry's first game, and apparently the entire school was talking about it. Even the Slytherins are nervous, Ron reported gleefully. Malfoy keeps saying his father will get him on the team next year, but everyone knows he's just jealous. As if summoned by his name, Draco Malfoy appeared at their table, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Potter, Draco sneered. Heard you're playing Seeker. First years aren't usually allowed. But I suppose they make exceptions for celebrities. Or for people with actual talent, Harry said mildly, not looking up from his breakfast. Draco's face flushed. We'll see about talent when Slytherin crushes you. Our Seeker, Terrence Higgs, has been playing for 3 years. You won't stand a chance. Then you have nothing to worry about, Harry pointed out. Why bother threatening me? Draco opened his mouth, realized he had no good response, and stalked away with his cronies in tow. You're really good at that, Hermione observed. At what? Making people furious without raising your voice, Hermione said. It's quite impressive. Harry shrugged. Goblins value precision in all things, including insults. The days leading up to the match passed in a blur of nervous energy. Harry continued his early morning library sessions with Hermione, researching protective enchantments and curse scar connections. They'd discovered several promising theories about how to shield his mind more effectively, though implementing them required practice. Classes became almost secondary. Even professors seemed distracted by Quidditch fever. McGonagall kept offering Harry tips during Transfiguration, while Snape seemed even more sour than usual whenever Gryffindor was mentioned. On the morning of the match, Harry woke to find his stomach tied in knots. He'd faced dark magic, confronted a troll, survived the killing curse as an infant. But the thought of flying in front of hundreds of spectators made him genuinely nervous. "You'll be brilliant," Hermione said at breakfast, though she looked nearly as nervous as Harry felt. "Just focus on the snitch. Ignore everything else." "Easy for you to say," Harry muttered, pushing food around his plate without really eating. Ron, who'd been to dozens of matches with his brothers, tried to offer advice. "Don't look down. The ground's a lot farther away than you think. And watch out for bludgers. Those things can break bones." "Very reassuring," Harry said dryly. The morning dragged endlessly. Finally, it was time to head to the changing rooms. The Gryffindor team gathered in their scarlet robes, Wood pacing like a caged lion while delivering an intense pregame speech about strategy and house pride and 7 years without a cup. "And Harry," Wood said, gripping Harry's shoulders, "just catch the snitch. That's all you need to do. Catch it before Higgs, and we win." "No pressure then," Harry said. They walked onto the pitch to thunderous applause. The stands were packed, students in house colors waving banners, teachers in the staff box. Even Hagrid had a massive Gryffindor banner that said, "Potter for President." Harry mounted his broom, feeling its familiar responsiveness. Around him, the other players took their positions. Across the pitch, the Slytherin team glared with cold determination. Madame Hooch released the balls, 2 bludgers rocketing into the air, the quaffle caught immediately by Angelina Johnson, and the snitch vanishing in a golden blur. The whistle blew. 15 brooms shot upward. And the game began. Harry rose high above the main action, eyes scanning for the snitch. Below, the match unfolded with brutal intensity. Gryffindor scored first, then Slytherin answered. Bludgers whistled through the air, beaters swinging their bats with vicious precision. "And it's Gryffindor in possession," Lee Jordan's commentary echoed across the pitch. "Spin it with the quaffle, passes to Johnson, Johnson to Bell. Oh, nasty bludger from the Slytherin beater." Harry circled, patient. The snitch could appear anywhere. Rushing would accomplish nothing. Then he saw it, a glimmer of gold near the Slytherin posts. He dove. Immediately, Higgs was on him, matching his trajectory. They plummeted together, shoulders nearly touching, both reaching for the speeding snitch. A bludger screamed past Harry's ear, forcing him to swerve. Higgs pressed the advantage, pulling ahead. But Harry had spent years training reflexes with griphook. He knew how to compensate mid-motion, how to adjust for unexpected obstacles. He angled his broom sharply, cutting inside Higgs' path. His fingers brushed the snitch. It darted away. Harry pulled up sharply, avoiding a collision with the ground by mere feet. The crowd gasped. "Close one," Ron's voice came faintly from the stands. The game continued. Gryffindor scored twice more. Slytherin answered once. The score was 70-30, Gryffindor leading. Harry climbed back to altitude, breathing hard. His broom felt strange, vibrating oddly, responding sluggishly. Then it bucked. Harry nearly fell. He gripped the handle desperately, fighting for control. The broom was jinxed. Someone was cursing it. Harry's combat training kicked in. He stopped fighting the broom's movements and instead flowed with them, using momentum rather than resisting. Below, he could hear shouts of alarm, but his focus narrowed to pure survival. His hands were slipping. The broom jerked violently, trying to throw him off. Harry's mind raced. If someone was cursing his broom, they needed line of sight and concentration. He scanned the stands, looking for anyone staring too intently. There, Snape, in the teacher's box, lips moving, eyes locked on Harry. But beside Snape, Quirrell was also staring, also muttering. Which one? Harry's grip weakened. He was going to fall. Then, suddenly, the bucking stopped. The broom steadied. Control returned. Harry didn't waste time questioning it. He dove immediately, spotting the snitch hovering near the ground. Higgs saw it too, diving from the opposite direction. They raced toward the golden ball, neck and neck, the crowd screaming. 5 feet away. 3 feet. 1 foot. Harry leaned forward, stretching every muscle, and his fingers closed around the snitch. He hit the ground hard, rolling, the impact driving air from his lungs. But he'd held on. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Lee Jordan's voice was hoarse with excitement. Gryffindor wins. 170-30. The crowd erupted. Students poured onto the pitch. Harry was mobbed by his teammates, by Ron and Hermione, by people whose names he didn't even know. "You did it." Wood was crying actual tears. "You bloody did it." But Harry's mind was elsewhere. Someone had tried to kill him during the match. Had cursed his broom. And he needed to know who. That evening, while the Gryffindor common room celebrated with an impromptu party, Harry slipped away. He found Hermione in the library. She'd left the party early too, claiming she needed to study. But Harry knew better. She'd been as unsettled by the broom incident as he was. "Someone cursed your broom," Hermione said without preamble. "I saw it. The way it was moving. That wasn't natural." "I know," Harry said, joining her at a secluded table. "The question is who. I saw Snape muttering something, but Quirrell was too." "Snape hates you," Hermione said. "Everyone knows that. But trying to kill you during a match. That seems extreme even for him." "What about Quirrell?" Harry asked. "He's too nervous to tie his own shoes," Hermione scoffed. "I can't imagine him performing complex dark magic in front of hundreds of witnesses." Harry wasn't so sure. He remembered that intensity he'd glimpsed beneath Quirrell's stammering exterior. Something was wrong with the defense professor. Something his scar recognized and rejected. "We need to investigate," Harry decided. "Investigate what?" Hermione asked nervously. "Everything," Harry said. "Snape, Quirrell, the third-floor corridor. Whatever's happening, it's all connected. Someone wants that stone, and they're willing to kill to get it." "You think the broom jinx was about the stone?" Hermione asked. "I think I'm an obstacle," Harry said grimly. "The boy who lived. If Voldemort is trying to return, I'm the one who stopped him before. Getting rid of me makes strategic sense." Hermione paled at the name. "Don't say it. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself," Harry quoted. "Voldemort. See. Just a name." "You're braver than me," Hermione admitted. "Not braver," Harry corrected. "Just trained differently. The goblins taught me that fear is useful when it keeps you alive, but paralyzing when it stops you from acting." They spent the next hour planning. Harry would use his early morning explorations to map more of the castle, particularly around Snape and Quirrell's offices. Hermione would research protective spells and counter curses in case another attack came. "We should tell Dumbledore," Hermione said finally. "Tell him what?" Harry challenged. "That I suspect but can't prove someone cursed my broom. That I think one of his teachers might be working for Voldemort." He'd dismiss it as paranoia. "Maybe he'd protect you," Hermione argued. "Or maybe he'd restrict my movements," Harry said. "Keep me locked up, for my own safety." "No. We handle this ourselves. Gather evidence. Then, when we have proof, we act." Hermione looked torn between worry and agreement. Finally, she nodded. "Just promise me you'll be careful." "Always," Harry said. The next morning, Harry woke before dawn as usual. But instead of heading to the library, he made his way toward the third floor. Specifically, toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and Quirrell's office. The castle was silent at this hour, lit only by torches that cast dancing shadows. Harry moved with the stealth grip Hook had drilled into him, his footsteps soundless. Quirrell's office door was locked, but Harry had learned basic unlocking charms from Hermione. "Alohomora," he whispered, his wand tip glowing. The lock clicked. Harry slipped inside. The office was surprisingly sparse. A desk covered in lesson plans, bookshelves holding standard defense texts, a trunk in the corner. Nothing obviously suspicious, but Harry's trained senses detected something. A ward, subtle but present, protecting that trunk. He approached carefully, examining the magical signature. It was complex, layered. Not the kind of ward a nervous, stammering professor should be able to create. Harry didn't try to break it. Not yet, but he filed the information away. As he turned to leave, something caught his eye, a purple turban sitting on a hat stand. Quirrell wore it constantly, claiming his head was sensitive to cold. Harry reached out, feeling the magical emanation from the fabric. Dark magic. Faint but unmistakable. His scar began to throb. Harry jerked his hand back, heart racing. Whatever was wrong with Quirrell, it was connected to that turban. And to Voldemort. He left the office quickly, relocking the door behind him. His mind raced with possibilities. Quirrell was involved in whatever was happening. But how? And why would a wizard trained in defense against the dark arts serve Voldemort? Unless he wasn't serving willingly. Or unless the stutter and nervousness were an act. Harry filed that away too. He needed more information before drawing conclusions. He spent the rest of the morning in the library, researching possession, dark magic, and ways to hide one's true nature. The books were disturbing, descriptions of wizards taken over by malevolent spirits, of curses that trapped victims in their own bodies while something else controlled them. Could that be what happened to Quirrell? "You're up early," a voice said. Harry looked up to find Professor McGonagall standing beside his table, her expression curious. "Couldn't sleep, Professor," Harry said, closing the dark magic text casually. "Too much excitement from yesterday." "Understandable," McGonagall said. "That was quite a match, Mr. Potter. Though I must say, your broom's behavior was concerning." Madame Hooch said it was probably interference from a bludger, Harry said, repeating the official explanation. "Perhaps," McGonagall said, though her tone suggested she didn't believe it. "Still, be careful, Mr. Potter. There are those who might wish you harm." She swept away, leaving Harry alone with the troubling confirmation that even the professors suspected foul play. The pieces were falling into place. Quirrell was connected to Voldemort somehow. Someone was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. And Harry, by virtue of being the boy who lived, was a target. The question now was what to do about it. Wait for more evidence, risk another attack, or take the initiative and force the issue himself. Harry thought about his training. About Ragnok's lessons in strategic thinking. About the goblin approach to warfare: identify the threat, understand its weaknesses, strike decisively. He couldn't afford to be passive. Not with Voldemort potentially returning. Not with his scar connecting them. He needed a plan. And he needed allies who could execute it. Ron and Hermione would help. He knew that without question. But he might need more. He glanced toward the staff table during breakfast, studying the professors. McGonagall was trustworthy, but bound by rules and hierarchy. Snape was a mystery, potentially hostile. Dumbledore was powerful but had his own agenda. Who could Harry truly count on when the time came? The answer, he realized with a chill, was the same as it had always been. Himself. Just as it had been in the cupboard under the stairs. Just as it had been when the Dursleys abandoned him. Just as it had been when he faced the Soul Fragment. In the end, Harry Potter stood alone. But this time, he would stand ready. November's icy winds battered the stone towers, but nothing could dampen the excitement in the Gryffindor common room. Preparations for the next Quidditch match had consumed every free moment. Gryffindor against Ravenclaw, with the whole school gossiping as if victory or defeat would decide their fate for the rest of the year. Harry found himself at the heart of it all. Even people he didn't know offered advice and encouragement. Some older students gave him tips about handling bludgers in high winds. The younger ones stared at him as if expecting miracles. In the week leading up to the match, would doubled training sessions. "Our beaters need to watch out for the Ravenclaw chasers," he explained, showing diagrams on a battered blackboard in the locker room. "Roger Davies likes to set up fake passes. Harry, you'll need to keep high and above the play unless you see the snitch. But don't let them pin you to the edge. Their beaters are crafty." Harry absorbed it all, blending goblin discipline with Wood's tactical wizarding experience. At night he visualized the pitch, learning the wind patterns, planning strategies for every scenario he could invent. He practiced dives, a dozen in a row, until muscle memory brought his seeker instincts alive. He performed sharp turns and sudden stops, pushing his broom's limits, always listening for the telltale hum of magic that would warn him when a jinx might be coming. Quidditch was nothing like goblin duels, but the skills carried over. Analyze, anticipate, act. Never let emotion cloud judgment. Let teammates do their part, but hold the outcome in your own hands. The night before the match, Harry sat by the fire, fletching a new grip on his broom and mulling over his conversation with Ragnok, who had answered Harry's latest letter with direct, simple advice. The most valuable gold is not what you catch, but what you protect. Fly well, but watch your back. Remember, the game is never just the game. Harry smiled. As usual, goblin wisdom said it all. Match day dawned with raw cold and a sky-threatening snow. Hermione pressed a thick scarf into Harry's hands as he ate a light breakfast. Wear it under your robes, even if it feels bulky, she said, eyes narrowed in worry. And remember, protection charms before you go up, just in case. If you sense something wrong with the broom, signal wood. She's right, mate, Ron said, giving a crooked smile. It's not just Slytherins who play dirty, Ravenclaw's smart enough to get creative. Harry nodded, pocketing the scarf and remembering to double-check his wand in his boot, just in case, before following the team to the pitch. The stadium buzzed with anticipation. The noise swelled as Gryffindor and Ravenclaw teams appeared in their colors, brooms gleaming in the watery sunlight. Madame Hooch gave last instructions, making extra eye contact with Harry. Everyone knew the last jinxing had not been ordinary. Whistle blown. The game began. Chasers shot into play, balls passed quickly between robes, bludgers rocketing unpredictably. Harry leapt higher than usual, letting the game develop below. Even among the chaos, his senses kept searching, not only for the snitch's glimmer but for magical interference. A Ravenclaw beater aimed a bludger at Harry, forcing him left, but Harry rolled easily, changing altitude and skimming above the seeker from the other side. He spotted the snitch twice, once near the Hufflepuff stands, once by the Ravenclaw keeper's post, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Plays developed and unraveled below. Ravenclaw scored first, then Gryffindor evened it through Angelina. Lee Jordan's commentary filled the air with infectious energy, occasionally interrupted by McGonagall when he grew too partial to Gryffindor. Harry focused, each movement calculated, careful. The air grew colder, and the wind battered against him, but he stayed liquid and precise, using every trick he'd learned. Two-thirds through the match, Gryffindor led 80-60. It was anyone's game. Suddenly, the snitch appeared low, just off midfield, spinning in the swirling air current. Harry dove, reflexes automatic. The Ravenclaw seeker followed, neck and neck. All focus narrowed to a single golden spot. His mind let go, there was no past or future, only now, only the chase. A bludger veered into his path but he twisted, letting the wind push him faster. The world fell away, only the snitch mattered. Broom bent low, magic responding to his will, his fingers reached. Metal met flesh. The snitch struggled, desperate for freedom. Harry gripped hard, and the golden ball stilled. He spiraled downward, landing in a flurry of red and gold, the student section erupting above him. Potter catches the snitch. Gryffindor wins. 230-60. Lee Jordan screamed. Hands clapped his back, Wood whooped, even Percy left his prefect duties to shake Harry's hand. In the crowd, he found Hermione and Ron waving above the mass, Hermione with wild hair, Ron shouting over the noise, both radiating pride. Harry smiled, holding the snitch aloft before slipping it quietly to Madame Hooch. That evening, with the common room in full party mode, Harry escaped outside for a moment, craving quiet, air clear of firewhiskey fumes and Weasley twins mayhem. He wandered the edge of the Black Lake. The castle lights reflected on the water, the world calm and expectant. Behind him, a quiet voice spoke. "Impressive flying, Mr. Potter." Harry turned to find Professor McGonagall standing with her tartan scarf wrapped tightly. Even outside the classroom, her presence was commanding. "You handled yourself brilliantly," she continued, her expression softer than usual. "Both in skill and in discipline. Some students, most, get carried away, show off, court disaster. But you never once tempted fate for applause." Harry flushed under her praise. "Thank you, Professor. I had good teachers." She looked at him more closely. "You still guard your secrets, Mr. Potter. You do your work, you follow the rules, yet you're always one step apart. Gryffindor values courage, but also honesty and loyalty. Don't be afraid to trust those who've earned it." "I know," Harry said quietly. I spent so long among people who judged before listening. It's hard to expect better now. You're among friends here," McGonagall said gently. "And those who distrust you for being different will learn, or live to regret it." She nodded, turned back toward the castle, and left Harry to the peaceful darkness. Winter intensified, and academic pressures did too. Professor Flitwick praised Harry's work in charms, pairing him with Hermione for a project on magical theory. Ron whined, but Harry suspected he was secretly relieved. Partnered with Neville, he could struggle without drawing too much attention. Hermione flourished in the classroom, her perfectionism balanced by flashes of warmth and subtle humor. Harry learned the Hogwarts curriculum's ins and outs, what would impress professors, and what would simply mark him as arrogant. He made time for his private explorations. The third-floor corridor's wards shifted subtly every week, as if Dumbledore himself tested and changed them. Harry watched, took notes, mapped the patterns. He read the school's social undercurrents, confronting Malfoy only when necessary and always with calculated restraint. And he wrote regularly to Ragnok, sometimes just a line or two, sometimes a full recounting of the week's events. The replies always came, never detailed but always timely. Strength is measured in preparation, not noise. Outthink them. Outlast them. Remain yourself. As December approached, Harry's mind turned toward home. Not the Dursleys' house, which felt more like a memory of someone else's misery, but Gringotts and the sense of belonging it represented. He told Ragnok he would come for the holiday break, eager to reconnect and continue his training. The night before departure, Harry stood at his dorm window, snowflakes swirling against the glass. Ron snored softly nearby, a pile of chocolate frogs wrapper at the foot of his bed. Dean doodled moving images of footballers. Seamus sang quietly to himself. A peaceful dormitory. A safe haven. Harry felt gratitude swell in his chest, the chance to belong, to learn, to grow beyond what anyone expected. He touched the ring of kinship, its weight grounding him. Tomorrow, the journey would bring him back to Gringotts. Back to the beginning. But the boy returning was not the boy who had left. He would show the goblins, show the world, what Hogwarts was making of him. And whatever came next, he would face it with every lesson, every scar, and every ounce of strength he had forged this year. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station on a gray December morning, its scarlet engine breathing steam into the cold air. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the castle recede into the distance. Most students were heading home for the holidays, though some, like Ron, would stay at Hogwarts. "You sure you can't stay?" Ron asked for the third time. "Mum would love to meet you, and we could practice Quidditch moves, and there's always loads of food." "I'm sure," Harry said, though he appreciated the invitation. "I haven't been back to Gringotts since September. I need to see Ragnok and the others. They're my family." Hermione looked up from her book, Magical Hierarchies, an analysis, and smiled. "It must be wonderful having guardians who actually care about your education." "My parents are lovely, but they don't really understand magic. The goblins care about results," Harry said. "They're not sentimental, but they pushed me to be better than I thought I could be. That's its own kind of love." The journey passed pleasantly. They played Exploding Snap, shared sweets from the trolley, and discussed their research into curse scars and protective magic. Hermione had found several promising counter-jinxes they could practice next term. As London appeared on the horizon, Harry felt anticipation building. 4 months away felt like forever. King's Cross Station was chaos, families reuniting, trunks being loaded, owls hooting protests at their cages. Harry said goodbye to his friends, promising to write, then pushed his trolley through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and stepped into the Muggle world. For a moment, he stood disoriented. The noise, the crowds, the complete absence of magic in the air. It felt alien after months at Hogwarts. Then he saw him. Ragnok stood near a pillar, dressed in an impeccable suit that somehow made him blend with the Muggle crowd despite his distinctive features. Those sharp eyes found Harry immediately, and something that might have been warmth flickered across the goblin's severe face. "Harry," Ragnok said simply. "Ragnok," Harry replied, and felt something tight in his chest loosen. They didn't embrace, goblins weren't demonstrative, but Ragnok's hand on Harry's shoulder conveyed more than words could. "Come," Ragnok said. "There is much to discuss." Gringotts welcomed Harry like a lost prince returning to his kingdom. The marble halls gleamed, unchanged and eternal. Goblins working at their high desks looked up as Harry passed, many nodding recognition. Some spoke greetings in gobbledygook, which Harry returned fluently. "Your accent has improved," Griphook said, appearing from a side corridor. The severe goblin who'd been Harry's primary tutor looked him over critically. Hogwarts has not made you soft, I hope. Would you like to test that theory? Harry asked with a slight smile. Griphook's lips twitched, his version of a grin. Tomorrow, early, we will see what you remember. Harry's quarters were exactly as he'd left them, simple, functional, but home. His books lined the shelves, his training equipment hung on the walls, and the window overlooked the deep vaults where ancient magic hummed. That evening, Harry dined with Ragnok in his office. The meal was goblin fare, dark bread, sharp cheese, meat that had been aged until it practically dissolved on the tongue, and water as pure as mountain springs. Tell me of Hogwarts, Ragnok said. Your letters spoke of classes and Quidditch and mysteries. But I want the truth beneath the facts. Harry considered his words carefully. It's different than here, more chaotic. The students care more about popularity and house points than actual learning. The professors are skilled but bound by curriculum and politics. And Dumbledore, powerful, Harry said immediately. Possibly the most powerful wizard alive. But he plays games, tests me, watches me. I don't trust him. Wise, Ragnok approved. Trust must be earned, not assumed through reputation. What of the stone? Harry had written about his suspicions in his letters, using code they'd established. It's there, guarded by a three-headed dog and probably other defenses. Someone tried to steal it during Halloween, that's why the troll was in the castle. Ragnok's expression darkened. And your scar hurts sometimes, Harry admitted. Especially near the defense professor. I think Voldemort is possessing him somehow. Or at least influencing him. Have you confirmed this? Not definitively, Harry said. But I found dark magic in his office. And my scar doesn't lie. Ragnok drummed his fingers on the desk, a sign he was thinking. This is dangerous, Harry. If Voldemort is indeed trying to return, you are in more peril than even Dumbledore realizes. I know, Harry said. But I can handle it. Can you? Ragnok asked sharply. You are 11 years old. Talented, yes. Trained, certainly. But you are not invincible. Neither am I helpless, Harry countered. You taught me to identify threats and address them. That's what I'm doing. Ragnok studied him for a long moment. You have grown. Hogwarts has changed you. Made you more human. Is that bad? No, Ragnok said slowly. Just different. You have friends now. Connections. These make you stronger in some ways, but vulnerable in others. Friends can be leveraged against you. Only if I let them be, Harry said. Spoken like a goblin, Ragnok said with approval. Good. Remember, the moment you show weakness, your enemies will exploit it. Keep your shield strong. Trust sparingly. And never forget that ultimately, you stand alone. I won't, Harry promised. The next morning, Harry woke to Griphook pounding on his door before dawn. Up, the goblin barked. Training. Now. Harry dressed quickly and followed Griphook to the deep training chambers. The familiar stone walls, the crystals humming with contained energy, the sense of ancient power pressing down from above. Home. Show me your stance, Griphook commanded. Harry dropped into a combat position, weight balanced, wand ready, mind clear. Griphook circled him like a predator. Hogwarts has made you sloppy. Your left shoulder is too high. Your grip is too loose. Again. For the next 3 hours, Griphook put Harry through brutal drills. Physical conditioning, magical combat, occlumency tests where the goblin battered Harry's mental shields with increasing force. Harry welcomed the challenge. At Hogwarts, he'd been holding back, hiding his true abilities. Here, he could unleash everything. Better, Griphook finally said, breathing hard. You maintained your training. Many would have let it slip in the comfort of school. Comfort is the enemy of excellence, Harry quoted one of Griphook's favorite sayings. Indeed, Griphook said. Now, show me this green fire you wrote about. Harry raised his wand, reaching for the primal magic he'd accessed during the troll fight. It came easier now, more familiar. Green flames erupted from his wand tip, dancing with power that had nothing to do with structured spells. Griphook's eyes widened. Earth magic, raw and unfiltered. You have touched something most wizards never even sense. What is it? Harry asked. Connection, Griphook said. True connection to magic itself. Not the channeled power wizards use, but the source. This is why we trained you as we did. To recognize magic as a force to partner with, not command. Can I control it? With practice, Griphook said. And discipline. This power is dangerous, Harry. It responds to emotion, to need, to desperation. In the wrong hands, it could corrupt. But not in mine, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. Not in yours, Griphook agreed. Because you understand what it is. Where it comes from. Most wizards who touch this kind of power believe it belongs to them. You know better. They trained for hours more, practicing control, learning to summon the green fire at will, understanding its limits and applications. By midday, Harry was exhausted but satisfied. His goblin training had returned in full force, muscle memory awakening, skill sharpening. You will continue this at Hogwarts, Griphook said. Find time, find privacy, and practice. This gift will serve you well when the darkness comes. When, Harry noted. Not if. There is no if, Griphook said grimly. Voldemort is returning. The only question is when, and how prepared you will be. The days at Gringotts fell into familiar rhythms. Mornings with Griphook, training body and mind. Afternoons in the vaults, studying magical artifacts and learning the intricate business of goblin banking. Evenings with Ragnok, discussing politics, strategy, and the state of the wizarding world. One afternoon, Ragnok took Harry to visit the Potter Vault again. It had been years since Harry had last seen it, and time hadn't diminished its impact. The gold gleamed, the artifacts hummed with stored magic, and his father's sword still rested on its pedestal. You should take the sword with you to Hogwarts, Ragnok said. Harry looked at him sharply. Why? Because you may need it, Ragnok said simply. The sword is more than a weapon. It is a symbol of your family, a tool that responds to Potter blood. And symbols have power, Harry. Especially when darkness rises. Harry approached the sword, remembering the visions it had shown him years ago, his parents, their love, their sacrifice. He lifted it from the pedestal. It was lighter than expected, perfectly balanced, the silver blade catching light like captured moonlight. I'll need a sheath, Harry said. Already prepared, Ragnok said, producing a leather scabbard that shrunk to fit Harry's size. Wear it under your robes. Tell no one. Keep it close. Harry strapped the sword to his side, feeling its weight settle comfortably. Another tool, another defense against what was coming. Thank you, Harry said quietly. Do not thank me yet, Ragnok said. The sword comes with responsibility. Potter tradition dictates it should only be drawn in defense of others, never for personal gain or glory. Can you uphold that tradition? I can, Harry said. And I will. Christmas Eve arrived with snow falling over London. The goblins didn't celebrate Christmas, it was a human tradition, but they made concessions for Harry's sake. Rangslash presented him with a set of runestones, each carved with protective symbols. Keep these, the elder goblin said. They will warn you of dark magic nearby. A gift from the council. Other goblins offered small tokens, a book on advanced ward theory, a knife forged from goblin silver, a pouch that never ran out of gold galleons enchanted to draw from Harry's vault automatically. Harry was touched. Goblins didn't give gifts lightly. Each represented respect earned, kinship acknowledged. That evening, Harry sat with Ragnok by a fire in the goblins' private quarters. I have something for you as well, Ragnok said, producing a small box. Inside was a pendant, silver, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift in the light. This belonged to your grandfather, Ragnok explained. Fleemont Potter. He did business with Gringotts for decades, and when he died, he left this with us, with instructions that it should go to his heir when that heir had proven worthy. Harry lifted the pendant carefully. What does it do? It marks you as a friend of the goblin nation, Ragnok said. Any goblin who sees it will recognize you as under our protection. In times of need, it can be used to summon aid. But use it sparingly. Such favors come with obligation. Harry fastened the chain around his neck, the pendant settling against his chest beside the ring of kinship on his finger. I won't forget what you've done for me, Harry said quietly. Any of you. When I was abandoned, you took me in. Raised me. Made me stronger than I ever could have been alone. I owe you everything. You owe us nothing, Ragnok said firmly. What we gave freely, because we saw potential and chose to nurture it. What you become with that gift is up to you. Just remember where you came from. Remember what you learned, and when the time comes, remember that you have allies. Always, Harry promised. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire burn low, both aware that these peaceful moments were fleeting. The storm was coming, Voldemort was returning, and Harry Potter would stand at the center of it. But for now, on this Christmas, even the depths of Gringotts, surrounded by those who'd raised him and trained him and believed in him, Harry felt ready. Christmas morning brought an unexpected surprise. Harry woke to find packages stacked at the foot of his bed. The first was from Ron, a homemade Gryffindor banner with, "Potter, best seeker ever," stitched in crooked letters. The second from Hermione, a book titled, Advanced Defensive Theory for Practical Application, with a note, "Thought you might find this useful for our research." The third from Hagrid, a roughly carved wooden flute that played haunting melodies when blown. And the last, a package wrapped in brown paper with no name. Harry opened it carefully, finding silvery fabric that slipped through his fingers like water. A note fell out. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." No signature. Harry held up the fabric, and gasped as his hand disappeared beneath it. An invisibility cloak. One of the rarest magical artifacts in existence. His father's cloak. Harry wrapped it around himself, watching his body vanish completely. With this, he could go anywhere, investigate anything, without being seen. It was perfect. Almost too perfect. Who had sent it? Who'd known Harry would need it? And why now? Questions piled upon questions, but Harry didn't have answers. He folded the cloak carefully, storing it safely, and went to breakfast with Ragnok. The goblin noticed the packages immediately. "Gifts from your school friends." "Mostly," Harry said. Then, because he trusted Ragnok completely, "Someone sent me my father's invisibility cloak." No name. Just a note saying it was time it was returned. Ragnok's expression grew serious. "That is significant. Such cloaks are heirlooms, worth more than gold. Someone powerful enough to have held it all these years, someone who knew your father. And someone who believes you need it now." "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Possibly," Ragnok agreed. "He makes a habit of knowing things he shouldn't and intervening in ways that seem helpful but always serve his own purposes." "Should I use it?" "Of course," Ragnok said. "But carefully. And remember, even invisible, you cast shadows, make sounds, leave footprints. Perfect invisibility is an illusion. Someone skilled enough will still detect you." Harry nodded, filing that warning away. The cloak was a tool. A powerful one. But like all tools, it required skill and caution to use effectively. He would master it, just as he'd mastered everything else. The holiday passed too quickly. All too soon, it was time to return to Hogwarts. Harry packed his trunk, now heavier with the sword hidden at the bottom, the pendant around his neck, the runestones in his pocket, and the invisibility cloak folded carefully among his robes. Ragnok walked him to King's Cross personally. At the barrier, they paused. "Be careful," Ragnok said. "Trust your instincts. Keep your shield strong. And remember, you are more than what others see. You are goblin trained. That gives you advantages they cannot imagine." "I'll make you proud," Harry said. "You already have," Ragnok replied. "Now go. Learn what you can. And when the time comes to act, do not hesitate." Harry nodded, gripped his trolley, and walked through the barrier. Back to Hogwarts. Back to friends and classes and Quidditch and mysteries. Back to the war that was coming whether he was ready or not. But this time, he carried more than knowledge and skill. He carried the weight of expectation, the burden of responsibility, and the tools to meet both. Harry Potter boarded the Hogwarts Express, and the second half of his first year began. The Hogwarts Express journey back felt different. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, but his mind kept drifting to the weight of the sword strapped beneath his robes, the pendant warm against his chest, and the invisibility cloak folded in his trunk. "You're quiet," Hermione observed, looking up from her book. "Did something happen over the holidays?" "Just thinking," Harry said. "About what's coming." Ron shifted uncomfortably. "You sound like my mom. Always worrying about you know who coming back. Can't we just enjoy being back at school?" "Ron's right," Hermione said, though her tone suggested she didn't entirely believe it. "We should focus on classes and Quidditch. Leave the dark magic to the professors." Harry nodded but didn't argue. They wouldn't understand. Couldn't understand what it felt like to carry a curse scar that burned when darkness approached, to have been trained by goblins to identify threats and eliminate them. The conversation shifted to lighter topics: Ron's chaotic Christmas with his family, Hermione's attempts to explain magic to her confused parents, the upcoming match against Hufflepuff. But Harry's thoughts remained elsewhere. That night, after curfew, Harry donned the invisibility cloak for the first time. The fabric settled over him like cool water, and he watched in the mirror as his body vanished completely. Only by concentrating could he see a faint shimmer where he stood. Perfect. He slipped out of Gryffindor Tower, moving silently through the corridors. The cloak muffled his footsteps but didn't eliminate them. Ragnok's warning echoed in his mind. He adjusted his gait, placing each step with deliberate care. The castle at night was a different world. Shadows stretched longer, portraits snored or whispered among themselves, and occasionally Peeves drifted past, cackling to himself. Harry made his way to the third floor. The forbidden corridor was exactly as he remembered: locked door, powerful wards humming with protective magic. But now, invisible and silent, Harry could examine it more closely. He knelt before the door, studying the ward structure. Goblin training had taught him to see magic as patterns, as interconnected threads of power. And these wards were masterfully woven: detection charms, repulsion spells, an alarm system that would trigger if anyone tried to force entry. But they were designed to stop visible threats. Harry reached out slowly, testing the ward's sensitivity. His invisible hand passed through the outer layer without triggering anything. The wards responded to physical presence, not magical signature. Interesting. He could probably slip through undetected. But what lay beyond? The three-headed dog, certainly. Possibly other defenses. Not tonight. Tonight was reconnaissance. Harry memorized every detail of the ward structure, then backed away carefully. As he turned to leave, he heard footsteps. He pressed himself against the wall, breath held. Professor Snape appeared, robes billowing, his expression darker than usual. He approached the door, muttered something Harry couldn't quite catch, then placed his hand against the wood. The wards flickered, recognizing authorized entry. But the door didn't open. Snape tried again, frustration evident in his movements. Still nothing. Locked me out, Snape muttered. Thinks I'm going to steal it myself. He turned sharply and swept away, leaving Harry frozen in shock. Snape knew about the stone. And whatever was preventing him from accessing it, it was deliberate. Dumbledore didn't trust him. Harry waited until the corridor was silent again, then hurried back to Gryffindor Tower. His mind raced with implications. If Dumbledore suspected Snape, why keep him on staff? Was Snape the threat, or was someone else using him as a scapegoat? Too many questions. Not enough answers. The next morning, Harry woke early and headed to the library. Hermione was already there, naturally, surrounded by books on advanced charms. Morning, she said, barely looking up. How was your night? Interesting, Harry said, settling beside her. I tested the invisibility cloak. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry, you can't just wander around after curfew. What if you'd been caught? That's why I have the cloak, Harry pointed out. And I learned something important. Snape tried to access the third-floor corridor last night. The wards stopped him. You followed Snape, Hermione hissed. Are you insane? He could have sensed you, cloak or not. But he didn't, Harry said. And now we know for certain, Snape wants whatever's being guarded. Probably the Philosopher's Stone. Or he's trying to protect it, Hermione argued. Maybe Dumbledore asked him to check the defenses. Then why would he be locked out? Harry countered. Hermione bit her lip. Fair point. Still, we should be careful. If Snape is involved, he's dangerous. I know, Harry said. Which is why I need to understand what we're dealing with. Help me research protective enchantments. Specifically, the kind that would guard something incredibly valuable. They spent the next 2 hours poring over texts. The books described layers of magical defenses, creatures bred specifically to guard treasure, enchanted obstacles that required specific knowledge to overcome, traps that could kill or incapacitate intruders. Look at this, Hermione said, pointing to a passage. It says that the most secure vaults in Gringotts use multiple layers, each created by a different magic user, so no single person can breach all of them. Makes sense, Harry said. If different professors created different defenses, you'd need multiple people working together to steal the stone. Or someone with exceptional skill. Like Voldemort, Hermione whispered. Exactly, Harry said grimly. Classes resumed with the usual intensity. Professor McGonagall tested their transfiguration skills on increasingly complex objects. Harry continued to excel, though he was careful not to show off. No need to draw more attention than he already had. Charms focused on the summoning charm, Accio. Professor Flitwick demonstrated, calling a stack of books from across the room with a casual flick of his wand. The key is intention, Flitwick squeaked. You must visualize exactly what you want and where you want it. Vague summons will result in nothing, or worse, everything in the vicinity flying toward you. The class erupted in chaos as students attempted the spell. Books, quills, and various objects shot through the air. Neville accidentally summoned a flower pot, which shattered against his desk. Harry focused, visualizing his textbook. Accio Charms book. The book flew smoothly into his hand. Excellent, Mr. Potter, Flitwick praised. 5 points to Gryffindor. Beside him, Hermione was struggling. Her summons kept bringing her other people's belongings instead of her own. Why isn't it working? She muttered in frustration. You're trying too hard, Harry said quietly. Don't force it. Just ask the magic nicely. Hermione shot him a skeptical look. Ask it nicely. Trust me, Harry said. She tried again, this time with less tension in her voice. Accio quill. Her quill lifted gently and floated into her hand. It worked, Hermione breathed. How did you know? Goblin training, Harry said simply. They teach that magic responds better to partnership than command. Hermione's eyes gleamed with intellectual curiosity. That's fascinating. It completely contradicts standard wizarding theory, which emphasizes dominance and control. Do you have books on goblin magic? Could I borrow them? They're not in English, Harry said. Gobbledygook. But I could translate some passages if you're interested. Yes, Hermione said immediately. Absolutely yes. Potions. That afternoon was predictably tense. Snape prowled between cauldrons like a shark scenting blood, criticizing everything from Ron's stirring technique to Neville's ingredient preparation. When he reached Harry's cauldron, a perfect strengthening solution, pale gold and gently steaming, he paused. Adequate, Snape said finally, the word apparently causing him physical pain. But as he turned away, Harry caught something in the professor's expression. Not hatred, exactly. Something more complex. Almost like recognition. The class ended without incident, but as students filed out, Snape called out. Potter. A word. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances, but Harry waved them on. I'll catch up. When the classroom was empty, Snape studied Harry with those cold, dark eyes. You have your mother's talent for potions, Snape said finally. Though you hide it well. Afraid of drawing attention. Just trying to fit in, Professor, Harry said carefully. Fitting in, Snape repeated, his lip curling. Is that what you were doing wandering the corridors last night? Harry's blood ran cold. Snape had sensed him. The invisibility cloak hadn't been perfect after all. I don't know what you mean, Professor, Harry said evenly. Don't lie to me, Potter, Snape hissed. I can smell disrupted air currents, sense body heat through magical means. Whatever you're using to hide yourself, it's not foolproof. Harry met Snape's gaze steadily, his occlumency shield solid. I was in bed, Professor. For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then Snape's expression shifted, surprise, perhaps. Or respect. Your mental defenses are impressive. For an 11-year-old. Snape said slowly. Who taught you occlumency? A friend of the family, Harry said. The goblins, Snape guessed. Of course. They would value such skills. He leaned closer. Let me be clear, Potter. I don't care what you're investigating, or why. But if your meddling endangers this school or prevents me from completing my duties, I will stop you. Permanently. Do you understand? Perfectly, Professor, Harry said. Good, Snape straightened. Now get out. And Potter. Stay out of places you don't belong. Harry left quickly, his mind racing. Snape knew about the invisibility cloak. Knew Harry was investigating. But instead of reporting him to Dumbledore or confiscating the cloak, he'd issued a warning. Why? What was Snape's real agenda? That evening, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione aside in the common room. We need to talk, he said quietly. Somewhere private. They found an empty classroom, and Harry cast a quick silencing charm, something Hermione had taught him from her advanced texts. Snape knows I've been exploring, Harry said without preamble. He sensed me near the third-floor corridor last night. I told you it was dangerous, Hermione said, though her tone was more worried than reproachful. Did he take the cloak? Ron asked. No, Harry said. That's what's strange. He warned me to stay out of it, but he didn't report me or confiscate anything. It's like he wants me to keep investigating, but carefully. Maybe he's not the bad guy, Ron suggested. Maybe he's actually trying to protect the stone. Or maybe he's playing a deeper game, Hermione countered. Using Harry as a pawn somehow. Either way, Harry said, we need more information. About the stone, about the defenses, about who's really trying to steal it. How? Hermione asked. Harry pulled out a small book he'd brought from Gringotts, a guide to magical creatures. The three-headed dog is called a Cerberus, Harry said. Greek mythology says they can be put to sleep with music. That's probably the first defense. Beyond that, I don't know. But if we can figure out what each obstacle is, we can prepare. You're planning to go after the stone yourself, Hermione said, her voice flat. If necessary, Harry admitted. If no one else will stop whoever's trying to steal it, then yes. That's mad, Ron said. But his expression suggested he was also intrigued. We're first years. We can't possibly. I can't, Harry said quietly. And I will. But I'd rather not do it alone. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. You're serious, Hermione said. Completely, Harry confirmed. All right, Hermione said finally. But we do this smart. We research, we plan, and we don't rush in until we're ready. Agreed, Harry said. I'm in too, Ron added. Someone needs to keep you two from overthinking everything. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Real friends. People willing to stand beside him not because of his fame or his name, but because they chose to. Thank you, Harry said simply. Don't thank us yet, Hermione said dryly. We might all get expelled. Or killed. Or both. Comforting, Ron muttered. But they were smiling. All three of them. United in purpose. Ready for whatever came next. The weeks that followed fell into a pattern. Days filled with classes, Quidditch practice, and maintaining the appearance of normal student life. Nights spent researching, planning, and occasionally using the invisibility cloak to scout the castle. Harry learned to avoid Snape's detection, moving slower, timing his explorations for when the potion's master was occupied elsewhere, using wind and ambient magic to mask his presence. He discovered that Quirrell's turban definitely contained something dark. Approaching the defense professor too closely made his scar burn with increasing intensity. And slowly, piece by piece, they began to understand the defenses protecting the Philosopher's Stone. The Cerberus, Fluffy, apparently, according to Hagrid, who'd let the information slip during a casual conversation about magical creatures. Devil's Snare, which Hermione recognized from herbology. Flying Keys, which Ron deduced from watching the Charms classroom. A giant chessboard, McGonagall's transfiguration skills put to strategic use. And beyond that, unknown obstacles. We're running out of time, Harry said one night in late February. I can feel it. Something's going to happen soon. You think whoever's after the stone is making their move? Hermione asked. I know they are, Harry said. My scar's been burning more frequently. Voldemort is getting closer, stronger. Then we need to be ready, Ron said. They practiced the spells they'd need, Lumos for light, Incendio for fire against Devil's Snare, summoning charms for the keys, strategic thinking for the chess game. Harry trained in secret, practicing the green fire that came when he reached for primal magic. It was growing stronger, more responsive. And all the while, the sword remained hidden beneath his robes. Waiting. For the moment when words and wands wouldn't be enough. For the moment when Harry Potter would have to choose. Between safety and action. Between following rules and doing what was right. Between being the boy who lived. And becoming something more. March brought warmer winds and the promise of spring, but Harry felt only mounting tension. His scar burned almost constantly now, a dull ache that sharpened whenever he was near Quirrell. Something was building, coming to a head, and Harry's every instinct screamed that time was running out. One afternoon, walking back from Quidditch practice, Harry spotted Hagrid lurking near the greenhouse. The half-giant looked furtive, glancing around nervously before disappearing toward his hut. That's odd, Harry muttered to Ron and Hermione. Hagrid's always odd, Ron said, but without malice. Big softy, really. No, I mean suspicious, Harry clarified. Like he's hiding something. Should we investigate? Hermione asked, her intellectual curiosity obviously piqued. They made their way to Hagrid's hut, finding the door slightly ajar and smoke billowing from the chimney despite the mild weather. Harry knocked. Hagrid. It's Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Shuffling sounds, then the door opened a crack. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes peered out. Not a good time, Hagrid said quickly. But Harry heard it, a strange chirping sound, like a bird but deeper, more reptilian. Hagrid, Harry said carefully, what's in there? Nothing, Hagrid said too quickly. Just, nothing. The chirping intensified, followed by a whoosh of flame. Is that a dragon? Hermione gasped. Hagrid's resistance crumbled. Come in, then, but be quick about it. Inside the hut, nestled in a nest of old blankets near the roaring fire, was a dragon egg. Or rather, what had recently been an egg. Now it was a small, scaly creature with wings it couldn't quite control and smoke curling from its nostrils. Norbert, Hagrid said proudly. Got him from a stranger in the pub. Always wanted a dragon. Hagrid, Harry said slowly, dragons are illegal. If the ministry finds out. They won't, Hagrid insisted. I'll keep him hidden. Train him proper. He's already setting fire to your curtains, Hermione pointed out. Indeed, the small dragon, Norbert, had just sneezed a jet of flame that ignited the fabric. Hagrid quickly doused it. He's just a baby. He'll learn control. Hagrid, Harry said, trying to be gentle, dragons grow fast. How long before he's too big to hide? Before someone notices. Hagrid's face fell. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Listen, Ron said suddenly, my brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania. Maybe he could take Norbert. Give him a proper home. Hope lit Hagrid's eyes. You think he would? I can write to him, Ron offered. They spent the next hour discussing logistics while Norbert alternated between napping and trying to set things on fire. Finally, they left with promises to help however they could. As they walked back to the castle, Harry's mind was elsewhere. A stranger gave Hagrid that egg, Harry said quietly. Someone who knew Hagrid would want it, knew he couldn't resist. You think it was a setup? Hermione asked. I think someone wanted information from Hagrid, Harry said. And a dragon egg was the perfect bait. Information about what? Ron asked, though his expression suggested he already knew. About how to get past Fluffy, Harry said grimly. The three-headed dog. Someone was gathering intelligence about the stone's defenses. Snape, Hermione breathed. Or Quirrell, Harry countered. Or someone else entirely. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione insisted. Tell him what? Harry challenged. That we suspect someone questioned Hagrid. About Fluffy. Dumbledore probably already knows. And telling him means admitting we know about the stone, which means explaining how we know. So what do we do? Ron asked. We watch, Harry said. We wait. And we prepare. Charlie Weasley's response came within days, enthusiastic agreement to take the dragon, with arrangements for pickup the following week. But complications arose immediately. Draco Malfoy, who'd been skulking around Hagrid's hut for reasons unknown, spotted Norbert through the window. His expression had been pure calculating malice. He's going to report Hagrid, Hermione said during an emergency meeting in an empty classroom. We need to get Norbert out tonight. Charlie's friends aren't coming until next week, Ron protested. Then we bring Norbert to them, Harry decided. The tallest tower. Midnight. Charlie said they'd meet us there. How do we transport a dragon without being seen? Hermione demanded. Harry pulled out the invisibility cloak. That's not big enough for a dragon, Ron pointed out. It's big enough for a crate with a dragon inside, Harry said. If we shrink it temporarily. They spent the rest of the evening planning. Hermione researched shrinking charms. Ron reinforced a wooden crate with spells to contain dragon fire. And Harry mapped the route from Hagrid's hut to the tallest tower, identifying the safest path and timing. That night, they met at Hagrid's hut just before midnight. Norbert had grown alarmingly in just a few days, now the size of a large dog, with wings that could actually lift him off the ground. Getting him into the crate required all four of them plus several layers of dragon hide gloves. Be good, Norbert, Hagrid sobbed, actually crying. Charlie'll take care of Ye. We need to go, Harry urged. Hermione cast the shrinking charm. The crate reduced to the size of a shoebox, though it still weighed nearly as much. Harry tucked it under the invisibility cloak, and they set out. The castle at night was treacherous. Filch prowled the corridors, Mrs. Norris slinking ahead of him. Peeves drifted through walls at random. And Snape seemed to materialize from shadows whenever Harry least expected it. They climbed stairs, avoided prefects, and finally reached the tallest tower. Charlie's friends were waiting, two burly wizards with dragon-scarred hands and knowing grins. "You're the kids with the Norwegian ridgeback?" one asked. "Here," Harry said, reversing the shrinking charm. Norbert burst back to full size, immediately trying to flame everything in sight. The dragon handlers moved with practiced efficiency, securing him in a reinforced crate with complex restraints. "Good work getting him this far," the other handler said. "Most people wouldn't have managed it." "Just keep him safe," Harry said. "We will," the handler promised. They departed on brooms, Norbert's crate dangling between them, the dragon's protests fading into the night. "That's done then," Ron said with relief. But as they descended from the tower, disaster struck. Filch was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. His lamp swung toward them, and Harry realized with horror that they'd left the invisibility cloak at the top of the tower in their haste. Well, Filch said with oily satisfaction. "Students out of bed. After curfew. Oh, Professor McGonagall will love this." McGonagall's fury was legendary. She found them in her office, still in their nightclothes, looking thoroughly miserable. "I am deeply disappointed," McGonagall said, her voice cold enough to freeze fire. "Sneaking around after hours. Involving yourselves in dangerous activities. You could have been hurt, or worse. We were helping Hagrid," Ron tried. "Silence," McGonagall snapped. "I don't want to hear excuses. 50 points from Gryffindor. Each. In detention." Harry felt the loss like a physical blow. 150 points. They'd just destroyed Gryffindor's chances at the House Cup. Furthermore, McGonagall continued, "You will serve your detention in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Perhaps facing real danger will teach you the foolishness of your actions." They were dismissed with sharp warnings. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower was silent, each lost in thoughts of the consequences. The common room erupted when the hourglasses updated. Gryffindor's rubies plummeted. Students stared at Harry, Ron, and Hermione with expressions ranging from disappointment to outright hostility. "You lost us the House Cup," someone shouted. "Harry Potter, the great hero," another voice dripped with sarcasm. Harry's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Responding would only make it worse. That night, alone in his dormitory, Harry stared at the ceiling. He'd been so focused on the larger threat, Voldemort, the stone, the coming confrontation, that he'd neglected to consider the smaller consequences. And now his friends were suffering for his decisions. The ring of kinship on his finger felt heavier than usual. Ragnok's voice echoed in his mind, "Every action has ripples. A leader must consider them all." Harry had failed, not in stopping Voldemort or protecting the stone, but in protecting those who'd chosen to stand beside him. He would do better. He had to. The detention came 3 nights later. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and, surprisingly, Neville, who'd been caught trying to warn them, gathered at Hagrid's hut as darkness fell. Hagrid looked grave. "Right then. We're going into the forest. Something's been killing unicorns. Need to find out what." "The Forbidden Forest," Neville squeaked. "At night. Professor Dumbledore wants it investigated," Hagrid said. "And ye lot need to learn that actions have consequences." They set out, Hagrid carrying a crossbow, Fang the cowardly boarhound whimpering at his heels. The forest was dark and oppressive. Ancient trees blocked most moonlight, and strange sounds echoed from the shadows, growls, scuttles, distant screams. They found the first unicorn 20 minutes in. It lay in a clearing, beautiful and dead, its silver blood pooling on the ground like liquid moonlight. "This is bad," Hagrid muttered. "Very bad. Only something truly evil would kill a unicorn." "What would do that?" Hermione whispered. "Don't know," Hagrid admitted. "But we're splitting up to search. Harry, you come with me. Ron, Hermione, you take Fang and search that direction. Neville, you stay here and shout if anything approaches." They separated, Harry following Hagrid deeper into the forest. His scar began to burn. Hagrid, Harry said quietly, something's wrong. I feel it too, Hagrid said, gripping his crossbow tighter. They moved forward, and Harry saw it. A cloaked figure, bent over another dead unicorn, drinking its blood. The figure looked up, silver staining its lips, and Harry's scar exploded with pain. He stumbled, vision swimming. The figure rose, gliding toward him with inhuman grace. Hagrid fired his crossbow, but the bolt passed through the cloak as if it weren't solid. Run, Hagrid shouted. But Harry couldn't move. The pain in his scar paralyzed him, and the figure reached out. A white shape burst from the trees. A centaur, majestic and fierce, placing himself between Harry and the cloaked figure. Firenze, Hagrid breathed with relief. The cloaked figure hesitated, then retreated into the shadows with a hiss that might have been words. Harry collapsed, gasping. You are Harry Potter, Firenze said, his voice deep and measured. You must leave this forest. You are in great danger here. What was that thing? Harry managed. Something that should not exist, Firenze said. A being kept alive through unicorn blood, sustained by stolen life. It seeks something more permanent. Something that would restore it fully. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Firenze's eyes widened. You know of it. I know someone's trying to steal it, Harry said. I know Voldemort is trying to return. The planets have been read, Firenze said grimly. Dark times approach. Mars is bright tonight. War is coming. Then we fight, Harry said, struggling to his feet. You are young, Firenze observed. Age doesn't matter, Harry said. Strength does. And I'm stronger than Voldemort thinks. Firenze studied him with eyes that seemed to see past flesh to something deeper. Perhaps you are. Very well, Harry Potter. When the time comes, trust yourself. Trust your training. And remember, the greatest magic is love, but the second greatest is will. Hagrid helped Harry back to the edge of the forest, where the others waited anxiously. What happened? Hermione demanded. I saw him, Harry said quietly. Voldemort. Or what's left of him. He's here. In the forest. Drinking unicorn blood to stay alive while he plans to steal the stone. Then we need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione insisted. We will, Harry agreed. But first, we need to be ready. Because I don't think Dumbledore alone can stop this. I think we're going to have to. That's mad, Ron said. But his expression was resolute. We're just kids. We're wizards, Harry corrected. Trained, prepared, and capable. And sometimes the young must do what the old cannot. They walked back to the castle in silence. Above them, Mars gleamed red and angry in the night sky. And in the Forbidden Forest, something dark and hungry plotted its return. The final confrontation was coming. And Harry Potter would be ready. The encounter in the Forbidden Forest changed everything. Harry no longer pretended that danger was distant or theoretical. Voldemort was here, weak but desperate, and the Philosopher's Stone was all that stood between him and resurrection. The next morning, Harry requested an emergency meeting with Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was exactly as Harry had imagined, circular, filled with whirring silver instruments, portraits of previous headmasters snoring in their frames, and a magnificent phoenix perched behind the desk. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. I suspected you might visit soon. Would you like a lemon drop? No thank you, sir, Harry said. Professor, I need to tell you about what happened in the forest. Firenze has already informed me, Dumbledore said gently. He was quite impressed with you, actually. Said you showed remarkable courage. Then you know Voldemort is trying to steal the stone, Harry pressed. I have been aware of that possibility for some time, Dumbledore confirmed. Which is why the stone is so heavily protected. But sir, Hagrid accidentally told a stranger how to get past Fluffy, Harry said. Someone questioned him about magical creatures while giving him a dragon egg. The defenses might be compromised. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. That is concerning. Though I assure you, Harry, there are protections in place that even Voldemort in his current state cannot overcome. What if he's not alone? Harry asked. What if he's possessing someone? A professor, maybe. You suspect Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore said, not a question. Harry touched his scar. My scar burns when I'm near him. It's been getting worse. The connection forged by your mother's sacrifice, Dumbledore murmured. Yes, I feared something of that nature. Harry, I must ask you to trust me. Measures are in place. The stone is safe. Are you leaving it here as bait? Harry asked bluntly. Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally. You are more perceptive than I gave you credit for. Tell me, who taught you to think so strategically? The goblins, Harry said simply. They taught me that sometimes the best defense is controlled offense. Let your enemy make the first move, but ensure it's the move you want them to make. Wise, Dumbledore said. And yes, to answer your question. The stone serves a purpose beyond its protection. It draws Voldemort's attention, keeps him focused here rather than gathering strength elsewhere. But I assure you, when he makes his attempt, he will fail. What if he doesn't? Harry challenged. What if something goes wrong? Then I will handle it, Dumbledore said firmly. Harry, you are 11 years old. Brave, talented, and far more capable than most wizards twice your age. But you are still a child. This burden is not yours to bear. Harry wanted to argue, but he recognized futility when he saw it. Dumbledore wouldn't listen, wouldn't believe that Harry could help. Yes, sir, Harry said quietly. As he left the office, Harry's mind was already racing. Dumbledore might not want his help, but Harry would be ready anyway. The final weeks of term approached with mounting tension. Exams loomed, written tests and practical demonstrations that would determine whether students advanced to second year. Most students focused on studying, but Harry's attention was divided. He continued his early morning training, practicing the green fire until he could summon it at will. The primal magic responded more readily now, as if recognizing him as kin. He drilled Ron and Hermione on defensive spells, teaching them techniques he'd learned from Griphook, how to dodge rather than just shield, how to use environment to advantage, how to think 3 moves ahead. You're preparing us for war, Hermione observed one evening after a particularly intense practice session. I'm preparing us for reality, Harry corrected. If something happens, if the stone is threatened, we need to be ready. Dumbledore said he'd handle it, Ron argued. And I believe he will, Harry said. But what if he can't? What if he's delayed, or distracted, or Voldemort has a plan Dumbledore didn't anticipate? We can't just sit back and hope. So what's your plan? Hermione asked. Harry pulled out a hand-drawn map of the 3rd-floor corridor and the defenses they'd identified. Fluffy, 3-headed dog, calmed by music. Devil's snare, killed by fire or light. Flying keys, requires catching the right one. Giant chess set, requires strategy. Then something to do with potions, probably, given Snape's involvement. And finally, some kind of mirror. The Mirror of Arise, Hermione breathed. I read about it. Shows your heart's deepest desire. How does a mirror protect a stone? Ron asked. That's what we need to figure out, Harry said. But the point is, if we have to go through these defenses, we need to be prepared. Each of us has different strengths. Ron, you're brilliant at chess. Hermione, you know every spell in our textbooks. I can handle physical challenges. Together, we could make it through. You really think it'll come to that? Ron asked. I hope not, Harry admitted. But hope isn't a strategy. Exam week arrived with oppressive heat and mounting stress. Written exams tested knowledge of magical theory, history, astronomy, and herbology. Practical exams required performing spells under supervision, transfiguring a mouse into a snuff box, brewing a forgetfulness potion, demonstrating the levitation charm. Harry performed adequately, not perfectly, which would draw suspicion, but well enough to pass without question. He caught McGonagall studying him during the Transfiguration practical, as if trying to determine how much he was holding back. The defense against the dark arts practical with Quirrell was particularly tense. Harry's scar burned the entire time, and Quirrell seemed unable to meet his eyes. The professor stammered even worse than usual, and his turban smelled faintly of garlic and something else. Something rotten. Demonstrate the knockback jinx, P. Potter, Quirrell said. Harry raised his wand, focusing on a practice dummy. Flipendo. The spell hit with far more force than a first year should manage. The dummy flew backward, slamming into the wall. Quirrell flinched. Excellent. F full marks. As Harry left, he caught Quirrell's expression in a mirror, no stammer, no fear. Just cold calculation and hunger. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. His scar burned constantly, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. Something was wrong. Something was about to happen. He sat up, reaching for the invisibility cloak. A scream tore through the castle. Not a real scream, but an alarm, magical and piercing, that had every student bolting upright. Harry threw on the cloak and raced into the corridor. Professors were running toward the third floor, wands drawn. Students peered from dormitories, whispers spreading like wildfire. Harry followed the professors, staying close to the walls. At the forbidden corridor, Dumbledore stood before the door, his expression grave. McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick flanked him. "The wards have been breached," McGonagall said urgently. "Someone's gone through." "Quirrell," Snape said flatly. "It has to be. I've been watching him all year." "As have I," Dumbledore said. "But I had hoped." "No matter. I must go after him. Minerva, evacuate the students to the Great Hall. Severus, prepare the hospital wing. And someone alert the ministry." Dumbledore vanished through the door. The professors scattered, issuing orders. And Harry made a decision. He couldn't wait. Couldn't stand aside while Dumbledore faced Voldemort alone. Not when he had training, tools, and the one thing Dumbledore lacked, personal experience with Voldemort's fragment. He slipped back to Gryffindor Tower, shedding the invisibility cloak. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room with dozens of other students, all buzzing with speculation. "Harry," Hermione grabbed his arm. "What's happening?" "Quirrell's going after the stone," Harry said quietly. "Dumbledore's gone after him." "Then it's handled," Ron said with relief. "Maybe," Harry said. "But I'm going down there anyway." "What?" Hermione's voice rose. "Harry, that's insane," Dumbledore said. "Dumbledore isn't the only one who can fight," Harry said. "And if something goes wrong, if Quirrell has a trick Dumbledore didn't anticipate, someone needs to be there." "We're coming with you," Hermione said firmly. "No," Harry said. "This isn't your fight." "Yes, it is," Ron interrupted. "We're your friends. We don't abandon each other. That's what you taught us." Harry looked at them, Ron with his jaw set stubbornly, Hermione with determination blazing in her eyes, and felt something warm settle in his chest. "All right," Harry said. "But we do this smart. We stick together, we watch each other's backs, and if it gets too dangerous, we retreat." "Agreed. Agreed," they said in unison. "Then let's go," Harry said. "We have a stone to protect." They slipped away from the common room, using the chaos of evacuation to avoid notice. The invisibility cloak covered all three of them, though it was a tight fit. The third-floor corridor was empty. The door stood ajar, wards disabled. Beyond lay darkness and the sound of something large breathing. "Last chance to turn back," Harry whispered. "Not a chance," Hermione said. "Let's do this," Ron added. They stepped through the door. Into the unknown. Into danger. Into the confrontation that would define their first year at Hogwarts. The trapdoor beneath Fluffy's massive paws stood open. The three-headed dog was asleep, a harp playing itself softly in the corner. "Someone's already gotten past," Hermione observed. "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Or Quirrell. Or both." They descended through the trapdoor, landing on something soft and plant-like. "Devil's Snare," Hermione identified immediately. "Don't struggle. It reacts to movement." But Ron was already panicking, and the tendrils wrapped tighter around him. "Light," Harry said, summoning the green fire. The plant recoiled, releasing them. They found themselves in a chamber full of flying keys. One door, one lock, dozens of keys zooming through the air. "There," Harry spotted it. "The old one with the bent wing. That's the one that's been used recently." He mounted one of the brooms left conveniently nearby and gave chase. Years of Quidditch training made the capture easy. He snatched the key from the air and tossed it to Hermione. "Next," Harry said as they passed through the door. The chess chamber was massive. Life-sized pieces stood waiting. "I've got this," Ron said, his eyes gleaming. "I'm good at chess." And he was. Brilliant, in fact. He directed Harry and Hermione like pieces on a board, sacrificing pawns and knights with ruthless efficiency. But to win, Ron had to make a sacrifice. "I have to be taken," Ron said quietly. "It's the only way." "No," Harry protested. "Yes," Ron said firmly. "This is my part. My contribution. Make it count, Harry." He stepped forward, and the opposing queen struck. Ron crumpled. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. But Harry saw the opening. "Checkmate," he whispered, moving forward. The White King clattered its sword to the ground in surrender. "Go," Hermione said, tears streaming. "I'll take care of Ron. You have to finish this." Harry nodded, sprinting through the next door. Into a chamber filled with potions and flames. Into the final test. And beyond that, the confrontation that would determine everything. Harry Potter ran toward his destiny. And the darkness waiting beyond. The potion chamber was silent except for the crackling of purple flames blocking both exits. Harry studied the riddle on the parchment, his mind racing through logic while his scar pulsed with warning. 7 bottles, 4 poisons, 2 wines, 1 to move forward, 1 to move back. His goblin training served him well. Griphook had drilled pattern recognition and logical deduction for years. Harry's eyes tracked the clues, eliminating possibilities, narrowing options. The smallest bottle, Harry murmured. That's the one to move forward. He drank it, feeling ice spread through his body. The purple flames parted. Beyond lay a chamber unlike any other. It was circular, empty except for a magnificent mirror standing at the center. Gold frame, ornate carvings, and an inscription. Across the top that Harry read backward, Verized straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. I show not your face but your heart's desire, Harry translated. Very good, Potter. Harry spun, wand raised. Professor Quirrell stood beside the mirror, no longer stammering, no longer nervous. His expression was cold, calculating, utterly different from the frightened teacher Harry had known all year. Quirrell, Harry said flatly. I should have known. Should you? Quirrell laughed. Everyone suspected Snape, including you. The perfect cover, really. Let the greasy potions master draw all suspicion while I worked in plain sight. Where's Dumbledore? Harry demanded. Miles away by now, Quirrell said. A convenient owl from the Ministry, a crisis that required his immediate attention. By the time he realizes it was a fake, it will be too late. Harry's mind raced. He was alone. No backup. Just him and a dark wizard possessed by Voldemort. He touched the pendant beneath his robes, the goblin artifact that could summon aid. But Gringotts was too far. Help wouldn't arrive in time. The stone, Quirrell said, turning to the mirror. The mirror of Verized. Dumbledore's final defense. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Clever. But I cannot make it work. Harry saw his opening. Then you've failed. Not yet, Quirrell said. Because you, Potter, can make it work. Come here. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry didn't move. No. Come here, Quirrell repeated, his voice hardening. Or I will kill you where you stand. Harry approached slowly, his hand brushing the sword hidden beneath his robes. The mirror's surface rippled as he drew near. His reflection appeared, but not alone. His parents stood behind him, smiling. His father's hand on his shoulder, his mother's eyes filled with love. Then the image shifted. Ragnok stood beside them, Griphook, the goblin elders. All the family he'd found, all the people who'd believed in him. The reflection Harry smiled and pulled the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, showing it proudly. Harry felt weight materialize in his actual pocket. The stone. The mirror had given it to him. Well, Quirrell demanded. What do you see? I see myself winning the House Cup for Gryffindor, Harry lied smoothly. He lies. A voice like cold death whispered. What? Quirrell turned. He lies. Let me speak to him. Face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Quirrell reached up, unwinding his turban. As the fabric fell away, Harry's scar exploded with pain. On the back of Quirrell's head was another face. Chalk white, red eyes gleaming, slits for nostrils. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face whispered. We meet at last. Harry stood frozen, every instinct screaming danger. This was the being who'd killed his parents, who'd tried to kill him, who'd haunted his nightmares for 11 years. See what I have become. Voldemort hissed. Mere shadow and vapor. Less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost. But still alive, still plotting, still capable of return. You'll never get the stone, Harry said, his voice steadier than he felt. The stone is in your pocket, Voldemort said. I can sense its magic. Give it to me, and I shall spare you. Even reward you. I can bring back your parents, Potter. With the elixir of life, anything is possible. For a moment, just a moment, Harry was tempted. To see his parents again, to hear his mother's voice, to feel his father's pride. But Ragnok's teachings anchored him. Desperate promises are always lies. The desperate will say anything to survive. No, Harry said. You killed them. You don't get to use their memory as a weapon. Then you will die, Voldemort said simply. Seize him. Quirrell lunged forward. Harry's training took over. He didn't retreat or raise his wand. Instead, he moved into the attack, using Quirrell's momentum against him. His hand shot out, grabbing Quirrell's wrist. Quirrell screamed. Where Harry touched him, skin blistered and burned. Smoke rose from the contact point, and Quirrell tried desperately to pull away. What is this magic? Voldemort shrieked. Harry didn't understand it either, but he didn't question it. He held on, pouring everything he had into the contact, not just physical strength but will, determination, the power of his mother's sacrifice that had saved him once before. Quirrell's other hand swung toward Harry's face. Harry ducked, released his grip, and dove for distance. The stone, Voldemort commanded. Forget the boy. Get the stone. Quirrell advanced again, his burned hand hanging uselessly. Harry backed toward the mirror, mind racing. He couldn't keep dodging forever. Quirrell was bigger, stronger, and powered by Voldemort's will. Harry needed an advantage. The sword. His father's sword. Harry reached beneath his robes and drew it. The silver blade sang as it cleared the scabbard, catching light like captured lightning. A sword. Quirrell laughed. Against magic. You're more foolish than I thought. This isn't just a sword, Harry said. It's a Potter family heirloom. Forged by goblins. Bound to my blood. He raised it, and the blade blazed with green fire, the same primal magic Harry had learned to channel. Quirrell hesitated. Impossible. No first year should wield such power. I'm not just a first year, Harry said. I was raised by goblins. Trained in magic you can't imagine. You're not fighting some helpless child. You're fighting goblin kin. He attacked. The sword moved like extension of his will, flowing through forms Griphook had drilled into him. Quirrell raised his wand, casting curses, but the goblin-forged blade deflected them. Harry pressed the advantage, forcing Quirrell back. Each time their weapons met, green fire flared, and Quirrell flinched from its touch. Kill him. Voldemort screamed. Kill him now. Quirrell cast the killing curse. Green light erupted from his wand, not the gentle green of earth magic but the sickly green of death itself. Harry raised the sword. The curse struck the blade. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Two kinds of magic met, death curse and life force, corruption and purity, hatred and love. Then the sword absorbed the curse, drew it in, and reflected it back. The rebounded curse struck Quirrell in the chest. He staggered, gasping. Master. Useless, Voldemort hissed. Useless fool. Quirrell collapsed, the life draining from his eyes. On the back of his head, Voldemort's face contorted with rage. Then, like smoke, a dark shape pulled free from Quirrell's body. Voldemort's spirit, formless, terrible, filled with malevolent will, rushed toward Harry. Harry raised the sword again, but the spirit simply flowed around it. Intangible, unstoppable, it plunged toward Harry's chest. Harry felt cold beyond imagining. Felt Voldemort trying to enter him, to possess him as he'd possessed Quirrell. But something resisted. His mother's protection. The green fire in his blood. The years of occlumency training that had taught him to guard his mind. And something else. Something deeper. The sword in his hand blazed brighter. Not with his magic, but with something older. The accumulated power of generations of Potters who'd wielded it. His father's strength. His grandfather's wisdom. All the warriors who'd fought for what was right. You cannot have me, Harry said through gritted teeth. This body. This soul. They are mine. And I deny you. The green fire exploded outward. Voldemort's spirit recoiled, shrieking. It fled toward the exit, passing through the purple flames, escaping into the castle. Harry collapsed, the sword clattering beside him. His scar burned like someone had pressed a hot iron to his forehead. His body ached from channeling so much power. But he was alive, and Voldemort was gone. Footsteps echoed in the chamber. Harry tried to rise, failed. Harry. Dumbledore knelt beside him, his expression grave. You foolish, brave, extraordinary boy. You should not have come here. Someone had to, Harry managed. You were gone. Quirrell was winning. And you defeated him, Dumbledore said. With a sword I did not know you possessed, using magic I did not know you could wield. You continue to surprise me, Harry Potter. Is he dead? Harry asked. Voldemort. Voldemort cannot die while anchors to life remain, Dumbledore said cryptically. But he is weakened, dispersed. It will be years before he can attempt another return. You have bought us time, Harry. Precious time. Harry felt consciousness slipping. The stone. Safe, Dumbledore assured him. You kept it from Voldemort. That is all that matters. Destroy it, Harry whispered. Don't let anyone else die for it. Already done, Dumbledore said gently. Nicholas and I agreed. Some prices are too high to pay for immortality. Darkness pulled at Harry's vision. The last thing he heard was Dumbledore's voice, calling for help. Then nothing. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Sunlight streamed through windows, and the room was filled with flowers, candy, and cards from students he'd never met. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, checking vitals with practiced efficiency. Finally awake, she said. You gave us quite a scare, Mr. Potter. 3 days unconscious. Magical exhaustion, curse damage, and trauma to your scar. You're lucky to be alive. Ron, Harry croaked. Hermione. Are they? Fine, Madame Pomfrey assured him. Mr. Weasley has a concussion but will recover fully. Miss Granger is unhurt. They've been here every day, waiting for you to wake. As if summoned, the door burst open. Ron hobbled in, his head bandaged, with Hermione rushing beside him. Harry. Hermione's eyes were red from crying. You're awake. We were so worried. What happened? Ron demanded. 1 minute I'm getting knocked out by a giant chess piece. Next thing I know I'm waking up here and they're saying you fought Quirrell and Voldemort. Long story, Harry said. But we won. The stone is safe. Destroyed, actually, Hermione corrected. Professor Dumbledore announced it yesterday. The Philosopher's Stone no longer exists. They spent the next hour talking. Harry told them everything, Quirrell's revelation, Voldemort's spirit, the sword, the confrontation. Ron and Hermione listened with expressions cycling between awe and horror. You used your father's sword. Hermione breathed. Harry, that's extraordinary. Stupid, more like, Ron said. Taking on you-know-who with a sword. But brilliant. Definitely brilliant. Later, Dumbledore visited. He conjured a comfortable chair and settled in, studying Harry with those penetrating blue eyes. I owe you several explanations, Dumbledore said. And an apology. I underestimated you, Harry. Thought you simply a talented student. I did not realize the depths of your training, the strength you developed. The goblins taught me well, Harry said simply. Indeed they did, Dumbledore agreed. Tell me, how much do you know about your mother's protection? About why Quirrell burned when you touched him? My mother died to save me, Harry said. Her sacrifice created a protection. Love, in its purest form. Exactly, Dumbledore said. Love, the one magic Voldemort can never understand or overcome. It lives in your very skin, Harry. And when Quirrell, who was sharing his body with Voldemort, touched you, he could not bear it. Will it always protect me? Harry asked. While you can still call a place home where your mother's blood dwells, yes, Dumbledore said. Then paused. Which creates complications, given that you were abandoned by your aunt and uncle. I have a home, Harry said. Gringotts. So I understand, Dumbledore said. The goblins have made their position clear. They consider you kin. Under their protection. That is unprecedented. Is that a problem? Harry asked carefully. No, Dumbledore said slowly. Simply unexpected. You are not the Harry Potter I anticipated, young man. You are something entirely new. A wizard raised by goblins, combining two worlds in ways we've never seen. It will be interesting to watch what you become. He rose to leave, then paused. One more thing, Harry. The sword. May I ask where you got it? It was my father's, Harry said. The goblins kept it safe until I was ready. Goblin forged, Dumbledore murmured. Capable of absorbing that which makes it stronger. Including, apparently, killing curses. Remarkable. Keep it close, Harry. I suspect you may need it again. He departed, leaving Harry alone with questions and exhaustion. But also hope. He'd faced Voldemort and survived. Again. And next time, if there was a next time, he would be even more ready. The final week at Hogwarts passed in a strange blur of normalcy and celebration. Harry remained in the hospital wing for 2 more days, visited by a steady stream of well-wishers. Students he'd never spoken to brought him sweets and cards. Even some Slytherins nodded respectfully as they passed his bed. You're a hero, Ron said one afternoon, munching on a chocolate frog. Everyone's talking about how you saved the stone. We saved it, Harry corrected. You sacrificed yourself on that chessboard. Hermione got us past the devil's snare and the potion puzzle. I just finished what we started together. Still, Hermione said, though she looked pleased. You faced Voldemort alone. Again. That takes courage most wizards never find. When Madame Pomfrey finally released him, Harry returned to find Gryffindor Tower in chaos. Exams were over, results posted, and students were packing for the journey home. Harry's results were excellent, not perfect, which would have drawn suspicion, but strong across all subjects. Hermione had naturally scored highest in their year, with Ron managing respectable marks despite his complaints about studying. The sword remained hidden in Harry's trunk, shrunk down and wrapped in protective cloth. He'd explained its presence to Dumbledore as a family heirloom, which was true enough. But he hadn't mentioned its ability to absorb curses or channel primal magic. Some secrets were worth keeping. On the final evening, the Great Hall was decorated in Slytherin colors, green and silver banners celebrating their House Cup victory. The snake hourglass overflowed with emeralds. Draco Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table looking insufferably smug. But Dumbledore stood, his eyes twinkling, and the hall fell silent. Another year gone, Dumbledore said. And what a year it has been. Much has happened, both joyful and sorrowful. But before we feast, I must acknowledge some recent events. Harry's stomach tightened. The House Cup needs awarding, Dumbledore continued. And the points stand thus. In 4th place, Hufflepuff with 312 points. In 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 426. In 2nd place, Gryffindor with 412. And in 1st place, Slytherin with 472. The Slytherin table erupted in cheers. However, Dumbledore said, his voice cutting through the celebration, recent events must be taken into account. I have a few last-minute points to award. The hall went dead silent. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, Dumbledore said, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron's face turned the color of radishes as Gryffindors roared approval. The rubies in their hourglass rose. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, tears streaming. More cheers, more rubies. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, and the hall fell silent again, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The noise was deafening. Students calculated frantically. Gryffindor now had 572 points, exactly tied with Slytherin. And finally, Dumbledore said, his voice somehow carrying over the tumult, it takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Neville Longbottom. Neville looked like he might faint. The Gryffindor table mobbed him, cheering loud enough to shake the enchanted ceiling. Which means, Dumbledore said, we need a little change of decoration. He clapped his hands. The green and silver banners transformed into scarlet and gold. The silver serpent became a golden lion. Gryffindor had won the House Cup. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Not for the victory itself, points and cups didn't matter much to someone raised by goblins. But for what it represented. His friends, recognized and rewarded. Their teamwork, acknowledged. And most importantly, proof that doing the right thing sometimes came with recognition rather than punishment. The Hogwarts Express departed the next morning. Harry loaded his trunk, heavier now with books, memories, and the sword hidden at the bottom. Hedwig hooted softly in her cage, eager to be free. Ron and Hermione joined him in a compartment, and they spent the journey talking, laughing, and planning for next year. I'm going to practice all summer, Ron declared. Learn some proper defensive spells. Next time something attacks, I want to be ready. Next time. Hermione's voice rose. There's going to be a next time. There's always a next time, Harry said quietly. Voldemort isn't gone. Just weakened. He'll try again. Then we'll stop him again, Ron said firmly. Together. Together, Hermione agreed. They exchanged addresses, promising to write over the summer. Ron invited Harry to visit the burrow. Hermione mentioned possibly going to Diagon Alley in August to get supplies for second year. As London approached, Harry felt conflicting emotions. Excitement to return to Gringotts, to see Ragnok and Griphook and resume his goblin training. But also sadness to leave Hogwarts, where he'd found friendship and purpose. He was changing, Harry realized. Becoming something that bridged two worlds. Not fully wizard, not fully goblin-raised, but a unique combination of both. The train pulled into King's Cross. Students poured onto the platform, greeted by waiting families. Harry spotted the Weasleys, a loud, cheerful clan of red hair and freckles. Mrs. Weasley immediately pulled Ron into a crushing hug. Hermione's parents waited nearby, ordinary-looking people with kind faces who hugged their daughter with obvious love. And there, standing apart from the Muggle crowd, was Ragnok. The goblin wore an impeccable suit, his sharp eyes finding Harry immediately. Something that might have been pride flickered across his severe features. "Harry," Ragnok said as Harry approached. "Ragnok," Harry replied, and felt home settle around him like a familiar cloak. They walked through the barrier together, leaving the wizarding world behind for the summer. But Harry knew he'd return. Hogwarts had become part of him now. Another piece of the complex puzzle he was becoming. Back in Gringotts, Harry's first week passed in intensive training. Griphook was merciless, pushing Harry through combat drills that left him gasping. But Harry welcomed the challenge. After facing Voldemort, physical exhaustion felt almost comforting. "You've grown stronger," Griphook observed after one particularly brutal session. "The green fire comes easier now. More controlled. I used it in battle," Harry explained. "Against Voldemort's spirit. It responded when nothing else would. Earth magic recognizes true need," Griphook said. "It will always answer those who respect it. But remember, such power demands balance. Use it too freely, and it will consume you." Harry nodded, filing that warning away. That evening, Ragnok summoned him to his office. "Tell me everything," Ragnok commanded. "Every detail of what happened." Harry recounted the story, the defenses, the confrontation with Quirrell, Voldemort's possession, the final battle. He didn't hold back, knowing Ragnok valued honesty above comfort. When he finished, Ragnok sat in silence for a long moment. "You used the sword," Ragnok finally said. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "It saved my life. Absorbed the killing curse and reflected it back. Goblin-forged weapons are unique," Ragnok explained. "They absorb that which strengthens them. The sword has now tasted death magic and survived. It is more powerful than before. But also more dangerous." "How so?" "Because it knows death now," Ragnok said. "Understands it. A weapon that comprehends mortality is not to be wielded lightly." "I'll be careful," Harry promised. "See that you are," Ragnok said. "You are becoming formidable, Harry. More than we anticipated. A wizard who thinks like a goblin, who wields magic we thought impossible. The wizarding world will not know what to make of you." "Good," Harry said. "Let them underestimate me. It's an advantage." Ragnok actually smiled. "You learn well. Now, there is something else we must discuss. Your second year at Hogwarts. What about it?" "Dumbledore sent an owl," Ragnok said. "He wishes to speak with me about your guardianship. About ensuring proper arrangements are in place. Do you think he'll try to move me?" Harry asked, concern threading his voice. "He might try," Ragnok admitted. "But Goblin law is clear, you are emancipated, under our protection. He has no legal authority to change that. Still, Dumbledore is powerful and influential. We must be prepared for political maneuvering." "What should I do?" "Continue as you have been," Ragnok advised. "Excel at Hogwarts, maintain your friendships, follow their rules. Give Dumbledore no excuse to claim you're a danger to yourself or others. And, remember, you are kin. That bond supersedes wizarding authority." Harry nodded, understanding the game being played. Dumbledore wanted to guide him, shape him. But Harry had already been shaped by 7 years with goblins. He wouldn't be easily molded now. The summer passed quickly. Harry trained with Griphook, studied magical theory with Rangslash, and spent long evenings discussing strategy with Ragnok. He wrote to Ron and Hermione regularly, careful to use code for anything sensitive. Ron's letters were filled with complaints about his brothers and excitement about visiting Diagon Alley. Hermione's were filled with book recommendations and theories about what second year might bring. In late August, Harry joined them in Diagon Alley to purchase supplies. The wizarding shopping district was crowded with families preparing for the new term. Harry spotted familiar faces from Hogwarts, all waving and calling greetings. "Harry, over here." He found Ron and Hermione at Flourish and Blots, surrounded by books. New book list is huge this year, Ron complained. 7 books by Gilderoy Lockhart. Mum says he's the new defense professor. Lockhart. Hermione's eyes lit up. I've read all his books. He's done amazing things. Defeated vampires, banshees, hags. Or he's good at writing about defeating them, Harry said skeptically. Anyone can claim adventures in a book. You're so cynical, Hermione said, but fondly. They spent hours shopping, robes from Madame Malkin's, ingredients from the apothecary, quills and parchment from Scribulus. Harry also stopped at Quality Quidditch Supplies, eyeing the new Nimbus 2001 brooms with professional interest. At one point, they ran into Draco Malfoy and his father. Lucius Malfoy was tall, pale, with long white blonde hair and cold gray eyes. He studied Harry with obvious interest. "Ah, young Mr. Potter," Lucius drawled. "The famous boy who lived. I hear you've been living with goblins. How unusual." "The goblins have been good to me," Harry said evenly. "Indeed," Lucius said, though his tone suggested he found the idea distasteful. "Well, come along, Draco. We have shopping to complete." As they walked away, Harry felt Hermione grip his arm. "That man gives me chills," she whispered. "He should," Harry said quietly. "That's the face of old prejudice. Old power. And very real danger." They finished their shopping as the afternoon waned. Standing outside Gringotts, preparing to part ways, Harry felt gratitude swell. "Thank you," he said. "For being my friends. For standing with me. Always," Ron said gruffly. "That's what friends do," Hermione added. They hugged, awkward, brief, but genuine, and went their separate ways. Harry returned to Gringotts, his trunk full of supplies, his mind full of anticipation. Second year awaited. New challenges, new mysteries, new opportunities to prove himself. And whatever came, Harry would face it with the strength he'd earned, the friends he'd made, and the dual heritage that made him unique. The boy who lived, raised by goblins, trained for war, ready for whatever darkness approached. On the night before returning to Hogwarts, Harry stood at his window overlooking the deep vaults. The ring of kinship gleamed on his finger. The pendant hung warm against his chest. The sword lay ready in his trunk. And in his heart, determination burned brighter than any magic. First year had been a test, of courage, of skill, of character. He'd passed. But Harry knew the real challenges still lay ahead. Voldemort would return. Darkness would rise again. And when it did, Harry Potter would be ready. Not as the boy who lived. Not as some prophesied hero. But as himself. A wizard who'd learned that strength came from many sources. That family wasn't always blood. That courage meant standing up even when afraid. And that sometimes, the most powerful magic was simply refusing to give up. Tomorrow, the Hogwarts Express would carry him back to school. Back to friends and classes and Quidditch. Back to the next chapter of his story. And Harry welcomed it. Because he'd learned the most important lesson of all. The story wasn't about him alone. It was about everyone who stood together against darkness. And together, they would win. September 1st arrived with crisp autumn air and the familiar chaos of Platform 9 3/4. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier, Hedwig hooting softly in her cage, his trunk heavier this year with books, equipment, and the carefully concealed sword. The platform bustled with students reuniting after summer, parents giving last-minute instructions, and the Scarlet Hogwarts Express releasing clouds of steam. "Harry." Ron waved from beside his family. "Over here." Harry made his way through the crowd. The Weasleys were impossible to miss, 7 children with flaming red hair, all talking over each other while Mrs. Weasley tried to maintain order. "You must be Harry, Mrs. Weasley said warmly, pulling him into an unexpected hug. "Ron's told us so much about you. Thank you for being such a good friend to him." "Mum," Ron protested, his ears turning red. "Oh hush, Mrs. Weasley said. "Now, have you got everything? Books, robes, wand?" "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, finding himself smiling despite the overwhelming attention. This was what normal families looked like. Loud, chaotic, but filled with genuine affection. So different from the Dursleys, so different even from the goblins' measured approach. "Harry." Hermione appeared, her parents trailing behind with a loaded trolley. "Ready for second year." "As ready as I can be," Harry said. They boarded the train together, finding an empty compartment near the middle. As the train pulled away from the station, Harry felt that familiar mix of anticipation and determination settle over him. Second year. New challenges awaited. But first, he needed to understand what had happened last year. Really understand it, not just survive it. Can I ask you both something? Harry said once they were underway. Of course, Hermione said immediately. Last year. The stone, Voldemort, all of it. Do you ever wonder if we did the right thing? Going after it ourselves instead of trusting the adults. Ron frowned. We saved the stone. How could that be wrong? But we also nearly died, Harry pointed out. And we broke about 50 school rules doing it. The goblins taught me that victory without wisdom is just luck. I want to understand what we did right, and what we did wrong. Hermione leaned forward, her intellectual curiosity engaged. That's actually a good question. What would you say we did wrong? Harry considered. We didn't communicate well with Dumbledore. We assumed he wouldn't listen, so we didn't try hard enough to make him. We also underestimated the danger. Went in thinking we were clever when we were mostly just desperate. But we won, Ron argued. We survived, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Winning means you controlled the outcome. Surviving means you got lucky. And I don't want to rely on luck again. So what would you do differently? Hermione asked. Better preparation, Harry said immediately. More training. And most importantly, building a real team. Not just the three of us rushing into danger, but a network of people we can trust and rely on. Like who? Ron asked. I don't know yet, Harry admitted. But I'm going to figure it out. Because Voldemort will come back. Maybe not this year, maybe not next. But he will. And when he does, I want to be ready. They spent the rest of the journey discussing strategy. Hermione suggested they create a study group, focusing on defensive magic beyond the curriculum. Ron proposed recruiting people who'd proven themselves trustworthy. Harry listened, contributed, and felt something click into place. This was what leadership looked like. Not commanding from above, but building from within. Creating something stronger than any individual. The goblins would approve. The welcome feast that evening was everything Harry remembered. The great hall glowed with floating candles, the enchanted ceiling reflected a starry night sky, and the 4 house tables buzzed with excited conversation. Professor Dumbledore stood to give his start-of-term notices, twinkling eyes sweeping the room. Welcome, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying effortlessly. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin the sorting, I have a few announcements. First, our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. A man stood from the staff table. Outrageously handsome in a turquoise robe, with perfectly styled blonde hair and a smile that showed far too many teeth. He waved at the students like greeting adoring fans. Harry's instincts immediately flagged him as suspicious. Too perfect, too polished, and the way he moved suggested someone more concerned with image than substance. Second, Dumbledore continued, the Forbidden Forest remains, as always, forbidden to students. And finally, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes. The sorting began. First years shuffled forward nervously, the sorting hat declaring their houses to cheers and applause. Harry barely paid attention, his mind already analyzing the coming year. New defense professor meant new teaching style. Lockhart seemed like a celebrity rather than a warrior. That could be problematic if the curriculum suffered. He'd need to supplement his education, continue his private training, and watch for threats Lockhart might miss. The feast materialized on the golden plates. Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, vegetables swimming in butter, and desserts that defied physics. Students dug in with enthusiasm. So, Ron said around a mouthful of chicken, what do you think of Lockhart? Fraud, Harry said immediately. What? Hermione looked scandalized. He's accomplished amazing things. I've read all his books. Have you verified any of those accomplishments? Harry challenged. Or did you just believe what he wrote? Hermione frowned. Well, I suppose I took them on faith. But why would he lie? Fame, Harry said. Money. Attention. Pick one. You're so cynical, Hermione said, but she looked thoughtful. After the feast, Gryffindors filed out of the Great Hall and up to their tower. The password was Wattlebird, and the common room welcomed them with warm fires and comfortable chairs. Harry claimed a corner table, spreading out his schedule. Second year brought new classes, more advanced work in transfiguration, charms, and potions, plus the addition of herbology with the dangerous plants. He also had his private agenda. Continue occlumency practice, train with the sword, build his network of allies, and watch for signs of Voldemort's return. It was going to be a busy year. The first week of classes confirmed Harry's suspicions about Lockhart. Their first defense against the dark arts lesson was a disaster. Lockhart spent the entire period talking about himself, his achievements, and his book sales. When a student finally asked about practical defensive magic, Lockhart waved the question away. All in good time, Lockhart said with his perfect smile. But first, you must understand the theory. And what better way than through my own experiences? He released a cage of Cornish pixies as a practical demonstration. The creatures immediately caused chaos, throwing books, pulling hair, and generally wreaking havoc. Lockhart attempted several spells, all of which failed spectacularly. Right. Well, class dismissed. Lockhart fled, leaving the students to deal with the pixies. Harry, Ron, and Hermione managed to capture most of them using freezing charms and levitation. But the damage was done. He's useless, Ron declared as they left the classroom. Worse than useless, Harry agreed. He's dangerous. Students relying on him for protection will be completely unprepared for real threats. So what do we do? Hermione asked. We train ourselves, Harry said. Starting tonight. That evening, they gathered in an unused classroom. Harry had brought several books from Gringotts, goblin texts on combat magic and defensive theory that went far beyond Hogwarts curriculum. First lesson, Harry said. Situational awareness. Most wizards die because they don't see danger coming. So we learn to always be looking. He spent an hour teaching them techniques Griphook had drilled into him. How to scan a room instantly, identifying exits and threats. How to use peripheral vision. How to trust instinct when something felt wrong. This is intense, Ron said, sweating from the mental exertion. This is necessary, Harry corrected. Voldemort won't announce himself, won't give warning. The only advantage we have is preparation. They train 3 times a week. Slowly, carefully, Harry shared what the goblins had taught him. Not the primal magic, that was too dangerous, but the practical skills that could keep them alive. Hermione absorbed everything with her usual brilliance. Ron struggled with theory but excelled at practical application. And Harry discovered he had a talent for teaching. Word spread. Other students asked to join. Harry was selective, accepting only those who showed genuine commitment. By October, they had a group of 15. All houses, all years, united by the desire to be prepared. They called themselves the Defense Association. DA for short. Meanwhile, strange things began happening at Hogwarts. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified. Hanging from a torch bracket with a message scrawled on the wall, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school erupted in whispers. Chamber of Secrets. Heir of Slytherin. Ancient evil awakening. Harry researched obsessively. The chamber was allegedly created by Salazar Slytherin, one of Hogwarts' founders. It supposedly contained a monster that would purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy, specifically, Muggle-borns. This is bad, Hermione said during one of their library sessions. If the chamber is real, if something's been released, then Muggle-borns are in danger, Harry finished. Which means you're in danger. We need to find out what's happening, Ron said. Before someone gets hurt. Harry agreed, but he also felt frustration building. Another threat, another mystery. How many times would Hogwarts be endangered before someone actually secured it properly? The goblin in him wanted to march to Dumbledore and demand answers. But he knew that wouldn't work. Dumbledore played long games, kept secrets, trusted in his own plans. So Harry would play his own game. Investigate quietly, prepare thoroughly, and be ready when the moment came. He increased DA training sessions, focused on protective magic and countering dark creatures, and quietly began mapping the castle more extensively, looking for hidden passages that might lead to this alleged chamber. The sword remained hidden in his trunk, but Harry checked it daily, ensuring it was ready if needed. Because whatever was coming, whatever had been released, Harry Potter would not be caught unprepared. Not again. November brought the first Quidditch match of the season. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The The rivalry was intense, made worse by Slytherin's new seeker, Draco Malfoy, who'd bought his way onto the team with 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms for the entire squad. Wood was nearly apoplectic. "They're trying to buy the cup. But we've got you, Harry. Best seeker Hogwarts has seen in years. Show them that skill beats gold." The match was brutal. Slytherin played dirty from the start, elbowing, tripping, and making liberal use of their superior brooms. But Harry's training gave him advantages they couldn't match. He flew with precision, anticipating their moves, using aerial combat techniques Griphook had taught him. When he spotted the snitch, he didn't just chase it, he herded it, controlled the pursuit, ensured victory. His hand closed around the golden ball. Gryffindor won, 170-60. The crowd erupted. Harry descended to find himself mobbed by teammates and fans. But his satisfaction was tempered by awareness. Victory was good, but it was also just Quidditch. The real battle still lay ahead. That night, lying in his dormitory bed, Harry reflected on the year so far. He was stronger than last year. More skilled, more prepared, more aware of the threats around him. But he was also beginning to understand the weight of what he was becoming. A leader, a warrior, someone others looked to for protection and guidance. It was exhausting, and exhilarating, and terrifying. The ring of kinship on his finger reminded him of where he came from. The goblins who'd raised him, who'd taught him that strength came from preparation and will. The pendant around his neck connected him to his grandfather, to the Potter legacy he was beginning to understand. And the sword in his trunk represented his readiness to fight when necessary. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, raised by goblins, leader of the Defense Association. And whatever came next, he would face it. Not alone, but with friends beside him. With skills earned through discipline. With wisdom learned from 2 worlds. He was ready. For the Chamber of Secrets. For whatever monster awaited. For the continuing war against darkness. Second year had only just begun. And already, Harry knew it would test him in ways first year never had. But he welcomed the challenge. Because testing was how steel was forged. And Harry Potter was becoming steel. December brought snow and mounting fear to Hogwarts. 3 more students had been petrified, Colin Creevey, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and nearly headless Nick. The entire school walked on edge, whispering about the Chamber of Secrets, about the heir of Slytherin, about who might be next. And suspicion had fallen on Harry. "It's because you're a Parselmouth," Hermione explained in the library, her voice low. "You spoke to that snake during Lockhart's dueling club disaster. Everyone heard you. And Parseltongue is associated with Slytherin. So they think I'm the heir," Harry said flatly. "That I'm attacking students. Some do," Ron admitted. "But we know you're not. You were with us when most of the attacks happened." Harry's jaw tightened. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd spent a year building the Defense Association, training students to protect themselves, and now they feared him. "We need to find the real heir," Harry said. "And fast, before someone dies." They'd been researching for weeks. The Chamber of Secrets was supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin before he left Hogwarts over 1,000 years ago. It contained a monster only his heir could control, meant to purge the school of Muggle-borns. But the clues were frustratingly vague. Then Hermione was attacked. Harry found her in the hospital wing, petrified like the others, her face frozen in an expression of sudden realization. In her hand, torn from a library book, was a piece of parchment describing the basilisk, a giant serpent whose gaze could kill. "A basilisk," Harry breathed. "That's the monster. That's what I've been hearing in the walls." "The plumbing," Ron said suddenly. "Snakes can move through pipes. That's how it's getting around without being seen. And people are only being petrified instead of killed because they're seeing it indirectly," Harry realized. "Through mirrors, through ghosts, through camera lenses. They had the what. Now they needed the where and who." The answer came from an unexpected source, Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted a girl's bathroom on the 2nd floor. "She died 50 years ago," Harry said, reading through old school records in the restricted section. "The last time the chamber was opened. Myrtle might know something." They visited her bathroom, enduring her weeping complaints until Harry asked the right question. "How did you die?" Myrtle's expression shifted. "I was crying in here because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. Then I heard someone speaking. A boy's voice. Speaking funny words. I came out to tell him to go away, and then I saw great big yellow eyes. And then I died. Where did you see the eyes? Harry pressed. Myrtle pointed at a sink, one that had never worked, with a small snake carved into the side of the tap. Harry's scar tingled. This was it. The entrance. Open, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The sink moved, revealing a large pipe leading down into darkness. We need to tell a teacher, Hermione would have said, if she weren't petrified. But time was running out. Another message had appeared. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Someone had been taken, and Harry had a terrible feeling he knew who. Ginny, Ron whispered, his face pale. Ginny Weasley. My sister. She's been acting strange all year. Disappearing, looking scared. What if she's been taken into the chamber? Harry made a decision. We go now. We find her. And we end this. Just us. Ron asked. We'll get Lockhart, Harry said. He's useless, but at least it's a professor. They found Lockhart in his office, packing. The fraud took one look at them and tried to run, but Harry's training made him faster. You're coming with us, Harry said, his wand steady. Or I tell everyone you're a fraud who wipes memories and steals credit for other people's achievements. Lockhart's perfect smile cracked. You can't prove that. I can, Harry said. The goblins taught me how to verify claims. I checked. Every adventure in your books belongs to someone else. Someone whose memory you modified. Lockhart wilted. Please. I'll give you anything. Just let me go. You're coming to the chamber, Harry said firmly. You claim to be a hero. Time to prove it. They forced Lockhart down to Myrtle's bathroom, down through the pipe into a dark tunnel that smelled of rotten serpent. At the bottom, they found a massive door covered in serpent carvings. Open, Harry hissed again. The door swung wide, revealing a chamber so vast it could have held a cathedral. Pillars carved with coiled snakes rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. And at the far end, lying unconscious beside a pool of dark water, was Ginny Weasley. Ginny. Ron started forward. Wait, Harry grabbed his arm. It's a trap. A figure materialized from the shadows, translucent but growing more solid, a teenage boy with dark hair and cold eyes. Tom Riddle. Harry recognized him from the trophy room, from old school records. Very good, Potter, Riddle said, his voice echoing. I am a memory. Preserved in a diary. Growing stronger as I drained life from the girl. You made Ginny open the chamber, Harry realized. You controlled her. I wrote in the diary, Riddle smiled. And she wrote back. Poured out her fears, her secrets, her very soul. Making me stronger while she grew weaker. Until I could possess her completely. Use her to command the basilisk. Why? Harry demanded. Because I am the heir of Slytherin, Riddle said. I am Lord Voldemort. The name rearranged itself in Harry's mind. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. You're his younger self, Harry breathed. A memory from when you were a student. Preserved for this purpose, Voldemort confirmed. To finish what I began 50 years ago. To purge Hogwarts of mudblood filth. Starting with your friend Granger. And now, with you. He spoke in Parseltongue, and the pool erupted. The basilisk rose, 60 feet of serpent, scales like armor, and eyes that glowed with death. Look away, Harry shouted to Ron and Lockhart. He closed his own eyes, relying on hearing and instinct. The basilisk struck, and Harry dove aside, feeling wind from its passage. He couldn't fight blind. Then Fawkes appeared, Dumbledore's phoenix, carrying the sorting hat in its talons. The bird attacked the basilisk's eyes, claws raking, blinding it. Harry caught the sorting hat as it fell. Reached inside desperately. His hand closed on something solid. A sword. Not his father's blade, but something equally powerful. The sword of Gryffindor. He drew it, ruby-encrusted hilt gleaming, and faced the basilisk. The creature was blind now, striking randomly. Harry used its rage against it, staying mobile, waiting for the opening. There. He drove the sword upward through the roof of the basilisk's mouth, piercing its brain. The creature convulsed, fangs sinking into Harry's arm before it collapsed. Pain exploded through him. Basilisk venom, burning like acid. No. Ron screamed. Harry staggered toward the diary lying beside Ginny. The source of Riddle's power. Destroy it, and the memory dies. He plunged the venom-coated sword into the diary. Riddle screamed, his form dissolving into smoke. The diary crumbled to ash. And Ginny gasped awake. But Harry was dying. The venom spreading. Fawkes landed beside him, tears falling on the wound. Phoenix tears. Healing magic. The pain faded. The venom neutralized. Harry lived. They emerged from the chamber hours later, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and a memory-wiped Lockhart who remembered nothing. Dumbledore was waiting in his office with Professor McGonagall and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley crushed Ginny in a hug, sobbing. Mr. Weasley shook Harry's hand with genuine gratitude. "You saved her," he said. "You saved my daughter. We saved each other," Harry corrected. "She fought Riddle's control. Gave me time." Dumbledore studied Harry with those piercing blue eyes. "You continue to amaze me, Harry. First the Philosopher's Stone, now the Chamber of Secrets. 2 encounters with Voldemort in 2 years. He keeps coming back," Harry said quietly. "Different forms, but always him. The diary was a Horcrux, wasn't it? A piece of his soul." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "You know of Horcruxes. The goblins mentioned them," Harry said. "Dark magic that splits the soul. Anchors it to objects, making the creator nearly immortal." "Nearly," Dumbledore emphasized. "But not truly. Each piece torn away diminishes the soul. Voldemort has gone further down that path than any wizard in history." "How many pieces?" Harry asked. "I don't know," Dumbledore admitted. "But the diary was one. And its destruction means Voldemort is weaker now than before." Harry nodded, filing that information away. Horcruxes. Multiple pieces. That's why Voldemort kept coming back. They'd need to find and destroy them all. But that was a problem for another day. The final weeks of term passed in relief and celebration. Hermione and the other petrified students were revived using Mandrake Potion. Hagrid was released from Azkaban, his name cleared. And Dumbledore announced that final exams were cancelled due to the year's upheaval. The students cheered. Even Harry smiled, though part of him knew he'd need to study anyway. The goblins would expect it. On the final evening, he sat with Ron and Hermione in the common room. 2 years, Ron said. 2 years and we've faced Voldemort twice. Think it'll happen again? Hermione asked. Yes, Harry said without hesitation. He's out there, weak, but surviving, and he won't stop until he's defeated permanently. Then we keep training, Hermione said. The DA continues. Agreed, Harry said. And we expand. More members, more advanced techniques. We need to be ready. For what? Ron asked. For war, Harry said simply. Because that's what's coming. Not this year, maybe not next. But eventually. Voldemort will gather strength. And when he does, we need to be strong enough to stop him. They sat in silence, the weight of that truth settling over them. But also determination. They'd survived 2 years. Faced impossible odds twice. And won both times. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. The Hogwarts Express carried them back to London the next day. Harry stared out the window, watching Scotland give way to England, his mind already turning toward summer. Back to Gringotts. Back to intensive training with Griphook. Back to discussions of strategy with Ragnok. But also letters to Ron and Hermione. Maintaining the friendships that had become so important. He was changing, growing into something unique. A wizard trained by goblins. A leader who thought strategically. A warrior who understood that battles were won through preparation, not just courage. The boy who lived was becoming something more. And Voldemort, wherever he was, should be afraid. Because Harry Potter was coming. With skills honed through discipline. With friends who stood beside him. With knowledge from 2 worlds. And with the determination to end this war. No matter how many years it took. No matter what sacrifices were required. He would stop Voldemort. Permanently. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry gathered his trunk, his owl, his sword hidden carefully at the bottom. And stepped onto the platform. Into summer. Into training. Into the continuing preparation for the war he knew was coming. Second year was over. But the real battles had only just begun. 5 years later, Harry Potter stood in the depths of Gringotts, no longer a child but a young man of 17, watching the Goblin Nation gather for a ceremony that had no precedent in their long history. The great hall beneath the marble floors had been prepared with meticulous care. Torches lined the walls, their flames reflecting off veins of gold and silver running through the stone. Hundreds of goblins filled the chamber, their expressions ranging from approval to skepticism to outright curiosity. At the center, on a raised platform of black granite, stood Ragnok. Older now, his sharp features marked by the passage of years, but still commanding the respect and authority that had defined him for decades. Beside him stood the goblin elders, witnesses to what was about to occur. And before them all stood Harry. Taller than most remembered, lean and strong from years of training. His black hair still refused to lie flat, his green eyes still held that intensity that made people uncomfortable. But the scar on his forehead had faded to silver, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. The ring of kinship gleamed on his finger. The pendant hung against his chest. And at his side, no longer hidden, hung the sword of Gryffindor in a goblin-forged scabbard. 13 years ago, Ragnok's voice echoed through the chamber, speaking in gobbledygook for the assembled nation. A child was abandoned at our doors. Cast aside by those who should have protected him. We took him in, not out of pity, but because we saw potential. Harry stood still, letting the words wash over him. He'd heard this speech in private, knew what was coming, but the weight of the moment still pressed down. That child became our student, Ragnok continued. Our kin. He learned our language, our customs, our magic. He proved himself in ways few wizards ever have. And today, we acknowledge what he has become. Rangslash stepped forward, carrying a crown, not ornate, but simple and elegant. Wrought iron intertwined with silver, set with a single emerald that pulsed with captured magic. Harry Potter, Ragnok said, switching to English so all could understand, you have been raised as one of us. Trained in our ways. Bound to us by oaths deeper than blood. And you have honored those bonds through 7 years at Hogwarts, balancing two worlds, serving as bridge between wizard and goblin. It was true. 7 years at Hogwarts had been a careful dance. Excelling in classes while hiding the true depth of his abilities. Leading the Defense Association that had grown to over 100 members. Fighting Voldemort's returned forces whenever they emerged. And always returning to Gringotts during holidays. Continuing his training. Maintaining his connection to the family that had raised him. You defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort, Ragnok continued. Not once, not twice, but ultimately and permanently. You destroyed his Horcruxes, faced him in final battle, and ended the threat he posed to both our peoples. Harry's mind flashed to that final confrontation. Voldemort at full strength, surrounded by Death Eaters. And Harry, backed by the DA, by the Order of the Phoenix, by allies from both worlds. The duel had been epic. Magic that shook Hogwarts to its foundations. But in the end, Harry's dual training had been the difference. Wizard spells combined with goblin combat techniques, primal earth magic meeting dark arts. And when their wands connected, when the golden light formed between them, Harry's will, forged through 13 years of discipline, had proven stronger. Voldemort had fallen. For good this time. Today, Ragnok said, his voice swelling with something that might have been pride, the goblin nation acknowledges Harry Potter not just as kin, but as prince. A title we have never granted to one not born of our blood. But one we grant now, recognizing that family is more than birth, that honor is earned through action, and that this wizard has proven himself worthy. Rangslash placed the crown on Harry's head. It settled with a weight that felt right. Not heavy, but solid. A reminder of responsibility accepted rather than imposed. Hail Harry Potter, Ragnok intoned. Wizard, goblin kin, and Prince of Gringotts. Hail, the assembled goblins echoed, their voices creating a sound like thunder in the deep places. Harry bowed, not in submission, but in acknowledgement. In respect for the family that had shaped him. When he rose, Griphook stepped forward. The severe goblin who'd been his primary tutor for over a decade actually smiled. You've done well, young prince, Griphook said quietly. Better than we dreamed. I had good teachers, Harry replied in flawless gobbledygook. You had a good heart, Griphook corrected. We merely gave you tools. You chose how to use them. The celebration that followed was subdued by human standards but warm by goblin measures. Food and drink appeared, dark bread and sharp cheese, meat aged to perfection, and a goblin wine that tasted of earth and stone and ancient magic. Harry moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations, answering questions in gobbledygook and English both. Some goblins who'd been skeptical of a wizard being granted such honor now approached with respect. Others who'd supported him from the beginning beamed with vindication. Quite the achievement, a familiar voice said. Harry turned to find Hermione Granger approaching, no longer the bushy-haired first year but a confident young woman who'd become one of the ministry's youngest department heads. Beside her, Ron Weasley grinned. Taller than Harry now, solid and reliable, an Auror who'd proven himself during the final battle. "Thanks for coming," Harry said, switching back to English. "Wouldn't miss it," Ron said. "Though I have to say, Prince of Gringotts is going to be hard to top." "What do we call you now?" "Your Highness. Your Gobliness." "Harry works fine," Harry said dryly. "It's extraordinary," Hermione said, her eyes bright with intellectual fascination. "A wizard integrated so completely into goblin culture that they grant him a title of nobility. This will change everything. Relations between our peoples, political dynamics, even magical theory. That's the idea," Harry said. "Bridge the gap. Show that cooperation is possible." "Always the idealist," Hermione teased. But fondly. More friends arrived. Neville Longbottom, who'd become herbology professor at Hogwarts. Luna Lovegood, working as a magical naturalist. Ginny Weasley, a professional Quidditch player for the Holyhead Harpies. They'd all survived the war. All grown into their own strengths. And all remained connected to Harry, bound by the friendships forged in those early years at Hogwarts. "Speech," someone called. The cry was taken up by others. Harry raised a hand, and silence fell. 13 years ago, Harry began, speaking so all could hear. "I was 4 years old, abandoned, and alone. The Dursleys left me at Gringotts and never looked back. I should have been terrified. Should have felt lost." He paused, looking around at the assembled faces, goblin and wizard both. "But instead, I found family. Ragnok took me in. Griphook trained me. Rangslash taught me wisdom. The Goblin Nation gave me purpose. They didn't see the boy who lived. They saw potential. And they demanded I live up to it." Murmurs of approval. From the goblins. "Then I went to Hogwarts," Harry continued. "And found another kind of family. Friends who stood beside me. Teachers who challenged me. A world that needed protecting. For 7 years, I balanced both worlds, goblin and wizard. And I learned that the strongest foundation is built on multiple pillars." He touched the crown on his head. "This title, Prince of Gringotts, it's not just honor. It's responsibility. To both peoples. To serve as bridge, as mediator, as proof that cooperation strengthens us all." His hand moved to the sword at his side. Voldemort believed in division. In pure blood supremacy. In the separation of magical beings into hierarchies of worth. We proved him wrong. Not with words, but with action. Wizards and goblins fighting together. Humans and creatures standing united. That's how we won. That's how we'll build the future. He raised his goblet. To family, found and forged. To bridges built across ancient divides. And to the future we'll create together. To the future, hundreds of voices echoed. The toast rang through the chamber, and Harry felt something settle in his chest. This was right. This was where he belonged. Not just wizard. Not just goblin kin. But something new. A bridge between worlds. A prince in truth as well as title. Later that night, after the crowds had dispersed, Harry stood alone with Ragnok in the elder goblin's private office. "You've come far," Ragnok said quietly. "From the frightened child in oversized clothes to this." "I had help," Harry said. "You gave me everything." "We gave you tools," Ragnok corrected. "You forged yourself. That's the difference between teaching and learning. We taught. You learned. And became more than either of us alone could have imagined." Harry smiled. "So what comes next?" "You tell me," Ragnok said. "You're Prince of Gringotts now. Your responsibilities have expanded." "I want to continue what we started," Harry said. "The integration programs. Wizards learning goblin magic. Goblins teaching at Hogwarts. Breaking down the barriers that have divided our peoples for too long." "It will take decades," Ragnok warned. "Then we'd better start now," Harry replied. Ragnok actually laughed. "You sound more goblin every year." "Very well. We'll support your initiatives. But remember, change must be earned, not forced. Show results, and others will follow." "I will," Harry promised. He left the office as midnight approached, making his way through the familiar tunnels to his quarters. No longer the simple room of his childhood, but a proper suite befitting his new station. But Harry barely noticed the upgrades. His mind was already planning. Programs to establish. Alliances to build. The long work of reconstruction after war. He removed the crown, placing it carefully on a stand. The sword went to its rack on the wall. The pendant around his neck stayed where it always had. And the ring of kinship gleamed in the torchlight, as it had for 13 years. Harry stood at the window, looking out over the deep vaults, and felt the weight of the future settling comfortably on his shoulders. He'd been abandoned at 4 years old. Raised by goblins. Trained for war. Survived impossible odds. Defeated the greatest dark wizard of the age. And emerged not broken, but stronger. Not alone, but surrounded by family, blood and chosen both. The boy who lived had become the man who won. And now, the prince who would build. Tomorrow brought new challenges, new responsibilities, new opportunities to prove that cooperation between peoples was possible. But tonight, Harry Potter stood in Gringotts, his true home, and felt peace. The journey that had begun with abandonment had led to acceptance. The training born from necessity had created capability. The loneliness of childhood had been replaced by connection. And the scared 4-year-old who'd been left on Gringotts' doorstep had become exactly who he was meant to be. A bridge between worlds. A warrior forged in 2 traditions. A prince who would change everything. Harry smiled, touching the ring one last time before turning away from the window. The future awaited. And he was ready. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.